Chapter 1038. Inside the seal. Feng Chun surveyed his surroundings and sensed the power of this sealing technique. What an ingenious method. Feng Chun couldn't help but exclaim. Let me try. Little Mouse held the black iron rod in his hand and smashed it on the seal. Immediately, ripples spread out, but the seal did not move at all. After that, the little mouse pursed its lips and felt slightly helpless. The seal is too strong. I can't break it, Feng Chun said in a low voice. He fell into silence as he tried to think of a way to break the seal. He had tried many methods, but none of them could cause the seal to change. Feng Chun was having a headache. Although there was no danger in the seal, he couldn't get out. At some point, he thought of Tongtian Peak. With a thought, he entered Tongtian Peak. Master, the weapon spirit and the half-beast man greeted respectfully. I'm trapped in a seal. What can you do? Feng Chun asked directly. Master, what seal is it? The weapon spirit asked. Fengtian Sex Seal. Feng Chun described it briefly. The weapon spirit's eyes lit up and said, If I'm not wrong, this seal should be Fengtian Sex Absolute Seal. Absolute Seal. It was Feng Chun's first time hearing about this seal. Master, the Absolute Seal is Fengtian Sex Secret Art. When cultivated to the extreme, it can seal the sky. The weapon spirit explained. Under normal circumstances, even a Heaven Star Border realm martial artist can't break it. Feng Chun's heart sank upon hearing this. But I have an idea. The weapon spirit changed the topic. Feng Chun was overjoyed and asked hurriedly, What idea do you have? Back then, before the old master rose to power, he had once fought against the people of the Fengtian sect and was trapped in the Absolute Seal. The weapon spirit said slowly. However, the two of them didn't have any deep hatred. In the end, Fengtian sect released the Absolute Seal and released the Old Master. When the Old Master rose to power and became the island lord of Tongtian Island, he was invincible. However, he still remembered the Fengtian sect's Absolute Seal technique. Later on, the Old Master successfully researched a method that specifically countered the Absolute Seal technique. After listening to the artifact spirit, Feng Chun was extremely excited. What method? Feng Chun hurriedly asked. The artifact spirit flicked its wrist, and a speck of light entered Feng Chun's mind. The next moment, a large amount of information surged into his mind. What an ingenious method. With a glance, Feng Chun realized that this method was too ingenious. Master, with this method, you'll be able to easily break the Absolute Seal, said the artifact spirit. Feng Chun nodded and left Tongtian Peak. Inside the seal, Feng Chun sat cross-legged and began to comprehend the method to break it. This time, Feng Chun even used the time acceleration of the true meaning of space-time. Although the true meaning of space and time was at the peak of the 4th grade, Feng Chun only had a superficial understanding of time acceleration. However, he could still achieve simple acceleration. Under the effect of time acceleration, Feng Chun opened his eyes after about a minute. At this moment, outside the seal, Feng was still shouting. Sanguinati, my patience is limited. This is your last chance. Hand over the rank 3 divine weapon, Feng said in a low voice. Feng kept staring at the seal, as if Sanguinati did not care about what he said at all. Since that's the case, don't blame me. Feng was prepared to enter the seal and kill Sanguinati. However, before he could take a step, the seal in front of him was gradually disappearing. What's going on? Why is the seal disappearing? Feng was very puzzled. Crash! The seal completely disappeared, and Feng Chun appeared in front of Feng. The Fengtian sect's Absolute Seal technique is only SOSO, Feng Chun said with a grin. Impossible. Feng roared in disbelief. However, Feng Chun did not give him any chance. The black iron rod in the little mouse's hand instantly smashed down. Immediately, the rod sent Feng flying. Poochie! Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was seriously injured. No, I can't accept this. Feng roared and then used all his strength to perform the Absolute Seal technique. Crash! The Absolute Seal technique once again enveloped Feng Chun. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Feng Feng quickly fled. However, in the blink of an eye, Feng Chun broke the seal. I can't let him escape. Feng Chun used the space-time, true meaning, and chased after him. After a while, Feng Chun saw Feng Feng's figure. Feng Feng fled in panic and actually came to the place where the disciples of Sword Mountain were. Hey, look, isn't that Feng Tian's sex Feng Feng? Wang suddenly saw Feng Feng fleeing in a sorry state and cried out in surprise. The others looked over and found that it was indeed Feng Feng. Why is Feng Feng here? Who is chasing after him? To be able to make Feng Feng in such a sorry state, could it be a mid-level Heaven Dipper realm martial artist? The disciples of Sword Mountain discussed with each other. In the blink of an eye, Feng Feng appeared in front of them. At this time, they finally saw the person who was chasing after Feng Feng. Sanguinati. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at Sanguinati in disbelief. Senior brothers, please help me stop Feng Feng. Feng Chen shouted. Wang was awakened by Feng Chen's voice and took the lead to stop Feng Feng. Get lost, Feng Feng roared. The other disciples of Sword Mountain blocked Feng Feng's path together. Crash! Feng Chun came in front of Feng Feng. Junior brother Shuao, what is going on? Why are you chasing after Feng Feng? Gu Feng asked. After I killed the red-robed martial artist, Feng Feng secretly used a sealing technique to trap me and kill me. Feng Chun explained briefly. Feng Feng, you are a disciple of the Feng Tian sect. How dare you attack a Mystic King Realm disciple? Wanda said, I have already informed the sect master. He is on his way. If you dare to kill me, the sect master will not let you go. Feng Feng said. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. The sect master of the Feng Tian sect was on the same level as the sect master of the Jianshao sect. Feng Chen sneered. He waved the hidden star sword and directly pierced Feng Feng's body. At the same time, the little mouse's rank 3 divine weapon smashed into Feng Feng's head. Crack! The Feng Tian sect's genius disciple, Feng Feng, died instantly. Junior brother Shui. Gu Feng wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Junior brother Shui, you are too reckless. Gu Feng said. Feng Feng is a genius of the Feng Tian sect. If you kill him, the Feng Tian sect will not let you go. That's right. Let's leave quickly. If the Feng Tian sect master comes, we won't be able to leave. Wang said. The others nodded and left immediately. The sect master of the Jianshao sect and the 9 mountain lords saw everything clearly. When they saw Sanguinati kill Feng Feng without hesitation, the sect master of the Jianshao sect smiled. He was satisfied with Sanguinati's actions, although it would bring unnecessary trouble to the Sword Firmament sect. However, Sanguinati's decisiveness satisfied the sect master of the Jianshao sect. Sect master, Feng Feng has been killed. The Feng Tian sect master will not let this go. The first mountain lord said. Once the Feng Tian sect master goes crazy, the Sword Firmament sect will be in trouble. The second mountain lord said. The sect master of the Jianshao sect nodded and said, no matter what, the Sword Firmament sect will protect Sanguinati. This was the sect master of the Jianshao sect's attitude and the Sword Firmament sect's attitude. The sect master of the Jianshao sect and the others did not leave and waited. Indeed, the sect master of the Feng Tian sect appeared soon. Who killed the genius of the Feng Tian sect? The sect master of the Feng Tian sect roared in anger. Crash! The sect master of the Jianshao sect and the 9 mountain lords appeared and landed on the ground. Sect master of the Jianshao sect. The sect master of the Feng Tian sect looked unfriendly and said coldly. Sect master of the Feng Tian sect, Feng Feng, tried to snatch the divine weapon of the Jianshao sect's disciple, but was killed instead. I hope that this matter will end here. The sect master of the Jianshao sect said. The sect master of the Feng Tian sect would not let this matter go. What followed next was a great battle. The battle between the sect master of the Jianshao sect and the sect master of the Feng Tian sect. No one knew what the outcome of the battle would be. Anyway, after the battle, the sect master of the Feng Tian sect turned and left without saying anything. The 12 disciples of the Jianshao sect destroyed the sect that was controlled by the foreign tribes at a fast speed. In just a month's time, More than 20 sects of various sizes had been eliminated by them. Among them, the Demon Mark sect was the most difficult to deal with. The other sect were not as strong as the Demon Mark sect. Of course, with the cooperation of Little Mouse and Fong Chun, even if they encountered a Heaven Dipper realm level 4 martial artist, they could also kill him. The 12 disciples of the Jian Shao sect felt very relaxed. There's still one more sect. Once we destroy this sect, our mission will be completed, Gu Fong said with a relaxed smile. The other disciples also had smiles on their faces. Yeah, it's all thanks to Junior Brother Shue's spiritual pet this time. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy, Wangda said. The others nodded. Thinking of Sanguinati's spiritual pet, they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. The last sect was called the No Demon sect. The No Demon sect was just a small sect, and the strongest person was only at Heaven Star Border Stage 1. To the others, it was easy to destroy the No Demon sect. At the same time, in the forbidden area of the No Demon sect, smoke lingered and death chi circulated. A martial artist with an ugly face was kneeling on the ground, currently sitting and praying. It was as if he was summoning the souls of the dead. Old ancestor, wake up. This ugly martial artist was a clansman of the Demon Blood Clan. In the past, the Demon Blood Clan had a war with the human race and suffered countless casualties. An ancestor of their branch had fallen in the forbidden area of the Sans Demon sect. This time, the Demon Blood Clan's frequent movements were to cover up their summoning of the old ancestor. The summoning of the old ancestor had reached the most critical moment. In the forbidden area of the No Demon sect, there was a skeleton at the front. Inside the skeleton, there was a little starlight shining. Beside the skeleton was the sect master of the No Demon sect. The Demon Blood Clan specially prepared a Heaven Star border body for the old ancestor, hoping that he could be reborn. Buzz! In the forbidden area, a series of runes flashed. The flickering light in the skeleton became more and more dazzling. Chapter 1039. No Demon Sect. Within the borders of the Sealed Sky City, it was just an unremarkable little sect. However, it was said that during the peak of the No Demon Sect, the strongest one was even comparable to some of the top powerhouses. At that time, the No Demon Sect was very powerful. However, as time went by, no one could comprehend the true No Demon essence, which led to the No Demon Sect's decline. Until now, the strongest one was only at Heaven Star Border Stage 1. In the Sealed Sky City, there were many young people who had reached Heaven Star Border Stage 1. The 12 disciples of the Sword Mountain were leisurely heading to the No Demon Sect. The No Demon Sect was the furthest place from the Sword Mountain. However, after a few days, Fong Chun and the others still came to the No Demon Sect. Who are you? Tell me your name. The guards of the No Demon Sect shouted when they saw Fong Chun and the others. The No Demon Sect betrayed the human race and should be killed. Gu Fong, who was the leader, shouted. Hearing this, the guards of the No Demon Sect were shocked. The leader shouted, "Enemy attack." Following his shout, there was a commotion inside the No Demon Sect. Then, all the martial artists were ready for battle. Crash! The Great Elder came out from the tower of the No Demon Sect. Disciples of the Sword Firmament Sect, what brings you to the No Demon Sect? The Great Elder of the No Demon Sect looked down at the 12 disciples of the Sword Mountain and asked, You know the answer. Wangda said coldly. The No Demon Sect colluded with the foreign race and betrayed the human race. They should be killed. Gu Fong said again. You keep saying that the No Demon Sect colluded with the foreign race. Do you have evidence? The Great Elder said with a gloomy face. Evidence? Gu Fong smiled and waved his hand. Immediately, the 12 disciples of the Sword Mountain attacked. Rumble. A deafening sound resounded in the sky. The 12 disciples attacked together and directly blasted the tower of the No Demon Sect to the ground. Damn it! Seeing this, the Great Elder wanted to escape. However, Fong Chun and the others would not give him the chance. Kill. The Sword Firmament Sect proved that the No Demon Sect had colluded with the foreign race and should be killed. Therefore, Fong Chun and the others would not be merciful. They used thunderous means to kill the martial artists of the No Demon Sect. Poochie wherever the 12 of them passed, Corpses and bones were strewn all over the ground. At this moment, the first elder's heart was filled with fear. "My lord, the sword firmament sect is here." The old man from the hodgepodge hurriedly transmitted his voice to the alien. However, there was no response from the outsiders. "Die!" Fang Chun was the closest to the Great Elder. His figure flashed and directly arrived in front of the Great Elder. Then, the hidden star sword ruthlessly pierced into the Great Elder's body. Pucci the Great Elder resisted with all his might, but it was of no avail. In the end, he was pierced by the hidden star sword. Blood spurted from his mouth, and his face paled. His body slowly collapsed to the ground. After the Great Elder was killed, the Supreme Demon Sect was like a group of dragons without a leader. In less than 3 minutes, the entire Supreme Demon Sect was annihilated. At this time, the 12 disciples of Sword Mountain retracted their auras and looked at each other. "Mission accomplished," Gu Fong said with a smile. When the 12 disciples were about to leave, Fang Chun suddenly stopped in his tracks. "Something's wrong," Fang Chun said coldly with a solemn face. "Junior brother Shui, what did you find?" Wangda asked hurriedly. The other disciples also looked at Fang Chun. In fact, it was not Fang Chun who found the abnormality, but Little Mouse who found the abnormality. Little Mouse told Fang Chun that there was a demonic blood tribe's aura in the Supreme Demon Sect. Then, Fang Chun projected his soul out and sensed carefully. He found a place that was isolated from the soul. "That place is isolated from the soul. Something's wrong," Fang Chun said in a deep voice. Instantly, the other disciples looked at the place that Fang Chun was pointing at. Then, their faces slightly changed. "Let's go and take a look." The 12 disciples quickly arrived at the forbidden area of the Supreme Demon Sect. Boom! Gu Fong punched the stone door open. Immediately, a gloomy and bloody aura spread out. "It's the alien race," Gu Fong shouted. The 12 disciples hurriedly entered the forbidden area. In an instant, they saw a shocking scene. An alien race was using his blood to communicate with a corpse. It seemed like he was trying to wake up a dead almighty. "Stop him!" Gu Fong shouted. The 12 disciples joined forces and attacked the alien race. Damn it! The summoning of the ancestor was at the most crucial moment, but it was interrupted by Fang Chun and the others. The alien race was furious. He tried his best to resist while summoning the ancestor. Bang! In just one exchange, the alien race was sent flying by the 12 disciples. His body crashed into the corpse of the Supreme Demon Sect's sect master. His blood instantly poured into the body of the Supreme Demon Sect's sect master. Hiss! Hiss! The blood of the Supreme Demon Sect's sect master started burning. It was very strange. "Not good," Gu Fong shouted. He rushed to the front of the Supreme Demon Sect's sect master's corpse and slashed with his sword. Bang! The sound of metal clashing could be heard. Gu Fong's long sword was sent flying. At this moment, the alien race used a forbidden technique. He burned his own life to wake up the ancestor of the demonic blood tribe. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, the alien race's body was incinerated. At this moment, the Supreme Demon Sect's sect master's corpse seemed to be moving. A strange light entered the body of the Supreme Demon Sect's sect master. Suddenly, an extremely powerful and gloomy aura filled the air. Foolish humans. The Supreme Demon Sect's sect master's body was occupied by the alien race's sect master. Alien race. Fang Chen was shocked. The alien race's sect master was obviously using a forbidden technique to summon the demonic blood tribe's almighty. Join forces and attack. Gu Fong shouted. The alien race's sect master had just been awakened, and his strength had not fully recovered. The 12 of them took the opportunity to attack. Rumble. The 12 of them were already the elite disciples of the Sword Firmament sect. When the 12 of them joined forces, their attack power had surpassed the Heaven Star Border Stage 4. Crack! Before the alien race's sect master could recover, the 12 of them attacked together and cut off one of his arms. "Humans, you have completely angered me," the alien race's sect master said. "Continue attacking." After the previous attack, Gu Fong and the rest realized that the alien race's sect master was not as scary as they thought. Immediately, the group attacked the alien race's sect master. Bang! After a series of attacks, the alien race's sect master was in a sorry state. He roared in anger, but the group ignored him. Bang! Bang! In the end, the little mouse also attacked. His attack was very powerful. The rank 3 divine weapon combined with his special ability instantly injured the alien race's sect master. At this moment, the alien race's sect master was enraged. He suddenly reached out with his only remaining hand. Retreat. Everyone knew that they could not fight him head-on. However, just as Fang Shan was about to retreat, he was suddenly suppressed by the alien race's sect master's hand. Crack! The sound of bones breaking could be heard. Fang Chen's body was directly smashed into the ground by the alien race's sect master's hand. Boss! Little Mouse screamed crazily. The rank 3 divine weapon, Black Iron Rod, smashed into the alien race's sect master's body, crippling him. Then, the alien race's sect master drilled into the ground. On the ground, Gu Fong and the others attacked fiercely. After a fierce battle, they finally killed the alien race's sect master. I can't accept this. The alien race's sect master was filled with unwillingness. He had just woken up, but he was killed by a few Heaven Star border brats. In the end, the alien race's sect master's soul completely dissipated. Where's Junior Brother Shui? At this moment, everyone thought of Sanguinati. Then, the 11 of them came to the pit to look for Sanguinati. Junior Brother Shui is not here. Gu Fong said. I can't sense his soul. Where did Junior Brother Shui go? Wanda asked. Could it be that there's another world under the ground? The group entered the pit and searched for a long time, but they could not find any trace of Fang Chun. Their faces were a little gloomy. There should be some mechanism under the ground. Junior Brother Shui accidentally triggered it. A disciple said, Let's continue searching. Gu Fong ordered. The 11 of them continued searching for about an hour, but they still did not find anything. In the end, they gave up searching. Junior Brother Shui must have had a fortuitous encounter. After a discussion, they decided to leave this place. Whoosh! Whoosh! Not long after, everyone left. At that instant, a seal appeared at the bottom of the pit. Fang Chun was inside the seal. Boss, what is this place? The little mouse stood on Fang Chen's shoulder and asked in confusion. He frantically drilled into the ground to look for his boss, but he was instantly sucked away by a terrifying force. Then he saw his boss. There's a terrifying seal here. I think it's used to seal the alien race's sect master's soul. Fang Chun said in a low voice. At this moment, Fang Chen's face was filled with helplessness. After being blasted into the ground by the alien race's sect master, he did not expect to trigger the seal's mechanism and be trapped inside. Boss, how do we get out? The little mouse asked. Fang Chun had tried many methods, but none of them worked. This seal seemed to be stronger than the Fengtian sect's absolute seal technique. Fang Chun entered the Heaven's Link Peak and discussed with the weapon spirit. After listening to Fang Chen's explanation, the weapon spirit felt that if he wanted to break this seal, he would need to thoroughly understand the method to break the absolute seal technique. This was because, so far, the strongest seal-breaking method in the Heaven's Link Peak was the method to break the absolute seal technique. Thoroughly understand it. Fang Chen's heart trembled as he left the Heaven's Link Peak. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Fang Chun began to comprehend the method to break the seal. The entire Fengtian city had completely returned to peace because of the 3 top sects' thunderous methods. The alien race that had infiltrated the Fengtian city had been uprooted. From this, one could see how powerful the 3 top sects were. All the martial artists in the Fengtian city were in high spirits. Chapter 1040. It had been a month since the 3 top sect defeated the foreign invaders. The entire sealed sky city regained its peace once again. During this period of time, something happened that caused an uproar in the sealed sky city. The demon sword at the bottom of the beheading cliff started to move again. This time, the demon sword acted up and affected a large area. Even the 3 top sect of the sealed sky city were involved. Wang Wenlong and the rest who tried to communicate with the demon sword previously had improved their cultivation. Wang Wenlong, Gu Xingyun, and Pei Shi's cultivation had reached Heaven's Star Border Stage 4. To be able to improve so much in such a short period of time, it was enough to show how strong the forces behind them were. As for Jin Tianzhan, who had a conflict with Feng Chun previously, his cultivation had reached Heaven's Star Border Stage 5. The first disciple of the Sword Firmament sect, Shi Qing, had also successfully broken through to Heaven's Star Border Stage 4. Many young prodigies gathered in front of the decapitation cliff and tried to communicate with the demon sword, but they all failed. Even Jin Tianzhan and the rest couldn't communicate with the demon sword, let alone the others. After everyone left, they didn't talk about the demon sword. It was as if they had given up on the demon sword. And now, it had been a long time since the demon sword acted up. The Sword Firmament sect regained its peace. The ancient Dao sect had always been mysterious. As for the Fengtian sect, it was very chaotic. After Feng Feng's death, the Fengtian sect leader made a huge decision. The young prodigies of the Fengtian sect would fight for the #1 position. Whoever was the strongest would receive the full support of the Fengtian sect. This also caused the competition between the Fengtian sect disciples to become more intense. In the end, a martial artist who usually kept a low profile successfully fought his way out and became the new first disciple of the Fengtian sect. If it was in the past, no one would care about Feng Yu, because Feng Yu's cultivation was only at Heaven's Star Border Stage 1, which was considered above average in the Fengtian sect. And Feng Yu himself was also very low profile and had been cultivating diligently. Who would have thought that Feng Yu would be able to suppress everyone in this competition, shocking countless martial artists? It was only after the Fengtian sect leader saw Feng Yu's battle that he found out. Feng Yu had been secretly cultivating the art of absolute seal and had already reached a very high level. Heavenly Dipper Realm 4th layer invincible, and his cultivation was only at Heaven Dipper Realm level 2. Fengtian sect leader was very excited to have such a talent in their ranks. Feng Yu was a wise man who pretended to be stupid. He was a late bloomer, and his future achievements would definitely be much greater than Feng Feng's. In an instant, he had become the new Fengtian sect's most valued disciple. The Sealed Sky City, which had been peaceful for a long time, became lively again because of a certain matter. The envoy of the Xintian sect had arrived. The Black Heaven sect was one of the 6 top sects of Clear Sky Island. The 3 top sects of the Sealed Sky City were grooming talents for the Black Heaven sect. On this day, an envoy from the Black Heaven sect arrived at the Sealed Sky City. The Black Heaven sect's emissary has arrived. After hearing the news, the leaders of the 3 major sects were extremely excited and personally came to greet the Black Heaven sect's emissary. There were 8 cities on Tongtian Island, and each city had its own sect. However, no one could shake the position of the 6 great super sect. 3 palaces, 2 sects, and 1 imperial family. These were the 6 superpowers of Heavenspan Island. The 3 palaces were the Azure Sky Palace, the Ice Demon Palace, and the Thunder Palace. The 2 sects were the Black Heaven sect and the Pure Maiden sect. As for the imperial family, it was the supreme ruler of Clear Sky Island, the Xia clan. The Xia clan used to be an ordinary force on Clear Sky Island. However, an elite that surpassed the heavenly body tier had appeared in the clan. In the end, he successfully led the Xia clan to become one of the top forces on Clear Sky Island. At that time, the Xia clan's power was even inferior to the 3 palaces and 2 sects. However, when the Xia clan's Emperor Xia became the island master of Clear Sky Island, the Xia clan status soared and surpassed the 3 palaces and 2 sects to become the sole imperial family. As time passed, people began to describe the superpowers of Clear Sky Island as the 3 palaces, 2 sects, and 1 imperial family. The Xia clan's leader, who called himself Emperor Xia, was also the island master of Clear Sky Island and a super elite of the heavenly body tier. The Black Heaven sect was called the 3 palaces and 2 sects. This was enough to show how powerful they were. Previously, the 3 superpowers of Sealed Sky City had sent many talents to the Black Heaven sect. This time, the envoy had arrived. In the center of Sealed Sky City, There were two middle-aged men on the highest floor of a pavilion. Their faces were full of smiles. Beside them were the leaders of the three superpowers. "I'm sure the three of you already know why we're here," the slightly chubby middle-aged man suddenly said. "We're ready," the three leaders replied. The other envoy nodded and said, "We're here to recruit talents. The standard is the second stage of Heaven Dipper tier. We're recruiting 30 people, and 3 of them are commanders," the chubby envoy said. Hearing this, the three leaders' hearts skipped a beat. If they could obtain the position of commander, they could foresee that their name would spread throughout Clear Sky Island in the future. This was a chance for them to soar into the sky. "Go back and prepare. Send the name list to me tomorrow," the skinnier envoy said. The 12 disciples of Soar Mountain were eager to try. They all hoped to be selected by the Black Heaven Sect's envoy. Among them, Shi-Ching even had a chance to compete for the position of commander. "Senior brother Shi-Ching, you have a chance to compete for the position of commander this time," Gu Fong said with a grin. He had no hope. Not to mention the elites of the ancient Tao sect, he couldn't even compete with Feng Yu, who had recently risen to prominence in the Fengtian sect. "I definitely will." Shi-Ching clenched his fists and thought to himself. Now that he had broken through to Heaven Dipper Tier 4, he was confident that he could obtain the position of commander. Not only the Sword Firmament sect, but the other sects were also preparing anxiously. After a night of preparation, the three leaders sent the name list to the 2 envoys. After the chubby envoy read through it, he said, "There are only 30 spots. The name list that the 3 of you gave me has a total of 35 people. Some of them need to be removed." In the end, the 2 envoys let the 35 people fight and eliminated 5 of them. After a morning of fighting, 5 people were successfully eliminated. Only 30 people were left on the list. During this time, the 3 positions of commander were confirmed. Shi-Ching obtained a position with his absolute strength. Feng Yu from the Fengtian sect also obtained a position. Gu Chun from the ancient Tao sect obtained a position. For the 3 sects, this result was not bad and they could accept it. "All right, we're done with the selection. We're going back," the envoy said. "From today onwards, the 30 of you will be members of the Black Heaven sect. Follow me back," the chubby envoy said loudly as he stood up. The 3 leaders watched as the 2 envoys led the 30 people to the entrance of the Fengtian city. However, at this moment, a voice entered everyone's ears. "I want to join the Black Heaven sect too." Then, Fang Chen's figure flew over from afar. Seeing that Fang Chun had returned, the Sword Firmament sect's disciples were extremely excited. "I told you that junior brother Shui would be fine," Wanda laughed. Even the Sword Firmament sect leader had a smile on his face. The 2 envoys were stopped by Fang Chun as they stared at Fang Chun. "Who are you?" the chubby envoy asked in a deep voice. He seemed a little displeased. "Lord Envoy, I'm a disciple of the Sword Firmament sect. I was out on a mission previously and was delayed. I wonder if you can give me a chance to join the Black Heaven sect." After being trapped in the seal for nearly a month, Fang Chun had finally cultivated the seal-breaking technique to the highest level. He then easily broke the seal and returned to the Fengtian city. Of course, Fang Chun had also gained something in the past month. His cultivation had reached the 9th level of the Mystic King realm. Now, he could even defeat a martial artist in the 2nd level of the Heaven Star Border realm. Envoys, this person has great potential. He's not any weaker than Shi-Ching. He's someone that the Sword Firmament sect has focused on nurturing. I wonder if you can give him a chance, the Sword Firmament sect leader said at this moment. The 2 envoys who originally wanted to ignore Fang Chun nodded their heads. "Since the Sword Firmament sect leader has said so, we'll give you a chance," the chubby envoy said. "You can challenge any one of the 30 people. If you win, you can join the Black Heaven sect," the skinny envoy said. Fang Chun nodded his head gratefully when he heard the envoy's words. After he returned to the Fengtian city, he heard about the Black Heaven sect's envoys. He knew how powerful the Black Heaven sect was, so he was eager to join. Fang Chun scanned the crowd with his soul spirit, and his gaze finally landed on a disciple of the Fengtian sect. "It's you," Fang Chun said. This person did not expect Fang Chun to challenge him. "Kid, you're courting death. The person's face darkened as he said coldly, "You talk too much." As soon as Fong Chen finished speaking, he unleashed the aura of a ninth-stage mystic king, and spiritual energy surged around him. Ninth-stage mystic king. Seeing this, the two envoys frowned slightly and were a little displeased. However, when they saw Fong Chen's fierce attack, they did not say anything else. Ninth-stage mystic king, and his combat strength is comparable to a Heaven Star Border Stage 2. His potential is too monstrous, the chubby envoy commented. "I wonder if he can defeat this person," the skinny envoy said. Heart Illusion Sword Technique. Fong Chen executed the Heart Illusion Sword Technique against the Fengtian sect's disciple. Swoosh! The Fengtian sect's disciple retreated immediately. Then, he flicked his wrist and set up a powerful seal. "Let's see how you can break my seal," the Fengtian sect disciple said disdainfully. Standing inside the seal, Fong Chen shook his head and sighed. Everyone thought that he was sighing at the power of the Fengtian sect's seal. However, what they did not know was that the Fengtian sect's seal was useless in front of Fong Chen. Even the strongest seal of the Fengtian sect could be broken easily. How difficult could these weak seals be? Fong Chen flicked his wrist, and the hidden star sword kept changing its trajectory. A beam of sword light flashed and pierced the seal at a tricky angle. Crack! The seal shattered instantly. With the seal broken, the Fengtian sect's disciple was defeated by Fong Chen without any resistance. "Good, very good," the chubby envoy said with a smile. "This kid has great potential in the Tao of Seals. He's an all-rounder," the skinny envoy said. Chapter 1041. Some were happy about Sanguinati's return, while others were worried. Of course, those from the Sword Firmament sect were happy, especially the Sword Firmament sect leader and the Ninth Mountain Lord. After knowing that Fong Chen had disappeared for no reason, they could not eat or sleep in peace. However, not only had Sanguinati returned, but he had also easily defeated the Fengtian sect's disciple and joined the Black Heaven sect. This made them even more excited. As for those from the Fengtian sect, they were worried. In fact, they were not worried. More accurately, they were furious. The Fengtian sect leader was the most furious. This was because he knew that the martial artist who killed Feng Feng was Sanguinati. Back then, he fought with the Sword Firmament sect leader and ended in a draw. In the end, he left. In his heart, he was filled with killing intent towards Sanguinati. However, he could not kill him. Now, Lin Fan had defeated the Fengtian sect's disciple and joined the Black Heaven sect. Damn it! After joining the Black Heaven sect, it would be even harder to kill Sanguinati. Moreover, with Sanguinati joining the Black Heaven sect, Fengtian sect had one less slot. Damn it! The elders of the Fengtian sect clenched their fists and glared at Fong Chen. However, Fong Chen did not care about this. After all, he was about to leave the Fengtian city. Since he had already offended the Fengtian sect, there was no harm in offending them again. All right, let's return to the Black Heaven sect immediately, the fat messenger said. Instantly, the 30 people left the Fengtian city under the lead of the two messengers. The reason why the three major forces nurtured talents for the Black Heaven sect was because the Black Heaven sect would reward the three major sect members with resources based on the number of slots they contributed. These resources were also the capital of the three major sect. The group left the Fengtian city and passed by the decapitation cliff. Once again, the demon's sword acted strangely. Buzz, a strange sound could be heard from the bottom of the decapitation cliff. Could the legend of the demon's sword be true? The fat messenger stopped in his tracks and stared at the decapitation cliff. No one in the world has seen the demon's sword. Perhaps someone deliberately spread fake news. The skinny messenger said. They found it hard to believe that there was a demon's sword at the bottom of Guillotine Cliff. The other warriors also stared at the headless cliff. The tremors below the decapitation cliff were getting stronger and stronger. Many people were filled with curiosity. Did the demon's sword really exist, or was it just a lie? At this moment, no one was more shocked than Fong Chen. Fong Chen was the clearest about the existence of the demon's sword, because, back then, he had already communicated with the demon sword. It was just that he was too weak to summon the demon sword. And now, the reason why the demon sword was behaving so strangely was because of him. Hurry up and improve your cultivation. It's been a long time since I've met a fellow that I approve of. The demon sword's voice traveled into Fong Chen's ears from below the guillotine cliff. Only Fong Chen could hear it. No one else could. The demon sword's voice was filled with an ancient aura. It had been waiting here for countless years. All this time, he had not been able to find a sword cultivator that he truly approved of. And now, one had finally appeared. It had a good impression of Fong Chen. Therefore, when Fong Chen and the others passed by the guillotine cliff, it appeared once again to communicate with Fong Chen. Fong Chen clenched his fists and thought to himself, "One day, I'll make you appear on your own." The demon sword let out a joyful sound when it heard that. Then, it went silent again at the bottom of the guillotine cliff. The tremors stopped instantly, and the guillotine cliff returned to normal. What's going on? Does the demon sword really exist? Some of the warriors sat down cross-legged and tried to communicate with the demon sword. However, no matter how they tried, the guillotine cliff remained silent. There was no movement at all. "I told you, the demon sword is just a legend." The fat messenger laughed. "Let's go. Don't waste any more time," the skinny messenger said. Some of the warriors got up from the ground with a puzzled look on their faces. In the end, the group left. After walking for a long distance, Fong Chen turned around and looked at the guillotine cliff. "Just wait, I'll be back." The Black Heaven sect of the 3 palaces and 2 sects was located in Golden Sky City. Golden Sky City was located in the center of Tongtian Island and was far away from the Sealed Sky City. A month later, the group arrived at Golden Sky City. "We're finally here." The group sighed. After a month, they finally arrived at Golden Sky City. The group of people entered Golden Sky City in a grandiose manner. The warriors from the Sealed Sky City are here. Some people in the Black Heaven sect noticed the 2 messengers and discussed softly, "I wonder if there are any outstanding talents among the warriors from the Sealed Sky City this time." Soon, the group arrived at the Black Heaven sect. The entrance of the Black Heaven sect was simple, and there were only 2 guards standing at the entrance. When Fong Chen's gaze landed on the 2 guards, his heart trembled. As expected of the Black Heaven sect, the guards' cultivation was at the advanced Heaven Star border realm. They were too powerful. "This is the Black Heaven sect. Let's go," the fat messenger said. The group entered the Black Heaven sect, and an elder came to welcome them personally. "How is it?" the elder asked. "Elder, we've recruited 30 people from the Sealed Sky City this time. 3 of them have reached Heaven Star border realm stage 4 and occupied 3 commander positions," the fat messenger said. Not bad. Bring them to the Sealed Sky Palace." The elder looked at the group and nodded in satisfaction. The Black Heaven sect was one of the top forces in Tongtian Island. In Tongtian Island, there were only a handful of people who could match them. The huge sect occupied the entire Golden Sky City and had a vast territory. The Black Heaven sect was also divided into 8 palaces, corresponding to the 8 cities of Tongtian Island. The so-called Sealed Sky Palace was where the warriors from the Sealed Sky City stayed. The 8 palaces represented 8 forces. In the past, all the warriors from the Sealed Sky City stayed in the Sealed Sky Palace. Fong Chen and the rest were settled in the Sealed Sky Palace. Gu Chun, Shi Qing, and Feng Yu were conferred as commanders. There were 2 palace masters in the Sealed Sky Palace. They were the Golden Armor Commander, the Silver Armor Commander, the Iron Armor Commander, and the Junior Commanders. Feng Yu and the other 2 were obviously just junior commanders. There were tens of thousands of people in the Sealed Sky Palace, and they were basically all Heaven Dipper realm warriors. The 2 strongest palace masters were said to have reached the heavenly body tier. However, the 2 palace masters came and went like ghosts, and ordinary people couldn't see them at all. Each junior commander can command 100 people, the fat envoy explained. Fong Chun and the rest nodded. There was a small booklet in their hands that recorded the situation in the Black Heaven sect. After reading the booklet, they had a general understanding of the Black Heaven sect. After the 2 envoys finished speaking, they turned and left. Feng Chun returned to his residence. The hierarchy in the Sealed Sky Palace was very strict. Those who were weak would not be treated as well as those who were strong. On the same day, the 30 people were assigned to their residences. Their residences were all human residences. As for the elders, they could live in human residences, and some could even live in heaven residences. The higher the level of the residence, the richer the spirit chi, and the easier it was to absorb the energy of heaven and earth. As expected of the Black Heaven sect, Feng Chun returned to his residence and read the booklet carefully. His heart was full of shock. The Black Heaven sect was unimaginably huge. If he could rise in the Black Heaven sect, his future achievements would be limitless. I have to break through to the Heaven Dipper realm as soon as possible. Feng Chun set a goal for himself, and that was to break through to the Heaven Dipper realm. Black Heaven sect, Sealed Sky Palace. There were several Sealed Sky sect disciples in Feng Yu's residence. Senior Brother Feng, how do we deal with Sanguinati? One of them asked. Yes, Senior Brother Feng. The sect master personally ordered us to find a way to kill Sanguinati in the Black Heaven sect, another person said. Everyone in the Sealed Sky City was basically in the Sealed Sky Palace. Therefore, Feng Yu and Feng Chun met almost every day. I'll meet him tomorrow, Feng Yu said with a smile. In the Sealed Sky Palace, they couldn't kill each other. However, they could challenge each other. In other words, as long as they didn't kill, they could even cripple someone. The next day, under Feng Yu's lead, many Sealed Sky sect disciples headed to Feng Chen's residence. Whoosh! When they arrived at Feng Chen's residence, Feng Yu immediately executed the absolute seal art and sealed off Feng Chen's residence. Senior Brother Feng's move is amazing. He sealed Sanguinati so that he can't get out even if he wants to. A Sealed Sky sect disciple grinned. Feng Chun, who was cultivating in the courtyard, suddenly sensed that someone was setting up a seal. His face immediately changed. Sealed Sky sect's absolute seal art. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the seal was Sealed Sky sect's absolute seal art. Feng Chen's face darkened completely. Feng Yu. Feng Chen instantly guessed that the person who set up the seal was Feng Yu. Whoosh! He executed the absolute seal art, and the absolute seal art was instantly broken. Outside the courtyard, Feng Yu and the rest were full of smiles. Sanguinati was trapped here and couldn't get out even if he wanted to. This way, his resources would be cut off, and he wouldn't be able to survive in Black Heaven sect for a long time. Senior Brother Feng is really smart. Senior Martial Brother Feng's methods are truly admirable. A few of the Feng Tian sect disciples were sucking up to Feng Yu. Feng Yu was also enjoying it and was smiling. Let's go. Feng Yu turned around and prepared to leave. However, right at that moment, with a bang, the seal suddenly shattered. Sealed Sky sect people are really despicable. Feng Chen's cold voice rang in everyone's ears. Hearing this, Feng Yu stopped in his tracks and turned to look behind him. At this moment, Feng Chun walked out of the courtyard calmly. Feng Yu's eyes were filled with killing intent as he said coldly, "You can actually break the absolute seal art in such a short time. Sealed Sky sect seal is trash. Anyone can break it," Feng Chun said in disdain. "Kid, you're courting death." A Sealed Sky sect disciple couldn't stand Feng Chen's tone and was about to attack. However, he was stopped by Feng Yu. Chapter 1042. On the 5th day after they arrived at the Black Heaven sect, Feng Chun and the others received a piece of news. A secret realm belonging to the Black Heaven sect had opened. This secret realm belonged to the Feng Tian Palace. This secret realm wasn't too dangerous, so 30 newcomers were allowed to enter to train. The 3 junior commanders led the team. Feng Chun was shocked when he heard the news. The secret realm that many small factions could only dream of was just a tool to train their disciples in the eyes of the Black Heaven sect. In a certain square in the Feng Tian Palace. "Everyone, let's go to the Great Mountain secret realm now." The 3 junior commanders stood at the front and said. Then, the group of 30 people quickly left the Feng Tian Palace. In a certain area of Golden Sky City, there was a void stone door that was guarded by an expert. "Elder, we're bringing the newcomers into the Great Mountain secret realm." The three junior commanders spoke to the elder. This elder was also one of the higher-ups of the Fengtian Palace. He had already known about this and immediately opened the void stone door. The gravity in the Great Mountain's secret realm is several times stronger than the outside world. Be careful, the elder reminded them. Then, the 30 people entered the Great Mountain's secret realm. The flowers and grass were green and full of vitality. This was the situation in the Great Mountain's secret realm. This was a small secret realm, and the area wasn't vast. The Fengtian Palace's martial artists had entered this place many times. Most of the inheritances had been discovered. However, there was still a small portion of the hidden inheritances that had yet to be revealed. In the Great Mountain's secret realm, other than inheritances, there were also demonic beasts. There were a large number of low-level Heaven Star border demonic beasts here. The strongest one was even comparable to a Heaven Star border stage for demonic beast. It was the most suitable place for newcomers to train. Let's split up. The three junior commanders seemed to have already discussed this and split up as soon as they entered the Great Mountain secret realm. Shi Qing led the Sword Firmament sect's disciples forward from the left. The gravity here is so strong. In the crowd, Gu Fong said in a deep voice. Every step he took was extremely difficult. Not only Gu Fong, but the others were also in the same situation. Only Shi Qing was slightly better. Gravity. Among the people present, only Fong Chun was unaffected. Fong Chen's physical strength was very strong, so he could completely resist the gravity of the heavy mountain mystic realm. What kind of joke was this? If it couldn't even withstand such a small amount of gravity, then how could it be called the strongest physique in the universe? Fong Chun activated his perfect sword body, and the sword energy covered the surface of his skin, making it easy for him to walk. However, Fong Chun didn't want to be too high profile. Therefore, he also walked very slowly. The Level Mountain secret realm was a secret realm similar to the gravity space. The gravity here was very strong. It was impossible to fly. Everyone found it difficult to even walk, let alone do anything else. Under such powerful gravity, even a Heaven Star border stage 2 demonic beast would find it difficult to deal with it, Shi Qing said solemnly. However, after walking for about 15 minutes, they still encountered demonic beasts. A beastly roar was heard as a huge demonic beast appeared in front of everyone. Golden-eyed ape. This is an ape. Heavenly Dipper Realm, first layer level ape. The golden-eyed ape's entire body was covered in fur. It swung its claws fiercely, and its face was filled with rage. Roar. Following the golden-eyed ape's roar, it started to attack fiercely. Kill. Shi Qing roared. He held his sword and stabbed at the golden-eyed ape. However, a scene that was out of everyone's expectations appeared. The golden-eyed ape opened its claws and slapped Shi Qing's body, sending him flying. How is this possible? How can a Heaven Star border stage 1 demonic beast be so strong? Gravity, it must be gravity. Someone shouted. Suddenly, everyone realized that even though the golden-eyed ape was only at Heaven Star border stage 2, it wasn't affected by gravity and could move freely. Not good. The golden-eyed ape isn't affected by gravity, but we are. Gu Fong's face turned pale. At this moment, Shi Qing got up from the ground. He held his sword and emitted a terrifying sword energy. He attacked the golden-eyed ape again. Rumble. Everyone attacked the golden-eyed ape together. At first, no one could adapt to the gravity of the battle. However, as time passed, he finally got used to it. Kill. Shi Qing's combat power was the strongest. He slashed his sword at the golden-eyed ape's claws. A sword mark appeared and blood splattered in the air. Roar. The golden-eyed ape was enraged. It roared and slammed its claws on the ground. Its huge body rushed towards Shi Qing. Heart Illusion Sword. At this moment, Fong Chun used the Heart Illusion Sword. He was the only martial artist who wasn't affected by gravity. Therefore, his attack power wasn't affected at all. When the Heart Illusion Sword was used, a strong hallucinatory aura spread out and enveloped the golden-eyed ape. Crash! In an instant, the golden-eyed ape's body stood in the hallucinatory aura. Everyone was shocked when they saw the golden-eyed ape. The golden-eyed ape was trapped in an illusion. Kill. It was unknown who shouted this, but all the martial artists, including Shi Qing, launched their strongest attacks at the golden crystal ape. Fang Chen's heart illusion sword turned into 99 sword lights and stabbed towards the golden-eyed ape. Pucci. When the golden-eyed ape struggled out of the illusion, it was already too late. Streaks of sword light pierced into his body. Roar. The golden-eyed ape was furious when it was stabbed by the sword lights. However, just as it was about to launch a counterattack, 99 dazzling sword lights pierced through its body. Even its head was directly pierced through. The golden-eyed ape fell to the ground unwillingly. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the golden-eyed ape dead. At the same time, everyone's eyes fell on Sanguinati. Junior brother Shui, did you use the heart illusion sword just now? Gu Fong asked. Fang Chen nodded. Are you not affected by gravity? Shi Qing asked. Sanguinati's cultivation was at the 9th level of the Mystic King realm. His combat power should be at the 2nd level of the Heaven Star Border realm. The combat power he displayed just now was perfectly unaffected by gravity. That was why everyone was shocked. My physical strength is stronger, so I'm not affected much, Fang Chen said simply. Everyone was shocked. I see. If one's physical body was strong, the effect of gravity would be small. All this while, everyone had been focusing on their offensive power and had forgotten about their physical strength. It was only now that they felt helpless. It seems like we have to take care of our physical body too, a martial artist said. After resting for a while, everyone continued to move forward. Day after day. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this period, Fang Chun and the others killed countless demonic beasts. However, most of them were at the 1st or 2nd level of the Heaven Star Border realm. As for the 3rd level of the Heaven Star Border realm, they had yet to encounter one. The more they trained in the mountain-level secret realm, the smaller the effect of gravity. Although it was only half a month, everyone had gained a lot. The only regret was that they did not find any inheritance. However, one day, Fang Chun and the others found an important clue. In a valley, Fang Chun and the others found a few flowers that had been plucked. Everyone was shocked when they saw the branches. It was a branch of the netherworld flower. These branches of the netherworld flower have obviously been plucked, Shi Qing said in a low voice. Wherever there are branches of the netherworld flower, the netherworld flower will definitely appear, Gu Fong said. The netherworld flower was a very precious flower. It was very precious, even to a mid-level Heaven Star Border realm martial artist, let alone Fang Chun and the others. There are a few footprints here, someone said loudly when he found the footprints. Everyone followed the footprints on the ground below the branches of the netherworld flower. These footprints did not seem to belong to a human martial artist. They were very wide, and the patterns on the soles of the feet were very complicated. The footprints are different in depth. They don't seem to belong to a human martial artist, Shi Qing analyzed. However, they don't seem to belong to a demonic beast either. In the blink of an eye, everyone followed the footprints and arrived at the depths of the valley. The footprints disappeared in front of a blue stone in the depths of the valley. The footprints have disappeared. The footprints continued forward and disappeared in front of the blue stone. Fang Chun carefully observed the blue stone and suddenly found a few seeds of the netherworld flower in between the blue stone. Fang Chun picked up the seeds of the netherworld flower and examined them carefully. What's going on? Why would the seeds of the netherworld flower appear here? Is there something strange about this blue stone? Someone asked. Shi Qing placed his hands on the blue stone and prepared to move it. However, he realized that he was unable to move the blue stone with his strength. What a heavy blue stone, Shi Qing said. The golden heart thumped rapidly. Fang Chun had a puzzled look on his face. Behind the blue stone was a cliff. There was no way forward. Where did the owner of the footprints go? What should we do? After thinking for a long time, no one found anything strange. Finally, Gu Fong looked at Shi Qing and asked. Shi Qing was a junior commander and the strongest person in the group. Junior brother Shui, you don't look right. What's wrong? Shi Qing did not answer Gu Fong's question. Instead, he looked at Fang Chun. At this moment, Fang Chun was staring at the blue stone with a grave expression. He felt his hair stand on end. Run! In the next moment, Fang Chun seemed to have thought of something and shouted, "Whoosh! Whoosh!" Fang Chun did not care about anything else. He directly used the true meaning of space-time and quickly fled. Although the true meaning of space-time couldn't be used in the secret realm, it was still much stronger than ordinary movement techniques. What's going on? Seeing Fang Chen's strange actions, Shi Qing and the others were puzzled. However, they still listened to Fang Chen's words and quickly left this place. This place seemed ominous. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, they returned to the netherworld flower branch. Everyone panted as they looked at the blue stone in the depths of the valley. What's going on? Everyone was puzzled. However, at this moment, the blue stone trembled slightly. Chapter 1043. Fang Chun and the others looked solemnly at the blue stone in the depths of the valley. At this moment, cracks appeared on the blue stone. As the number of cracks increased, the blue stone could shatter at any moment. What happened? Fang Chen's heart was filled with astonishment. The golden heart began to beat even faster. Shi Qing and the others wore grave expressions. Hu in the valley, a sinister gust of wind appeared. In an instant, a terrifying aura appeared in the valley, enveloping everyone. So stifling. Everyone's hearts trembled. What exactly was in the blue stone? Why was it emitting such a terrifying aura? Knock, knock, knock. The golden heart was beating faster and faster. Suddenly, Fang Chun felt his scalp go numb. Fear rose in his heart, and he wanted to flee. However, at this moment, the blue stone exploded. An earth-shattering wave instantly engulfed the entire land. After that, Shi Qing and the others disappeared from the valley. Hiss, hiss, hiss. After Shi Qing and the others disappeared, the terrifying waves in the valley gradually disappeared. Finally, peace was restored to the valley. The blue stone in the depths of the valley appeared once again, as if everything that had happened before was just an illusion. Not good. After being enveloped by the terrifying waves, Fang Chun discovered that his body was actually out of his control. His surroundings were pitch black, as if he was in an endless void. How could this be? Fang Chen's heart was filled with shock. It was as if he was shuttling through the pitch-black void. Suddenly, stars streaked across the surroundings. These stars were very small. Fang Chun stretched out his hand, and the stars streaked across his palm. Shocking. Fang Chen's heart was filled with shock. Where am I? Why am I touching the stars? It felt like 10,000 years had passed, but it also felt like an instant. Fang Chun finally felt himself disappear into the pitch-black void. White light appeared around him, and in the distance, there was a glimmer of light that seemed to pierce through the darkness before dawn. Crash. The stars in the sky instantly disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a gray sky. Fang Chen's face was filled with shock. Was everything just an illusion? What kind of method was needed to touch the stars? Fang Chen's body suddenly appeared on the ground. There was no one around him. What is this place? Fang Chen's heart was filled with doubts. Why are Shi Qing and the others nowhere to be seen? Where did they go when he thought of Shi Qing and the others? Fang Chun hurriedly took out his communication jade pendant and sent a message to everyone. It didn't take long for Shi Qing and the others to reply. We seem to have been sucked into a mysterious place. It's very dangerous here. There's terrifying air currents everywhere. Heavens, where have we come to? Why are there so many terrifying demonic beasts? Run, run. It was the voice from the communication jade pendant. After Fang Chun heard this, he tried his best to calm down. It seems that we have accidentally entered a mysterious place. This place is very dangerous. Fang Chun analyzed. The other disciples spread out. Some were in danger, while others were not. It seemed that this mysterious place was very dangerous. After thinking for a while, Fang Chun found Fang Chun and continued forward. Dong! After arriving at this mysterious place, the Golden Heart's speed became even more abnormal. This caused Fang Chun to be very surprised. He followed the Golden Heart's guidance and moved forward quickly. Along the way, Fang Chun discovered many terrifying air currents. If he was surrounded by these air currents, he would definitely die. What is this place? The deeper he went, the more shocked Fang Chun was. Fortunately, he had the Golden Heart's guidance, which allowed him to avoid the terrifying air currents safely. If an ordinary martial artist came in and ran around randomly, he would definitely be attacked by the air currents. Even a Heaven Star Border Realm martial artist would not be able to withstand these air currents. After walking for about an hour, Fang Chun also encountered trouble. Not good. There's a demonic beast. In the middle of the terrifying air currents, there was a whirlpool. An 8-legged demonic beast crawled out of the whirlpool. This 8-legged demonic beast was filled with a terrifying aura. Roar! When the 8-legged demonic beast saw Fang Chun, it roared to the sky and attacked. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Fang Chun executed the everlasting cloud annihilation path. In the sky, 2 snow-white handprints instantly pressed down on the 8-legged demonic beast. With a bang, the 8-legged demonic beast directly shattered the snow-white handprints. Its dark eyes stared at Fang Chun. I haven't seen an outsider for a long time. The 8-legged demonic beast spoke. Where is this place? Fang Chun did not rush to escape and asked. This was because he found that the 8-legged demonic beast was unusually strong. Even if he wanted to escape, he could not. This is the place where my master died. Many outsiders have come here to search for treasures, but most of them died here. The 8-legged demonic beast said. Your master? Fang Chun was puzzled. My master is the most powerful existence in the world. When it mentioned its master, the 8-legged demonic beast's eyes were filled with passion. Fang Chun's heart shuddered upon hearing this. Who was the 8-legged demonic beast's master? At this moment, the 8-legged demonic beast said, Due to the rules, I will suppress my cultivation to the same level as yours. If you can defeat me, you can leave this place. Hearing the 8-legged demonic beast's words, Fang Chun was secretly delighted. His cultivation was at the 9th level of the Profound King realm. If the 8-legged demonic beast suppressed its cultivation to the same level as him, then his chances of winning would be very high. Human, make your move. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. The 8-legged demonic beast said in a deep voice. Splash! As soon as the 8-legged demonic beast finished speaking, its huge body suddenly rushed towards Fang Chun. A terrifying aura spread out. Heart illusion, sword technique. Fang Chun gave a low cry, displaying the heart illusion sword art. A majestic, illusory aura instantly swept out and enveloped the 8-legged demonic beast. Die! The hidden star sword emitted a sword cry and a terrifying sword aura that pierced towards the 8-legged demonic beast. Splash! However, at this moment, Fang Chun felt the air become chaotic. He couldn't use his space-time true intent. Fang Chun vaguely caught a trace of the aura of the rules. The power of the rules. Fang Chun stared at the 8-legged demonic beast with his mouth agape. His heart was in turmoil. Bang! At this moment, the 8-legged demonic beast's 8 legs wrapped around Fang Chun's body. Although we are at the same level, your martial comprehension is too weak. The 8-legged demonic beast wrapped around Fang Chun's body and tightened its grip on Fang Chun's body. Damn it! Fang Chun held the hidden star sword and slashed at the 8-legged demonic beast. Sparks flew everywhere. The 8-legged demonic beast's limbs were too tough and couldn't be broken. Boss! The little mouse came out of the interspatial ring and roared. It immediately used its innate ability, extreme piercing. Whoosh! Behind the little mouse, a purple rat phantom opened its bloody mouth. The purple halo around its body condensed into a sharp ray of light that cut through the void and pierced towards the 8-legged demonic beast. Poochie! Extreme piercing was too powerful. The 8-legged demonic beast's 8 legs were instantly pierced by the sharp ray of light. Blood splattered across the sky. One of the 8-legged demonic beast's legs had been severed by extreme piercing. Ah! The 8-legged demonic beast let out a miserable cry of anger. While in pain, it instantly withdrew its 8 legs. Taking advantage of this time, Fang Chun instantly retreated to the little mouse's side. The little mouse's eyes were scarlet red as it stared at the 8-legged demonic beast like a madman. What a terrifying, piercing power! The eight-legged demonic beast's face was sinister as it stared at Fang Chun. This damned outsider had thoroughly infuriated it. Die! The eight-legged demonic beast launched a fierce and tyrannical attack that covered the sky. Innate ability, devour. The little mouse used its innate ability to devour. A terrifying attractive force directly blocked the eight-legged demonic beast's path of attack towards Fang Chun. Then, the rank 3 jet black staff smashed onto the eight-legged demonic beast's body. Crack! After being hit by the palm-sized little mouse twice in a row, the eight-legged demonic beast went completely mad. It raised its head to the sky and let out a furious roar. Let's go! Fang Chun roared and instantly brought the little mouse away. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. The eight-legged demonic beast stood in the open space with a sinister expression. However, it was unable to chase after the outsider. At this moment, several figures appeared in the vortex within the terrifying airflow. They were both men and women. Eight-legged, you're too weak. You actually let a human injure you. A woman laughed. Humph. The eight-legged demonic beast coldly snorted and didn't say anything. Another tall and sturdy man looked at eight-legged and said, Eight-legged, that little mouse seems to be unusual. If it wasn't for that damn mouse, that outsider would definitely have been torn apart by me, said the eight-legged demonic beast. It wasn't easy to meet an outsider, but you scared him away, said the slender woman. They were all the protectors of this place. As long as an outsider intruded, they would attack. Forget it. Since he's already left the area we're guarding, let him be, said the woman who spoke earlier. Humph. A mystic king martial artist dares to intrude here. You're courting death. The eight-legged demonic beast coldly snorted and entered the whirlpool. After Fang Chun escaped from danger, he didn't find the eight-legged demonic beast chasing after him. His heart was filled with doubts. Could it be that the eight-legged demonic beast can only attack within a certain range? Fang Chun guessed. Boss, that eight-legged demonic beast is too strong. It's suppressed to the 9th level of the Mystic King realm, but it's still so strong. The little mouse took a deep breath and said, Fang Chun's potential was already heaven-defying. A 9th level Mystic King realm martial artist could defeat a 2nd level Heaven Star Border realm martial artist. However, that eight-legged demonic beast was so powerful that Fang Chun did not even have the chance to fight back when they were at the same cultivation level. Chapter 1045. After the battle with the eight-legged demonic beast, Fang Chun realized the danger of this place. At the same time, he gradually realized that the Black Sky sect probably did not know about this mysterious place. Otherwise, they would have definitely sent powerhouses here. This mysterious place seemed to be attached to the Mount Great Secret Realm. Who would have thought that there would be such a mysterious place in the ordinary Mount Great Secret Realm? The 3 junior commanders led their respective sect members to train in the Mount Great Secret Realm. However, only Shi-Ching and the others accidentally entered the mysterious place. As for the other 2 teams, they were still training in the Mount Great Secret Realm. In a certain open space in the Mount Great Secret Realm, there are many corpses of demonic beasts here, and many cultivators were fighting. Pucci, after Feng Yu killed the last powerful demonic beast, everyone's faces were full of smiles. Everyone had gained a lot in this trip to the Mount Great Secret Realm. Although they had not broken through, they had already touched the threshold of a breakthrough. Senior Brother Feng, along the way, we've encountered many people from the ancient Dao sect, but we haven't seen any disciples from the Sword Firmament sect, a cultivator said. The Mount Great Secret Realm is only so big. If they're still in a Mount Great Secret Realm, we'll definitely meet them. That's right. The only explanation now is that they encountered a powerful demonic beast and were completely annihilated. At this point, everyone's faces were full of smiles. The Fengtian sect and the Sword Firmament sect had a grudge to begin with. If their guess was true, it would be best. The training in the Mount Great Secret Realm is about to end. We'll know when the time comes, Feng Yu said in a low voice with a sinister look in his eyes. I hope we won't see any disciples from the Sword Firmament sect outside the Mount Great Secret Realm the Fontian sect disciples thought to themselves. In the following time, Feng led everyone and continued to rush into the Mount Great Secret Realm. No matter how hard they searched for opportunities, they still could not find the mysterious valley, let alone the mysterious bluestone. It was destined that they would not be able to find that mysterious place. At this moment, in the mysterious place, Feng Chun racked his brains. After the battle, just now, he had a preliminary understanding of this mysterious place. According to the eight-legged demonic beast, this mysterious place was the place where its master fell. Danger and opportunity coexisted. There must be a treasure here, Feng Chun thought to himself. This place was too dangerous. Even Feng Chun did not dare to be careless. Then, Feng Chun walked slowly. After using extreme piercing and devour consecutively, the little mouse was a bit weak and decided to rest and recuperate in a special spatial ring. Feng Chun held the hidden star sword and walked forward. The fact that the eight-legged demonic beast did not chase after him made Feng Chun realize one thing. That was, as long as they did not step into certain territories, they would not be attacked by demonic beasts. For example, the eight-legged demonic beast could only attack within a certain range. Once Feng Chun left that area, he wouldn't be able to chase after him. This allowed Feng Chun to heave a sigh of relief. If the entire mysterious place was filled with dangerous existences like the eight-legged demonic beast, then it would be difficult for him to move around. Fortunately, there was still a glimmer of hope. Come to think of it, this was deliberately set up to test outsiders after the Almighty had fallen. After walking for an hour, Feng Chun discovered an iceberg in front of him. Around the ice mountain, there was an extremely dense, true meaning of ice. Iceberg. Seeing the iceberg towering into the clouds, Feng Chun was shocked. Then, he quickly walked toward the iceberg. Before arriving at the iceberg, Feng Chun saw many skeletons. White bones. These skeletons were scattered all over the ground. They had been dead for a long time. The piles of skeletons were in the open space in front of the iceberg, but there were no skeletons on the iceberg. Could it be that they all wanted to enter the iceberg and died? Feng Chun thought. Then, he walked towards the piles of skeletons. Immediately, Feng Chun was shocked. All the skeletons were in front of the iceberg. At this moment, he saw a layer of ice below the iceberg. This layer of ice was very large, and there were 3 skeletons in it. Feng Chun was shocked. So many cultivators had died in front of the iceberg, and these 3 people were actually able to enter the iceberg. From this, it could be seen that these 3 people's strength was definitely very strong. Feng Chun didn't dare to continue approaching the iceberg. Instead, he stood at the edge of the iceberg and stared at the 3 skeletons in the layer of ice. The first skeleton was sitting cross-legged. There seemed to be some lightning around him. In front of him, there were some words on the ice. I, the Blue Thunder Emperor, came to the Star Ruins in order to find the mystery of immortality. After many hardships, I found a path, but I didn't succeed until my death. Hateful, lamentable. Before I died, I left these words here. I hope that the future generations will use me as a warning and not rashly step into the iceberg. Remember. After reading the words, Feng Chun's heart shuddered. He raised his head and looked at the iceberg that towered into the clouds, and then looked at the peerless elite called the Blue Thunder Emperor. Called an emperor, he was definitely an elite that surpassed the heavenly body tier. Even such a great elite had died in front of the iceberg. From this, it could be seen how dangerous the iceberg was. Feng Chun made a mental note of the Green Thunder Emperor Lord's name. He was too weak now, and he didn't understand the situation in the vast universe at all. In fact, he hadn't even seen many heavenly body tier elites, let alone those that surpassed the heavenly body tier. He had never heard of the Blue Thunder Emperor's name. However, he admired the Blue Thunder Emperor's courage. From the words left behind by the Blue Thunder Emperor, he clearly knew that this place was extremely dangerous, but he still stepped in without any hesitation. His purpose was to find immortality, to transcend life and death. The path of martial arts required a tenacious and indomitable heart. If one didn't even have the most basic heart of an elite, How could one pursue the peak of martial arts? Thank you for your teachings, Blue Thunder Emperor. I'll remember them. Fang Chun clasped his hands at the Blue Thunder Emperor and said in a deep voice. The Blue Thunder Emperor wanted to leave behind these words before his death to warn the future generations that they wouldn't die here like him. After sighing with emotion, Fang Chen's gaze landed on the second skeleton. This skeleton was lying under the layer of ice. Its head was facing the direction of the Azure Thunder Emperor, as if it was looking at him. I, the Wind Master of the Nine Heavens, traversed heaven and earth and created my own mystical power. However, I couldn't take that step. In the end, the three of us decided to fight to the death. However, we failed. Successor, if you come here, you'll be connected to us by fate. The three of us didn't leave behind any inheritance, but we left behind some useful information for those who come after us. Go around the iceberg and advance 10,000 miles. The second skeleton belonged to the Wind Master of the Nine Heavens. Fang Chen hadn't heard of him either. However, from the fact that he could fight side by side with the Blue Thunder Emperor, it could be seen that he was definitely an elite that surpassed the heavenly body tier. Fang Chun was extremely shocked. Even an elite that surpassed the heavenly body tier had died here. Isn't this mysterious place a little too dangerous? However, the Wind Master of the Nine Heavens had left behind a very important clue. Go around the iceberg and advance 10,000 miles. Fang Chun muttered to himself. After thinking for a moment, Fang Chun secretly remembered the Wind Master of the Nine Heavens' words. Then, he turned to look at the third skeleton. This third skeleton was called the Chaos Element Demon Master. He was also an unparalleled elite. There were no words in front of the Chaos Element Demon Master. He didn't leave behind any words. From the name Chaos Element Demon Master, it seemed that this person was a Demon Dao cultivator. Fang Chun was very confused. Why could a Demon Dao cultivator fight side by side with the Blue Thunder Emperor and the Wind Master of the Nine Heavens? Could it be that the deaths of the Blue Thunder Emperor and the Wind Master of the Nine Heavens were related to the Chaos Element Demon Master? Fang Chun suddenly thought of this. However, he quickly rejected this idea. The Wind Master of the Nine Heavens had already said it in his last words. The three of them had prepared to fight in the Star Ruins. However, they had failed. This meant that the three of them knew each other in the outside world, and their relationship should be quite good. Otherwise, they wouldn't have entered such a dangerous place together. The Blue Thunder Emperor, the Wind Master of the Nine Heavens, and the Chaos Element Demon Master. Just like that, three peerless powerhouses had fallen without a sound. It made one sigh. Will I turn into a pile of yellow soil at the end of my cultivation? Fang Chun looked up at the iceberg and asked himself. His mood was a little emotional. The three unparalleled elites made him sigh. After a long time, Fang Chun's heart became more and more determined. His eyes were incomparably determined as he looked at the three unparalleled elites. No matter how dark the road ahead is, I must have the heart of an elite, Fang Chun said firmly. If he couldn't even believe in himself, then in this world, what else could he believe? Seeking immortality in the Tao was a heaven-defying path. The path of martial arts was to seek the realm of immortality all the way to the peak of martial arts. Because of this, from ancient times until now, who knew how many martial artists had died on the road one after another? I don't know if I will reach the peak, but I know that even if I die, I will die on this path, Fang Chun said in a deep voice. In an instant, Fang Chun's body flashed with a dazzling luster. In Fang Chun's mind, his soul shook. At this moment, Fang Chun's soul was sublimated. Although he had not broken through, he had a kind of enlightenment. After a long time, Fang Chun grinned and laughed. He bowed deeply to the three unparalleled elites, then turned and left. When I have the strength to set foot on the iceberg, I will definitely give the three seniors a proper burial, Fang Chun thought to himself. No matter what, the three unparalleled elites who died in pursuit of the peak of martial arts were worthy of Fang Chun's respect. Fang Chun didn't climb the iceberg because he knew his own limits. Even the three unparalleled elites had died in the ice. Wouldn't he, a mystic king, be courting death? He could die, but he couldn't die without knowing why. He went around the iceberg and advanced for thousands of miles. Although the Windmaster didn't say it explicitly, Fangshan felt that the former should be referring to a place of opportunity. Chapter 1046. After bypassing the ice mountain, they continued forward. On the way, Fangshan didn't encounter any danger. This made Fangshan even more grateful to the three unparalleled powerhouses. Although they had died, they had left behind words to guide those who were fated to come. After 10,000 miles, Fangshan appeared on a plain. This plain couldn't be considered large. He could see the end of it. What surprised Fangshan was that there was actually a lake on this plain. Within the lake, there was roiling spiritual qi that was incomparably dense. What dense spiritual qi? Fangshan was shocked. There was actually a place with such dense spiritual qi in this world. It was simply a paradise on earth. However, just as Fangshan was staring at the lake with a burning gaze, a figure in metal armor suddenly appeared out of thin air. "Human, I didn't expect you to be able to find this place," said the armored figure. "Senior, may I ask where this place is?" asked Fangshan respectfully. This armored figure didn't emit any killing intent, which made Fangshan sigh with relief. "This is the Star Spirit River. Many outsiders want to enter the Star Spirit River for a baptism, but they're unable to." The Star Spirit River. Although Fangshan didn't know what this Star Spirit River was used for, he knew that this Star Spirit River was extremely useful. But from the armored figure's words, Fangshan seemed to understand something. "Have other outsiders come here?" asked Fangshan. The armored figure nodded and said, "Over the countless years, there have been countless outsiders who have entered the Star Ruins. There have also been many outsiders who have come here, but most of them have failed. Only a few have succeeded. What's so special about this Star Spirit River?" asked Fangshan. The Windmaster's last words were to bypass the ice mountain and travel 10,000 miles. The place he was referring to should be this Star Spirit River. Those who enter the Star Spirit River's baptism can enhance their physical strength. Most importantly, the Star Spirit River contains vital spirit and star force. Mystic King Realm martial artists have a chance of fusing with astral essence, while Heaven Dipper Realm martial artists have a chance of fusing with the power of stars, the armored figure said. Hearing this, Fangshan's heart trembled. The power of vital spirit could only be absorbed by Heaven Realm martial artists. However, this Star Spirit River actually contained vital essence and star power. If a Mystic King Realm martial artist tempered their body to the extreme, they would have a chance of fusing with astral essence. What does that mean? Once the power of vital spirit was integrated, he would be able to break through the bottleneck and step into the Heaven Star Border Realm. To Fangshan, who was at the Mystic King Realm, this was extremely tempting. Fortunately, the armored figure did not take the initiative to attack, so Fangshan was not in any danger for the time being. "Only by defeating me can you enter the baptism of the Star Spirit River," the armored figure continued. Fangshan was startled, and his face turned solemn. The armored figure seemed to have seen through Fangshan's thoughts and grinned. "Your cultivation is at the 9th level of the Mystic King Realm, so I will suppress my cultivation to the 1st level of the Heaven Dipper Realm," the armored figure said. "If you can't beat me, you can admit defeat directly. This way, I won't attack again." Hearing the armored figure's words, Fangshan's heart tightened. He couldn't even defeat an 8-legged demonic beast, but the armored figure in front of him actually suppressed his cultivation to the 1st level of the Heaven Dipper Realm. After thinking for a long time, Fangshan took a deep breath and said, "No matter what, let's give it a try first." Then, Fangshan prepared to attack. "Kid, make your move. Let me see exactly how capable a fellow at the profound King Realm that was able to make it this far is," said the armored figure. Crash! The perfect sword body erupted as Fangshan performed the heart illusion sword art. Whoosh! In the sky, 99 illusory sword lights instantly condensed. Then, an extremely dense, hallucinogenic aura emerged from Fangshan's body. The illusory sword principle was released, and together with the 99 illusory sword lights, it exploded with a powerful force. Under Fangshan's control, the 99 sword lights pierced towards the armored figure. Your physical body is not bad. The armored figure felt the aura from Fang Chen's body and was slightly surprised. As for Fang Chen's attack, the armored figure didn't care at all. Bang! Seeing the 99 sword lights about to pierce the armored figure, the latter clenched his fist and punched out. A tsunami of power surged forth and collided with the 99 rays of sword light. Crack! In an instant, the 99 sword lights were annihilated. Even the hallucinogenic aura in the air disappeared without a trace. Illusory sword principle cultivator. It's a pity that your sword principle attainment is too weak. The armored figure didn't take the initiative to attack, but said softly. Fang Chen's face was filled with a bitter smile. The armored figure was too strong. Heavenly Star Technique. Fang Chen executed the Starry Sky Technique, summoning a giant hand to suppress Qin Nan. At the same time, the true meaning of time and space was performed. Crash! Fang Chen suddenly appeared behind the armored figure and slammed his hands on the armored figure's back. Bang! Caught off guard, the armored figure was hit by Fang Chen, and his body swayed slightly. His face was extremely gloomy, and his iron fist punched out, sending Fang Chen flying. I admit defeat, Fang Chen immediately shouted. Hearing this, the armored figure stopped in his tracks. His gloomy expression gradually eased up. Boy, you're not bad. You can actually touch my body. The armored figure said softly. No outsider has touched my body for 30,000 years. Fang Chen stood up, and his face twitched. No outsider had touched his body for 30,000 years. What did this mean? You just used the true meaning of space, right? The armored figure asked. Fang Chen was silent, and his mind was thinking about how to defeat the armored figure. Seeing this, the armored figure thought that Fang Chen had tacitly agreed. Immediately, he nodded and said, Not bad. You can comprehend the true meaning of space at such a young age. Your future is limitless. Unfortunately, I still can't defeat you, Fang Chen said. Your comprehension is too weak. If it's stronger, combined with the true meaning of space, you might really be able to defeat me. The armored figure had a trace of interest in Fang Chen. Perhaps it was because he had not met an outsider for a long time, and he was very lonely. Hearing this, Fang Chen shook his head. With the armored figure's comprehension of martial arts, it was almost impossible for Fang Chen to defeat him. The armored figure pointed at a round platform at the edge of the Star Spirit River. You can cultivate or comprehend on this round platform. When you have enough strength, come and challenge me, the armored figure said. Fang Chen nodded and then sat cross-legged on the round platform. He did not want to give up because of this. Intuition told him that the star relic might be an opportunity for him. Let's cultivate the star heavenly art, Fang Chen said to himself. In the star relic, even if he used the star heavenly art, no one would discover it. He had already cultivated the heart illusion sword art to the extreme and the eternal cloud annihilation Tao to the manifestation realm. Only the star heavenly art could be studied. As for the sky demon sword art, Fang Chen also wanted to study it. However, there would be no results in a short period of time. He might as well study the star heavenly art. Who knows, his strength might increase greatly. In the following time, Fang Chen began to study the star heavenly art with all his might. The armored figure above the Star Spirit River sat cross-legged in the void, glancing at Fang Chen from time to time. This kid is interesting. The armored figure grinned. Buzz. Fang Chen's mind was filled with the chants of the star heavenly art. Both of his hands were constantly forming seals, and palms made of stars appeared in the sky one after another. Huh! Fang Chen gave a low shout, and the palms of stars suddenly swooped down, bombarding the ground. Soil flew everywhere. Time continued to pass. Half a month later, Fang Chen suddenly had an epiphany. Starlight flickered around him, and his aura shook the heavens. Star heavenly art, communicating with the stars of heaven and earth, absorbing the power of stars, and refining the secret technique. Fang Chen muttered to himself. His cultivation was only at the Mystic King tier, and he could not absorb the power of stars at all. The reason he could cultivate it was because he controlled the heaven-connecting peak. Before the heaven-connecting island master died, he had left behind two great secret techniques. These two great secret techniques complemented each other. The reason why he could cultivate the star heavenly art was because he had to cultivate the void meteor annihilation to the extreme. It was because of this reason. If he did not cultivate the void meteor annihilation and directly cultivated the star heavenly art, he would not be able to cultivate it at all, unless his cultivation reached the heavenly body tier. Stars, stars, at a certain moment, Fong Chen muttered. In an instant, Fong Chen opened his eyes. His black eyes were like stars, shooting out a terrifying light. Then, Fong Chen stood up, full of fighting spirit. In the void, the armored figure suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Fong Chen. Senior, I have gained something from my cultivation, and I want to challenge you, Fong Chen said. The star heavenly art had already reached perfection. With his mystic king tier cultivation, he could not advance any further, so he simply stopped cultivating. He wanted to try and see if he could defeat the armored figure. Only by continuously trying could he find the armored figure's weakness. Okay. The armored figure nodded and immediately punched out. Rumble. A fist light, like the weight of Mount Tai, appeared in the sky above Fong Chen's head. Star heavenly art. Fong Chen shouted, and a hand of stars fell from the sky, grabbing the armored figure's fist light. Pung, pung, pung. The armored figure's fist light was too powerful, and he continued to struggle. At the same time, Fong Chen found an opportunity to use the true intent of time and space, and once again appeared behind the armored figure like a ghost. The star heavenly art was used again. The hand of stars imprinted on the armored figure's back. Pung. As expected, Fong Chen was sent flying again. I admit defeat. Fong Chen stood up and grinned. Although he still failed, compared to the last time, he had improved a lot. Brat, your improvement is very fast, the armored figure said, staring at Fong Chen. Especially your true intent of space. The armored figure had always thought that Fong Chen's true intent was the true intent of space. 30,000 years ago, there was a genius cultivator who grasped the supreme, true intent of time. With the true intent of time, he finally defeated me. You can develop toward the true intent of space, the armored figure said. Chapter 1047. 30,000 years ago, a genius martial artist who grasped the supreme, true meaning of time successfully defeated the armored figure and entered the spirit river baptism. This sentence contained a lot of information. Of course, to the armored figure, it was just a casual remark. However, when Fong Chen heard this, he was incomparably excited. The true meaning of time was only a supreme, true meaning. His true meaning of time was a combination of time and space. It was a supreme, true meaning that surpassed the supreme level. In the vast universe, there are very few supreme, true meaning martial artists. Martial artists with supreme, true meaning were even rarer. At least, Fong Chen had not met a supreme, true meaning martial artist so far. At that moment, Fong Chen made a decision. Only by developing in the direction of the true meaning of time and space could he possibly defeat the armored figure. Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. Fong Chen cupped his hands in thanks and returned to the round platform. The armored figure looked at Fong Chen and nodded. No one has spoken to me for a long time. I'm very lonely. The armored figure did not know that because of his words, Fong Chen, who originally had no hope of defeating him, had a lot of hope. If the true meaning of time could defeat the armored figure, then my true meaning of time and space will definitely be able to defeat him. Immediately, Fong Chen began to comprehend the true meaning of time and space. In fact, Fong Chen had comprehended the true meaning of space at the beginning. However, when he broke through, there was a mutation and it became a supreme, true meaning. The true meaning of time and space was divided into two parts. Time and space. In terms of space, Fong Chen already had a very good foundation. As for time, Fong Chen was lacking a lot. The true meaning of time and space had reached the peak of 4th grade. Fang Chun had a hunch that if he could break through to 5th grade, he might really be able to defeat the armored figure. In the following time, Fang Chun fully comprehended the true meaning of time. Time was very difficult to cultivate. However, Fang Chun had already completely grasped the time stop. As for time acceleration, he also had a basic understanding of it. Therefore, it was much easier to cultivate. Buzz. Fang Chen's aura filled the air, and the space was extremely chaotic. This child's true meaning of space has already been cultivated to an extremely high level. In the void, the armored figure commented. After interacting with Fang Chun, the armored figure felt that Fang Chun had great potential and could defeat him. In the next half a month, Fang Chun continued to comprehend the concept of time. As long as he had a sudden epiphany, he would challenge the armored figure. However, every attempt ended in failure. Of course, Fang Chun's challenge was not without purpose. Every time he perfected a part of his understanding, he would use it on the armored figure. He wanted to see if there was anything lacking. Only in a never-ending battle would one be able to improve quickly. That was absolutely right. In just half a month, Fang Chun had crazily fought with the armored figure more than 30 times. It was equivalent to fighting twice a day, and the armored figure seemed to enjoy the process of torturing Fang Chun. Half a month later, Zhang Xian had already mastered most of the temporal acceleration. At this time, the true will of space and time had finally reached a bottleneck. It seemed that it needed an opportunity to break through to the 5th grade. Senior. Fang Chun stood up. Before he finished speaking, the armored figure knew that this child wanted to challenge him. Make your move, the armored figure said indifferently. Crash. The giant hand of stars instantly spread out. Combined with the true will of space and time, its power increased sharply. Space cut. Fang Chun used the space cut and instantly tore the void. The giant hand of stars suddenly appeared above the armored figure's head. The armored figure was slightly taken aback. Soon after, he grinned. In such a short time, this child could comprehend the true meaning of space to such a level. Huh. The armored figure let out a low growl and threw out an iron fist. Crack. Just as the iron fist was about to hit the giant hand of stars, Fang Chun's mind moved, and the temporal acceleration instantly spread out. With Fang Chun as the core, the surrounding temporal acceleration instantly increased. Crash. The giant hand of stars, which was originally extremely fast, suddenly accelerated again. This sudden turn of events caused the armored figure to be extremely startled. The temporal acceleration increased the speed of the giant hand of stars by 10 times. In the blink of an eye, it bypassed the iron fist and hit the armored figure. Bang! A handprint appeared on the armored figure's chest. This was caused by the giant hand of stars. Good boy. Seeing this, the armored figure quickly punched out several times and directly sent Fang Chun flying. He was almost defeated by this boy. Your attack just now, why did the speed suddenly increase by so much? The armored figure was puzzled. On the other hand, Fang Chun spread his hands helplessly. The armored figure's physical strength was too strong. It would still take some time to defeat him. It seems that I have to cultivate the true will of space and time to the 5th grade before I can defeat the armored figure, Fang Chun said to himself. The exchange this time had sufficiently made Fang Chun realize the heaven-defying nature of the true intent of space-time. He sat cross-legged on the round platform and continued to comprehend. More than 2 months had passed in the outside world. The Great Mountain Secret Realm was about to close. The cultivators who entered the secret realm walked out one after another. Ha ha, we're finally out. The Fontian sect's disciples laughed excitedly. Although some of the disciples died in the Great Mountain Secret Realm, the remaining disciples' strength had skyrocketed. It's the ancient Tao sect. The ancient Tao sect's disciples slowly walked out of the Void Stone Gate. There were very few ancient Tao sect disciples who joined the Black Heaven sect this time. They even lost a few disciples in this trip to the Great Mountain Secret Realm. Now, there are only a few disciples left. Gu Chen's face was a little gloomy. He was obviously unhappy about the deaths of his disciples. After everyone came out, the void stone gate slowly closed. Where are the sword firmament sect's disciples? At this time, the guardian elder realized that something was wrong. Hearing this, the ancient Dao sect and Fengtian sect's disciples were stunned. Fengtian sect disciples were immediately overjoyed. The sword firmament sect's disciples must have been wiped out in the great mountain secret realm. Ha ha ha, it's good that they died. The ancient Dao sect's disciples were a little surprised. The guardian elder's face was ugly. The fact that the void stone gate closed meant that there was no one left in the great mountain secret realm. This meant that all the new disciples of the sword firmament sect had died, including the junior commander. This news instantly spread throughout the Fengtian palace. Many of the sword firmament sect's elders felt that it was a pity. At the same time, they strongly requested to reopen the great mountain secret realm so that they could explore it. However, this request was rejected by the higher-ups. The sword firmament sect's disciples were all wiped out. This caused the disciples of the other two sects to mock them. However, this matter only caused a commotion in the Fengtian palace. As for the other branches, it didn't affect them at all. The Black Heaven sect was one of the 3 palaces, 2 sects, and 1 royal family on Sky Pass Island. They were so powerful that no one dared to imagine it. They didn't care about the deaths of a few Heaven Star border cultivators. Reality was cruel, and it was even more so for a big sect. The Great Mountain Secret Realm had closed, but Shi Qing and the others were unaware. They were struggling to move forward in the Star Ruin. After such a long time, the Sword Firmament sect's disciples finally gathered together. Of course, there were also some disciples who accidentally entered a dangerous place and died. Senior brother, Shi Qing. On this day, Gu Feng met up with Shi Qing. Gu Feng, where are the others? Shi Qing asked. Gu Feng shook his head. I didn't meet anyone else. There were only 4 or 5 disciples beside Shi Qing. There were still some disciples that they didn't meet. What the hell is this place? Gu Feng couldn't help but curse. We seem to have entered a mysterious place. It's very dangerous, Shi Qing said. Then what should we do? How can we return to the Great Mountain Secret Realm? It was too dangerous here. Everyone wanted to return to the Great Mountain Secret Realm as soon as possible. However, there was nothing they could do. Compared to Shi Qing and the others, Feng Chun was luckier. Although he encountered an 8-legged demonic beast, he was lucky enough to escape. Then, he was even luckier when he encountered the 3 peerless powerhouses under the ice. Finally, he came here according to the Wind Master's last words. In front of the Star Spirit River, Feng Chun was comprehending the true meaning of space-time. Space-time energy filled his body as he accelerated time to the extreme. In the void, the armored figure was staring at Feng Chun. He sensed that Feng Chun's aura seemed a little familiar. Could it be that I saw wrongly? It's not the true meaning of space. The armored figure muttered to himself. The true meaning of space is clearly very dense, but why is there sometime energy mixed in? The armored figure looked at Feng Chun with a deep gaze. Could it be the true meaning of space-time? Thinking of this, the armored figure was shocked. He couldn't believe it. It shouldn't be, the armored figure said. At this moment, a loud bang came from Feng Chun's body. Then, Feng Chun opened his eyes. He broke through. The armored figure's eyes had a trace of expectation. The true meaning of space-time has broken through to the 5th stage. Feng Chun was very confident that the true meaning of space-time had broken through to the 5th stage. Senior, the armored figure couldn't wait to fight with Feng Chun. Attack, the armored figure said. Crash. The true meaning of space-time was activated by the heavenly star art. Buzz. The true meaning of space-time at the 5th stage was very heaven-defying. As soon as it was used, it directly cut the space where the armored figure was. Then, the time acceleration allowed Feng Chun's figure to appear in front of the armored figure. Crack! The hand of stars swooped down. The armored figure couldn't resist at all. He was enveloped by the hand of stars and then suppressed. Bang! For the first time in a long time, the armored figure was sent flying by Fang Chun. The armored figure on the ground still couldn't believe it. Fang Chun cupped his hands and asked, "Senior, did I win?" The armored figure nodded heavily, his eyes burning. "Kid, what is your true meaning?" the armored figure asked hurriedly. "The true meaning of space-time," Fang Chun said. "There is no need to hide it here." Buzz. The armored figure's mind shook. He was very excited. It really was the true meaning of space-time. It was too shocking. Chapter 1048. Once upon a time, the armored figure thought that the true meaning of time and space only existed in legends. His master once said that any martial artist who grasped the true meaning of time and space would definitely shock the world as long as they did not die prematurely. And now, he really met a martial artist with the true meaning of time and space. The armored figure's face was filled with excitement. With a whoosh, he arrived in front of Fang Chun. Then, he grinned and stretched out his hand. "I didn't expect to meet a martial artist with the true meaning of time and space after so many years. Let's get to know each other again. I'm Iron Armor. What about you?" In the past month, the armored figure had never spoken to Fang Chun in such a serious manner. The person in front of him was a martial artist with the true meaning of time and space. His future was limitless. He sincerely wanted to make friends with Fang Chun. Fang Chun. Fang Chun also had a good impression of the armored figure. If not for the armored figure's guidance, he might still be immersed in cultivation. "Brother Fang Chun, you've comprehended the true meaning of time and space at such a young age. Your potential is too heaven-defying. Now that you've defeated me, you can enter the Star Spirit River for baptism." The armored figure laughed. "But before that, I want to tell you some things to take note of," the armored figure said. The Star Spirit River was completely composed of spiritual energy. The top layer was rich with spiritual energy, and the bottom layer was filled with spiritual pythons. Spiritual pythons were spiritual energy that had been refined to a certain level. Even the armored figure was amazed by its purity. Before you, the highest record for a Mystic King realm martial artist was to capture 89 spiritual pythons and then melt them. Finally, he broke through to the Heaven Star realm, the armored figure said. Fang Chun nodded. He could not wait to enter the Star Spirit River. "I have a feeling that you will break this record." The armored figure had high hopes for Fang Chun. After exchanging a few words with the armored figure, Fang Chun rushed into the Star Spirit River. Splash! As soon as he entered the Spirit River of the Star, he could feel a vast amount of spiritual energy gushing in from all directions. What a rich spiritual energy. Fang Chun couldn't help but sigh. No wonder there were so many outsiders who wanted to be baptized by the Star Spirit River. A series of vibrations were transmitted into Fang Chun's head. His body was completely enveloped by terrifying qi. His qi sea trembled, wildly absorbing the terrifying spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, his qi sea was full. At this time, Fang Chun gradually adapted to the Star Spirit River. He wanted to try diving. Capture the spirit python, Fang Chun said to himself. Although the spiritual qi in the upper level of the spiritual river of stars was rich, it was the simplest and most basic spiritual qi. Only the spirit pythons in the lower layer had the best refined spiritual energy. Absorbing a spirit python was comparable to absorbing a month's worth of ordinary spirit energy. Therefore, capturing the spirit python seemed to be a shortcut. Fang Chun dived down to a depth of 1,000 meters. His perfect sword body had already been pushed to the extreme, and he felt a trace of pressure. "Let's do it here." Fang Chun stopped and no longer dived. He looked left and right, looking for the spirit python. The surrounding spiritual qi was rich to a certain extent, and ripples of water appeared. At this time, the golden heart beat rapidly. In an instant, a roar resounded through the Star Spirit River. Fang Chun looked into the depths of the Astral Spirit River. There was a thick python pouncing towards him. This python was completely composed of spiritual qi, and its body was very transparent. What a pure spiritual qi! Seeing the spirit python, Fang Chun was shocked. No wonder the armored figure reminded him that the most important thing in the baptism of the Star Spirit River was to capture the spirit python. Seeing the spirit python, Fong Chen grinned. The capture of the spirit python began now. Fong Chen pushed off with the tip of his foot and leaped. Even under the water, the true meaning of time and space could be used. The true meaning of time and space of the fifth grade realm was unusually domineering. The spirit python let out a furious roar. The 10 feet thick spirit python was unable to touch Fong Chen's body. Roar! The spirit python roared and swung its tail, trying to wrap Fong Chen. However, at this time, Fong Chen's figure suddenly appeared on top of the spirit python's head. Then, time accelerated to the extreme, and the hidden star sword stabbed into the spirit python's head at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Suddenly, the spirit python struggled and screamed miserably. After a few minutes, the spirit python stopped struggling. The spiritual qi around the spirit python was quickly dissipating. At this time, Fong Chen began to absorb the spirit python. His sea of qi vibrated, and the spirit python was absorbed into Fong Chen's sea of qi. Buzz! The absorption of the spirit python made his sea of qi tumble. Worthy of the spirit python. After absorbing the spirit python, Fong Chen felt that his sea of qi seemed to have undergone a tremendous change. He continued to capture the spirit python. Time passed quickly. Fong Chen had been capturing the spirit python in the Star Spirit River. In the outside world, the armored figure looked at the Star Spirit River with a smile. Brother Fong Chen has the true meaning of time and space. Capturing the spirit python is a piece of cake for him. As the guardian of the Star Spirit River, the armored figure naturally knew the characteristics of the spirit python better than anyone else. The spirit python's attack power was very strong, but its speed was very slow. Fong Chen could use the true meaning of time and space to get rid of the spirit python's attack, kill it, and absorb it. In fact, Fong Chen's speed of capturing the spirit python was unprecedentedly fast. The armored figures were all dumbfounded. In just one day, Fong Chen had captured 45 spirit pythons. This result had surpassed most of the outsiders. However, Fong Chen still continued. In the Star Spirit River, after Fong Chen absorbed 45 spirit pythons, he suddenly realized that his sea of qi was expanding. This shocking discovery caused Fong Chen to be extremely shocked. After reaching the mysterious king realm, the sea of qi was completely fixed. And now, the sea of qi was expanding. What did this mean? Fong Chen's face was filled with joy. Continue to capture. The highest record at the mysterious king realm was 89 spirit pythons, and he had only captured 45. Whoosh, 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 one after another. The spirit pythons were captured by Fong Chen and absorbed into his sea of qi. As the number of spirit pythons increased, Fong Chen's sea of qi was also gradually expanding. 3 days later, the number of spirit pythons that Fong Chen had captured had reached 89. In the void, the armored figure's heart was incomparably shocked. I remember that the record holder of the mysterious king realm seemed to have used half a month to capture 89 spirit pythons. After that, he was exhausted and had no choice but to end the baptism of the Star Spirit River. The armored figure's pitch-black eyes stared downwards as he muttered to himself. He couldn't help but sigh. The true meaning of time and space was truly domineering. Fong Chen only had the true meaning of time and space, but his speed of capturing spirit pythons was already so fast. Can I break the record? The armored figure's eyes flickered as he stared nervously at the Star Spirit River. For countless years, the highest record at the Mysterious King realm was only 89. As for the other Mysterious King realm martial artists, most of them only had 40 to 50. Could Fong Chen break the record? Crash! Just as the armored figure was pondering, Fong Chen captured the 90th spirit python. Without any suspense, the highest record had been rewritten. Fong Chen had become the first Mysterious King realm martial artist to capture 90 spirit pythons in countless years. Moreover, he was the fastest person to do so. He had only used 3 days. What exactly is your limit? The armored figure stared at Fang Chun as he muttered to himself. Fang Chun, who was in the Star Spirit River, was still capturing spirit pythons. At this moment, his sea of chi had already expanded to more than 3 times its original size and was extremely wide. The amount of spirit chi that it could contain was also boundless. Tireless, Fang Chun captured spirit pythons day and night. However, after capturing more than 90 spirit pythons, each capture was extremely time-consuming. Of course, this did not stop Fang Chun from continuing to capture. On the 5th day, Fang Chun captured the 99th spirit python. In the sky, the armored figure was already so shocked that he was speechless. Heaven-defying, too heaven-defying. This was the most heaven-defying genius he had ever seen in countless years. 99. The armored figure's body was trembling. He clearly remembered that his master had once said that after the baptism of the Star Spirit River, a mysterious king realm martial artist could only capture 100 spirit pythons at most. However, being able to capture 99 spirit pythons was already 1 in 10,000. Capturing the 100th spirit python was harder than reaching the heavens. Fang Chun, this godlike man, had forcibly raised the highest record of a mysterious king realm martial artist by 10 spirit pythons. 99 spirit pythons. I wonder if I can do as Master said and capture the last one. The armored figure was incomparably excited. He was very happy to witness the rise of a genius. Inside the Star Spirit River, Fang Chun had already dived to a depth of 2,000 meters. From being suppressed at the beginning to easily capturing spirit pythons. 99 spirit pythons occupied his sea of chi, causing it to expand to 10 times its original size. 10 times. Seeing this number, Fang Chun couldn't help but cry out in shock. He didn't even dare to imagine what it meant to have his sea of chi expand by 10 times. It was like the difference between 1 pair of chopsticks and 10 pairs of chopsticks. Breaking a pair of chopsticks was very easy, but breaking 10 pairs of chopsticks was a bit difficult, unless your strength increased by 10 times. This also meant that if a martial artist in the same realm wanted to defeat Fang Chun, they would have to have 10 times the power of Fang Chun. This was too exaggerated. 99 spirit pythons were floating within his sea of chi. When his sea of chi expanded to 10 times its original size, it finally stopped expanding. But even so, Fang Chun was still extremely excited. The baptism of the Star Spirit River was too great, much greater than what he had originally expected. This was a qualitative leap, a qualitative transformation. Fang Chun could feel that he was transforming. Once the transformation was complete, he would reach a new height. After the shock, his heart calmed down. Fang Chun's eyes burned as he stared at the bottom of the Star Spirit River. I wonder if I'll be able to capture more spirit pythons, Fang Chun said with a burning gaze. While capturing the first 99 spirit pythons, Fang Chun had already absorbed a bit of astral essence. His body had been strengthened by astral essence. However, this couldn't compare to his sea of chi expanding by 10 times. Chapter 1049. What Fang Chun didn't know was that the limit of a mystic king realm cultivator was 100. When the owner of the star relic built the Star Spirit River, he once said that no one in the world could catch 100 spirit pythons. It was still possible to catch 99 spirit pythons. However, countless years had passed. Fang Chun was the only genius who caught 99 spirit pythons. As for the others, they couldn't do it all. Fang Chun searched for 3 days at the 2-kilometer mark, but he did not find anything. In the end, he continued to dive. At 3,000 meters, he didn't find any spirit pythons. At 4,000 meters, he didn't find any spirit pythons. At 5,000 meters, the perfect sword body was no longer enough to withstand the pressure of the Spirit River. Fang Chun felt a great pressure. His body couldn't dive any further. Could it be that 99 Daos is my limit? Fang Chun muttered to himself. Although he had already broken the record, he was not satisfied. He had a feeling that if he caught the 100th spirit python, there would be an earth-shaking change. Therefore, he tried his best to find the 100th spirit python. He didn't want to end the spirit river baptism. It only took him 5 days to catch 99 spirit pythons, and it took him a whole month to find the 100th spirit python. During the month, Fang Chun kept searching. In the end, he even activated the golden heart, but he still couldn't find the 100th spirit python. However, just as Fang Chun was about to give up, the golden heart beat rapidly. Traces of clear currents appeared and wrapped Fang Chun's body. He dived for 1,000 meters. Fang Chun, who steadied himself, suddenly found a spirit python with a thickness of 30 feet in front of him. Spirit python. Seeing this, Fang Chun was extremely excited. After searching for a month, he finally found the 100th spirit python. Roar. This spirit python was much stronger than the previous ones. His stout body shot towards Fang Chun at high speed. When it got close to Fang Chun, it opened its bloody mouth and wanted to swallow Fang Chun. The latter performed the heavenly star technique. Swoosh! A large hand made of stars struck the head of the spiritual python. With a bang, the starry hand shattered. Fang Chun was startled. This spirit python seemed different from other spirit pythons. After being hit by Fang Chun, the spirit python was furious and began a counterattack. Rumble the python's tail kept whipping Fang Chun's body. Fortunately, Fang Chun had the perfect sword body to protect himself. Otherwise, he would have been sent flying. The battle continued for an hour. Fang Chun finally found a weakness of the spirit python. At the bottom of its stomach, there was a small white dot. This small dot was the vital point of the spirit python. Let's fight. Frantically activating the true meaning of space-time, Fang Chun's figure appeared under the spirit python like a ghost. Poochie the spirit python's tail instantly lashed out. The hidden star sword appeared, and the heart illusion sword was used. Instantly, 99 sword lights pierced the tail of the spirit python. Roar! A heart-wrenching cry came from the spirit python. The hidden star sword pierced the tail of the spirit python. While the spirit python was in pain, Fang Chun's finger suddenly pointed at the small white dot. Crash! The 10-meter-long spirit python was hit in the vital point. Like a deflated balloon, its body kept shrinking. Roar! The roar to the sky resounded through the star spirit river. In the blink of an eye, the spirit python shrank to the size of 3 meters. At this time, the speed of the spirit python's struggle became slower and slower. Fang Chun felt that the time was right. The sea of qi opened, and a terrifying suction force swept the spirit python and sucked it into the sea of qi. Dong! When the 100th spirit python entered the sea of qi changed dramatically. The 99 spirit pythons in the sea of qi quickly merged into the 100th spirit python in front of Fang Chun's dumbfounded eyes. Then, a golden airflow emerged from the golden heart, entered the sea of qi, and entered the 100th spirit python. Buzz! The spirit python was changing. Fang Chun's sea of qi expanded again. What's going on? In the face of this situation, Fang Chun was very puzzled. In the blink of an eye, the spirit python in the sea of qi changed. The power of vital spirit. When the spirit python turned into the terrifying power of vital spirit, Fang Chun cried out involuntarily. He could no longer suppress the trembling of his body and cried out excitedly. The spirit python turned into the power of vital spirit. Its aura was monstrous, and the sea of qi was expanding rapidly. 11 times, 12 times. When it reached 20 times, the sea of qi stopped expanding. Crack! The terrifying power of vital spirit instantly turned into countless fragments of vital spirit and merged into the sea of qi. Then, dots of light scattered all over Fang Chun's body. Fang Chun felt that his body was rapidly becoming stronger. What a terrifying power of vital spirit! Fang Chun could not help but exclaim. He did not expect that after capturing the 100th spirit python, such a change would happen. After a quarter of an hour, the sea of qi was calm again. At this time, Fang Chun's body was emitting a dazzling luster, which was even more moving. Fang Chun carefully sensed his own body, and he was shocked. The Sea of Qi has expanded 20 times. Fang Chun said softly. Most importantly, after the baptism of the terrifying power of vital spirit, my body can actually automatically absorb the power of vital spirit of heaven and earth. This was definitely a pleasant surprise for Fang Chun. Above the spirit river, the armored figure trembled with excitement. 100 spirit pythons. Fang Chun really captured 100 spirit pythons. Just as he was shocked, Fang Chun rushed out of the star spirit river. The baptism of the spirit river was over. Brother Fang Chun, you've created a historical record, the armored figure said excitedly when he saw Fang Chun. Fang Chun heard this and nodded. 100 spirit pythons. My master once said that the limit of a mystic king realm martial artist is 100 spirit pythons, but almost no one can do it. The armored figure took a deep breath and continued, but you did it. The armored figure's excitement could not be described with words. After hearing this, Fang Chun's heart was also moved. No wonder it was so difficult to capture the 100 spirit python. It took an entire month to capture it successfully. After a long time, the armored figure calmed down and looked at Fang Chun. He asked, "How is it? Has the Sea of Qi expanded?" It was more than expansion. It had expanded 20 times. Brother Fang Chun, your potential is the strongest I've ever seen, the armored figure said in a deep voice. Fang Chun smiled and cupped his hands at the armored figure. The baptism of the Star Spirit River was beyond Fang Chun's expectations. However, Fang Chun felt that it was a pity that his overall strength had increased, but his cultivation had not broken through to the Heaven Star Border Realm. Seeing the regret on Fang Chun's face, the armored figure knew what Fang Chun was thinking. Brother Fang Chun, luckily you didn't break through to the Heaven Star Border Realm, the armored figure said. Fang Chun asked, puzzled. Ordinary martial artists will break through to the Heaven Star Border Realm when they reach the limit of the Mystic King Realm. This method is not good, the armored figure said. Is there a large amount of vital essence in your Sea of Qi? The armored figure asked. Fang Chun nodded. The armored figure continued. My master once said that a Mystic King realm martial artist can absorb 100 spirit pythons and their body will mutate. They will be able to absorb vital essence on their own. When your vital essence occupies the entire Sea of Qi and breaks through to the Heaven Star Border Realm, you will receive unexpected benefits. Vital essence fills the entire Sea of Qi and breaks through to the Heaven Star Border Realm. Fang Chun was puzzled. That's what my master said. I don't know the specifics, the armored figure said. Fang Chun thought back to when he had just absorbed the 100 spirit python. Originally, his cultivation had hopes of breaking through the bottleneck. However, when his cultivation reached the limit of the Mystic King realm, he was suppressed by an aura at the critical moment, unable to break through the bottleneck. Now that he thought about it, the aura suppressing him was the Golden Heart. Could it be that the Golden Heart is suppressing me on purpose? Fang Chun was puzzled. If that was the case, then the Golden Heart was too heaven-defying. I never thought that I would be able to meet a genius like Brother Fang Chun in my lifetime. The armored figure's voice woke Fang Chun up. A Mystic King realm martial artist could absorb 100 spirit pythons and possess the true intent of time and space. Fang Chun's appearance had shattered the armored figure's understanding of geniuses. Brother Fang Chun, I can guarantee that you will become a peak existence in the future. You might even be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with my master, the armored figure said confidently. I hope so. The baptism of the Star Spirit River had changed Fang Chun greatly. The current Fang Chun's combat strength had soared. Fang Chun was confident that he could defeat a Heaven Star Border Stage 3 martial artist. Brother Fang Chun, this is a small token of my appreciation. The armored figure seemed to have the intention of befriending Fang Chun. A map appeared in his palm. Fang Chun took the map and opened it. There were a few red dots on the map. This is the map of the Star Spirit River. The red dots are the safe areas. This is all I can help you with, the armored figure said. Due to the rules, he couldn't provide any more help to Fang Chun. If it was an ordinary person, the armored figure wouldn't have bothered. However, Fang Chun was different. Perhaps he could become a peak existence in the future. Such an expert must be befriended. Putting away the map, Fang Chun revealed a smile. Thank you, Senior. Fang Chun cupped his hands. All right, you can leave this place now, the armored figure said. However, the star relic is extremely dangerous. Even some powerful experts will die if they enter the dangerous area. You have to be careful. Fang Chun nodded. Indeed, the star relic was dangerous. Even the Blue Thunder Emperor, the Nine Firmaments Wind Lord, and the Chaos Prime Demon Lord had perished in the ice. He was lucky that he didn't encounter any danger. Senior, how do I leave this place? Fang Chun asked. Chapter 1050. The area shown on the map was the vicinity of the Star Spirit River. As for the map of the entire Star Ruin, there was no sign of the armored figure. Even if there was no way he would give it to Fang Chun. Hearing the armored figure's words, Fang Chun's face lit up with joy. He had just looked at the map, and there were 5 red dots on it. According to the armored figure, the 5th red dot would allow him to leave the Star Ruin safely. Fang Chun was very excited. The more he came into contact with the Star Ruin, the more he realized how dangerous it was. Being able to come to the Star Spirit River to be baptized could be considered extremely lucky. If he was unlucky and accidentally entered a dangerous place, he would definitely die. Even great elites who surpassed the heavenly body tier had died here. So what was a mere mystic king tier cultivator like him? Fang Chun also knew his own limits and wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. He would come back to explore when he was stronger. Many thanks. Fang Chun clasped his hands in thanks to the armored figure. However, at this moment, Fang Chun's expression suddenly changed. Immediately, he felt the astral essence in his chi surging and rolling. The astral essence scattered in every corner of his body was also constantly struggling. What's going on? Fang Chun thought to himself. Bang! Just as Fang Chun was about to use all his strength to suppress the astral essence and struggle, his body was suddenly sent flying by a punch. Fang Chun raised his head and saw that the person who attacked him was the armored figure. He was greatly shocked. However, without waiting for him to speak, the armored figure continued to attack. Bang, bang, bang. The armored figure didn't say anything and continued to punch and kick Fang Chun. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chun's body was battered and exhausted. Fang Chun didn't understand why the armored figure took the initiative to attack him. The armored figure didn't care about Fang Chun's confusion and continued to attack Fang Chun's body. After an incense stick's worth of time, Fang Chun was already unable to move. At this moment, the armored figure's final punch landed on Fang Chun's body, and then he stopped attacking. Damn it! Fang Chun sat on the ground, panting. His body was battered and exhausted as he cursed in a low voice. His heart was filled with resentment towards the armored figure. However, in that instant, he felt some changes in his body. Fang Chun carefully observed his body and was dumbfounded. Could it be? In an instant, Fang Chun understood. It seemed that he had misunderstood the armored figure. Brother Fang Chun, you just absorbed a terrifying amount of astral essence, and your body is still unable to fully absorb it. I'll help you open up your meridians. The astral essence has already seeped into your limbs and bones. There won't be any side effects, said the armored figure with a smile. Hearing this, Fang Chun felt a little ashamed. Thinking about how he had misunderstood the armored figure, his expression was a little awkward. He immediately cupped his hands and thanked the armored figure. Thank you, Fang Chun said. There's no need for that. The armored figure waved his hand and laughed. After resting for a while, Fang Chun felt that his body was full of energy. He stood up, bade farewell to the armored figure, and turned to leave. Brother Fang Chun, although the 5 red dots on the map are all safe areas, there may be unexpected dangers along the way. Remember to be careful, the armored figure warned. Fang Chun nodded heavily and turned to leave. After leaving the Star Spirit River, Fang Chun walked on a wasteland. This wasteland was overgrown with weeds. In the wasteland, demonic beasts could be seen at any time. Fang Chun used the true meaning of time and space, and his body was faintly discernible. I hope I won't attract their attention. Fang Chun thought to himself. After the true meaning of time and space reached the 5th grade, it was even more powerful. Hiding in the void, even a high-level Heaven Dipper realm martial artist would not be able to detect it. Whoosh, 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 just as Fang Chun said, the demonic beasts in the wasteland were as calm as ever. They did not notice Fang Chun at all. Half an hour later, Fang Chun left the wasteland. Then he appeared. As expected of the star relic, Fang Chun could not help but sigh, although danger and opportunity coexisted. However, Fang Chun felt that the star relic was more dangerous than the opportunity. In the following time, he moved forward according to the red dots on the map. The Star Spirit River was the first red dot on the map, and the direction that Fang Chun was moving in was the second red dot. Continue forward. The distance between the red dots was not too far. While Fang Chun was moving forward, there was a fierce battle not far ahead. If Fang Chun was here, he would definitely recognize it. The figure in the battle was Feng Tian's sect's disciple, Wang De. At this time, Wang De was fighting with a demonic beast. Roar! The demonic beast roared, exuding a terrifying aura, and pounced on Wang De. Damn it! Wang De was furious, and a long sword in his hand danced. Exquisite and peerless sword techniques were executed in an instant. Streaks of sword light appeared in the sky one after another. Wang De controlled the sword light and stabbed at the demonic beast. Pucci the sword light pierced the demonic beast, but did not hurt it. Instead, Wang De was caught off guard and was sent flying by the demonic beast. Puff! Wang De, who fell to the ground, vomited blood, and his face was extremely pale. In this mysterious place, his cultivation had broken through to Heaven Star Border Stage 3 by chance, and he thought that he could leave this place safely. He did not expect to meet a Heaven Star Border Stage 3 demonic beast. This demonic beast was very strong, and Wang De was not its opponent. After dozens of rounds of fierce battle, Wang De was covered in injuries. Am I, Wang De, going to die here? Wang De's heart was filled with sorrow. He did not want to die here, but he could not defeat the demonic beast. Roar! The demonic beast roared and pounced on Wang De. Seeing this, Wang De's heart was dead. He was seriously injured and could not fight anymore. If the demonic beast rushed over, he would definitely die. At this time, Fang Chun, who was not far away, was suddenly alarmed by the demonic beast's cry. Then his eyes flickered. He leaped into the air and stood in the sky. Looking down, he instantly found Wang De. Seeing that Wang De was seriously injured and facing danger, Fang Chun did not care so much. Using the space-time true meaning, he instantly appeared in front of Wang De. Fang Chun clenched his fist and punched out. Bang! With Fang Chun's current physical strength, a full blow was very terrifying. Caught off guard, the demonic beast was sent flying by Fang Chun's punch. Wang De, who had closed his eyes and waited for death, suddenly heard a loud noise. Immediately, he opened his eyes. He saw an incredible scene. Brother Shui. Seeing Sanguinati, Wang De's heart was excited. Of course, he was more happy that Sanguinati sent the demonic beast flying with a punch. Let me kill the demonic beast first. Fang Chun took a step forward, took out the hidden star sword, and used the heart illusion sword technique. Whoosh! 99 rays of sword light instantly spread out. At the same time, the vital essence in the Qi Si also instantly drilled into the hidden star sword. Pucci! The demonic beast could not resist Fang Chun's attack at all. It was stabbed by the 99 rays of sword light and was directly injured. Then, Fang Chun made a move and killed it. Neatly beheaded the Heavenly Dipper Realm 3rd layer level monster beast. This scene shocked Wang De. Fang Chun put away the hidden star sword and came to Wang De's side. Brother Shui, you're too strong. Wang De cried out. Fang Chun nodded slightly and then asked, Why are you here? After we were sucked into this place, I was separated from the others. It wasn't easy for me to find a place of opportunity and make a breakthrough in my cultivation. As soon as I came out, I encountered this demonic beast. If it wasn't for Brother Shui, I would probably be dead. Wang De sighed. In such a short time, Sanguinati's strength had actually reached such a level. He was really a monstrous existence. Fang Chen's heart was slightly moved when he heard this. "You're saying that the place of opportunity is nearby?" Fang Chen asked. Wangda nodded and said, "Yes, it's not far ahead. But I didn't go deep. I only obtained some treasures in the periphery and successfully made a breakthrough in my cultivation. There are a lot of puppets in the inner area, so I didn't dare to barge in." Wang Da's words made Fang Chen's heart beat faster. "Bring me there. A place of opportunity that even Wang Da could come and go freely should not be dangerous." There were treasures everywhere in the Star Ruin, and Fang Chen did not want to miss it. All right. Wang Da did not think too much and directly led Fang Chen to the place of opportunity. After walking for a while, Wang Da stopped and pointed to the forest in front. "It's here. I'll go take a look." "You stay here," Fang Chen said. Wang Da would be a burden if he followed, so he might as well wait here. Fang Chen came to the forest alone. It was a cave, a very large cave. He could see everything inside clearly from the outside. Fang Chen carefully entered the cave and looked around carefully. Wang Da should have obtained an opportunity in this cave, Fang Chen said to himself. He could see some traces of someone in the cave, which should have been left behind by Wang Da. Then, Fang Chen looked at the stone door in the depths of the cave. Is the inner area that Wang Da mentioned behind this stone door? Fang Chen's heart was filled with curiosity. His perfect sword body was activated, and his defense was raised to the highest level. He was walking towards the stone door step by step. Arriving before the stone door, Fang Chen thought for a long time before gently placing his hands on the stone door. Creak! The stone door opened instantly. Fang Chen immediately saw a dense crowd of puppets. Pucci, one of the puppets near the stone door, instantly attacked Fang Chen. Fang Chen's figure flashed and dodged the puppet's attack. A puppet at the 9th level of the Profound King realm, Fang Chen said. These puppets seem to be unable to leave the cave behind the stone door. Fang Chen put some distance between himself and the stone door, and the puppet stopped attacking Fang Chen. When Fang Chen's gaze landed on the puppet, his heart was filled with great waves of emotions. This is the Heaven Puppet Race's method. Back then, Fang Chen was framed by the Demon Cloud State Lord and fled to the Heaven Puppet Race's territory. Later, he learned the Heaven Puppet Race's Puppet Tao. He was very clear about the Heaven Puppet Race's methods. At this moment, he discovered that the dense crowd of puppets was actually the Heaven Puppet Race's method. Chapter 10:51. While he was shocked, Fang Chen was also overjoyed. The puppets created by the Heaven Puppet Race were very strong. However, they posed no danger to Fang Chen. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen came up with a plan to control these puppets. Once he controlled them, they would be a great fighting force. Fang Chen also knew the secret techniques of the Heaven Puppet Race. Trying hard to suppress the joy in his heart, Fang Chen raised his head and looked at the cave behind the stone door. Behind the densely packed puppets, there was a throne. On the throne, there was a skeleton. In the skeleton's hand was a red button. With Fang Chen's understanding of the Heaven Puppet Race, he knew that the red button was the thing that controlled the puppets. Great! He hadn't expected to find these puppets by accident. Whoosh! Fang Chen's figure flashed, and he instantly entered the stone door. The Heaven Puppet Race's puppets immediately attacked Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen's figure kept dodging. However, none of the densely packed puppets could attack Fang Chen. I'm most familiar with the puppets of the Heaven Puppet Race. Fang Chen sighed in his heart. The Heaven Puppet Race's methods were very heaven-defying, but they posed no danger to him. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen arrived in front of the throne. Then, he picked up the red button and pressed it hard. With a forceful push, the puppet that was charging toward Zhang Xian came to a halt, as if it had been imprisoned in the void. As expected, a smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. Then he sat down cross-legged and held the red button in his hand. He started to use the secret techniques of the Heaven Puppet Race to control these puppets. This red button could only be controlled in a very simple way. Fang Chen knew that he could only control these puppets by truly communicating with them. This was not difficult for Fang Chen. In the following time, Fang Chun used the methods of the heaven puppet race to communicate with the puppets. About an hour later, Fang Chun opened his eyes. With a thought, a blinding light burst out from the red button. In the next moment, the densely packed puppets instantly disappeared. 1009th level Mystic King Realm puppets, Fang Chun said. After taking control of the puppets, Fang Chun clearly knew the origin of these puppets. The skeleton on the throne was indeed a member of the heaven puppet race. However, he had fallen a long time ago. Fang Chun cupped his hands at the heaven puppet race clansmen before leaving the cave. Outside the cave, Wang De waited anxiously. It's been so long. Why haven't they come out yet? Could something have happened? Wang De was very anxious. However, at this moment, Fang Chun calmly walked out. Brother Blood, did you discover anything? Wang De asked. Fang Chun shook his head and said, nothing. Let's go. Wang De and Fang Chun left this place and arrived at the second red dot. Along the way, Wang De knew that Fang Chun had a map that would allow them to leave this place safely. He was very excited. Brother Blood, you're really amazing, Wang De said with a grin. He had already made up his mind to follow closely behind Sanguinati and leave this damned place. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chun and Wang De arrived at the third red dot. They were not far from the fifth red dot. Wang was very excited. They could leave this place very soon. However, on the way from the third red dot to the fourth red dot, the two of them encountered some danger. Whoosh, whoosh. The sky in the distance was dark and filled with flying beasts. Let's go, Fang Chun roared. He immediately activated the true meaning of space and time and quickly led Wang De forward. There were too many flying beasts. Fang Chun did not dare to stay here. Seeing Fang Chun escape, the flying beasts in the sky let out sharp cries and then spread their wings to chase after Fang Chun. Bang! Every time a flying beast approached Fang Chun, it would be killed by the latter. However, as time passed, the number of flying beasts increased. The flying beasts were furious when their companions were killed. They all surrounded Fang Chun. Fang Chun knew that he could not escape, so he stopped and prepared to fight with all his might. Let's go. Fang Chun threw Wang De away and let him go first. Brother Blood, Wang De roared. You go first. I'll catch up later, Fang Chun roared. Wang De would be a burden, so he let Wang De go first. Seeing this, Wang De did not hesitate. He cupped his hands at Fang Chun and then quickly left. The flying beasts in the sky did not care about Wang De at all. Instead, they surrounded Fang Chun. Roar! Sharp cries resounded through the sky. In the sky, countless flying beasts flapped their wings, venting their anger. Boss, let me do it. Little Mouse appeared and said in a low voice. In the next moment, it used its innate ability, Devour. Buzz! A terrifying suction force instantly spread out. All the flying beasts in front of Little Mouse were instantly devoured. Crack! The flying beasts swallowed them and directly crushed them with their hard teeth. Then, Little Mouse prepared to use its second innate ability, Extreme Piercing. However, it was stopped by Fang Chun. Using two innate abilities in a row would cause a backlash and harm to the body. Let me do it. Fang Chun held Little Mouse's shoulder and said softly. Seeing this, Little Mouse stopped using its innate ability and looked at Fang Chun. Fang Chun took out a red button from his chest. Then, he gently pressed the button. Voila! The button squirmed, and suddenly, a dazzling scarlet light shone in all directions. 1,000 puppets walked out of the red button one after another. Attack! Fang Chun ordered. Immediately, 1,000 puppets attacked the flying beasts. Puppets at the 9th level of the Mystic King realm were not to be underestimated. Even Fang Chun did not dare to be careless against 1,000 puppets. Puppets did not have intelligence and were not afraid of pain or death. They charged forward and attacked fiercely. In the blink of an eye, a large number of flying beasts died. These flying beasts let out sharp cries and were extremely furious. However, no matter how they attacked, the puppets would not retreat even half a step. In the end, the flying beasts had no choice but to spread their wings and hover in the sky. Looking at the densely packed, flying beast corpses on the ground, Fang Chun ordered the puppets to advance. The flying beasts in the sky did not dare to attack. They seemed to be waiting for something. Fang Chun and the puppets advanced quickly. Buzz! Suddenly, a sharp sound resounded through the sky. Then, a 10-meter-long flying beast spread its wings and flew over. Every time it flapped its wings, it would cause the surrounding air to move. This flying beast was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of the flying beasts. Chirp! These flying beasts seemed to be telling this huge flying beast what had just happened. After hearing this, the huge flying beast's eyes were filled with killing intent as it stared at Fang Chun. Mystic Fire Bird King. Seeing this, Fang Chun cursed inwardly. He did not expect to attract the Mystic Fire Bird King. The Mystic Fire Bird King was the king of flying beasts and was extremely powerful. Whoosh! The Mystic Fire Bird King flapped its wings and suddenly dove down. At the same time, it spat out scorching flames from its mouth. Voila! The flames instantly enveloped the 1,000 puppets. However, these puppets were the masterpieces of the sky puppet race and did not fear the flames. Human, why did you kill my people? The Mystic Firebird King came before Fang Chun and asked in a low voice. Mystic Firebird King, I had no intention of killing your people. They were the ones who blocked my way. Human, it has been a long time since an outsider has killed my people. The Mystic Firebird King stared at Fang Chun and prepared to attack. Fang Chun was a little afraid of the Mystic Firebird King. The fiery aura emitted from its body was very hot, making Fang Chun uneasy. With a thought, Fang Chun withdrew the 1,000 puppets. Then he looked at the Mystic Firebird King. Die! The Mystic Firebird King spat out a single word. Then, boundless flames poured down and enveloped Fang Chun. Star Sky Art. Fang Chun unleashed the heavenly celestial skill. A gigantic hand of stars came crashing down, trying to suppress these flames. What a powerful flame! Fang Chun said in a low voice. The vital essence in his sea of qi rolled and surged, instantly covering his body to resist the flames. The little mouse used its second innate ability, Extreme Piercing. However, it still couldn't hit the Mystic Firebird King. Die! The Mystic Firebird King was very confident in its flames. It thought that this human would die without a doubt. However, just as Fang Chun was at a loss, the golden heart beat rapidly. Dong 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 immediately. The undying bird's blood essence in the golden heart was completely activated. A layer of red halo appeared around Fang Chun, directly blocking the Mystic Firebird King's flame attack. The next moment, black flames appeared and began to counterattack. If it were just black flames, it would never be able to devour the Mystic Firebird King's flames. Unfortunately, this was not just a black flame. It contained the characteristics of the undying bird, and it was also fused with the undying bird's blood essence. Buzz! The undying bird's aura instantly spread. The flames around Fang Chun were directly devoured. In an instant, the bodies of the birds in the sky began to tremble. The depths of their souls were trembling and turbulent. What's going on? Even the Mystic Firebird King felt frightened. Its soul was trembling. What is this aura? The Mystic Firebird King had not felt fear for a long time. Its eyes stared at Fang Chun. Splash! The undying bird's blood essence surrounded Fang Chun, and a terrifying bloodline aura spread out. At this moment, the Mystic Firebird King's body involuntarily prostrated on the ground. No! The Mystic Firebird King roared and struggled to stand up. Bloodline suppression. This was bloodline suppression. It discovered the aura in Fang Chun's body. It was the aura of the ancient divine beast, the undying bird. How can you have the aura of the ancient divine beast, the undying bird? The Mystic Firebird King cried out in horror. The ancestor of bird-type monsters was the ancient divine beast, the undying bird. The undying bird's bloodline was the most heaven-defying among the bird-type monsters. Even an expert like the Mystic Firebird King could not resist it. Fortunately, it was only the undying bird's blood essence, and it had been stored for too long, so its aura was much weaker. If the undying bird came in person, its powerful aura alone would be enough to kill the mystic Firebird King. Chapter 1052. The mysterious Firebird King was completely intimidated by the undying bird's blood essence. Although it struggled to stand up, its heart was incomparably terrified. It had never dreamed that the human in front of it would have the aura of the ancient undying bird. No, the mysterious Firebird King felt that it could not stay here any longer. Its body kept trembling, and a large number of birds hovering in the sky had long prostrated themselves on the ground. Fang Chun deliberately used the golden heart to suppress the aura of the undying bird's blood essence. Suddenly, the mysterious Firebird King felt that its chance had come. With a flap of its wings, it flew up into the sky and disappeared into the horizon. As for the large number of birds on the ground, Fang Chun ignored them and quickly disappeared with the little mouse. After walking for a long time, Fang Chun slowed down. Fortunately, he had the undying bird's blood essence. Otherwise, he would not have been able to escape from the mysterious Firebird King. Fang Chun felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, he had escaped. It seemed that the armored figure was telling the truth. Although the 5 red dots on the map were all safe areas, there were also dangerous areas between them. Let's go to the 5th red dot as soon as possible, Fang Chun thought to himself. Immediately, he pushed his speed to the limit and rushed forward. About an hour later, Fang Chun saw Wangda in the safe area. "Wangda, are you all right?" Fang Chun asked. Wangda was anxiously looking into the distance. Suddenly, he heard Fang Chun's voice. He was overjoyed and said, "I'm fine. How about you, Brother Blood?" Fang Chun spread his hands, indicating that he was fine. "Brother Blood, thank you so much this time." Wangda was very grateful. If it were not for Sanguinati, he would have been dead. "Why are you saying this?" Fang Chun grinned. The star relic was too dangerous. Fang Chun wanted to leave as soon as possible. Therefore, he did not waste any more time and quickly moved forward with Wangda. There was a short distance between the 4th red dot and the 5th red dot. On the way, Fang Chun remained vigilant, afraid of encountering danger. However, after walking for a quarter of an hour, they still encountered danger. 2 powerful demonic beasts. Roar! One of them was a huge demonic beast with 3 eyes on its forehead. It roared at Fang Chun. Beside it was a giant python. This giant python was blood red in color and had lightning flickering around it. Scarlet light python. When Fang Chun saw the giant python, his heart was filled with shock. He hadn't expected to encounter a scarlet thunder python here. Fang Chun said helplessly. The Crimson Thunder Python was an expert in the art of thunder and lightning. It was said that it could summon the thunder and lightning from the 9 heavens. However, Fang Chun had never seen the demonic beast beside the Scarlet Thunder Python before. "What is this 3-eyed demonic beast?" Wangda cried out involuntarily. Fang Chun shook his head, indicating that he did not know. However, at this moment, the 3-eyed demonic beast suddenly opened its bloody mouth. Its aura shook the heavens. A terrifying suction force came from its mouth, as if it wanted to devour heaven and earth. It's a heaven-devouring beast. The little mouse arrived in front of Fang Chun with a whoosh. Its body was covered in a purple glow, resisting the heaven-devouring beast's suction force. The heaven-devouring beast's 3rd eye opened and shot out a ray of light that enveloped the little mouse. It was clearly surprised. This palm-sized fellow was actually able to resist its suction force. What heaven-devouring beast? Fang Chun's mind shook when he heard this. The heaven-devouring beast was a demonic beast that was even stronger than the Scarlet Light Python. The heaven-devouring beast had an innate ability that was similar to devouring. It was said that a heaven-devouring beast that cultivated to the peak could devour heaven and earth. However, the heaven-devouring beast in front of him was clearly only in the Heaven Star Border realm. The little mouse stared at the heaven-devouring beast, its eyes filled with provocation. In front of the heaven-devouring divine rat, the heaven-devouring beast dared to claim that it could devour heaven and earth. What a joke! After a moment of shock, Fang Chun calmed down. His gaze fell on the Scarlet Light Python. He could leave the heaven-devouring beast to the little mouse. Their innate abilities were similar. However, Fangshan knew that the heaven-devouring beast was definitely not a match for the little mouse. Therefore, he only needed to stop the scarlet light python. Wangda, step back. Fangshan reminded. Brother Shui, let me fight alongside you, Wangda insisted. Sanguinati had saved him time and time again. How could he stand by and watch when he was in danger? Although he could not help much with his strength. Seeing Wang Da's determined eyes, Fangshan nodded. Do it. Fangshan growled and activated the space-time true meaning. He instantly pounced to the scarlet light python's side. Before the crimson blood thunder python could react, the hidden star sword directly pierced towards it. A strong hallucinatory aura instantly swept out from Fangshan's body. At the same time, 99 dazzling sword lights were suspended in the air. They gathered together and stabbed at the scarlet light python with the aura of a sword hero. Roar! The human took the initiative to attack and completely enraged the scarlet light python. It nodded at the heaven-devouring beast and opened its bloody mouth to attack Fangshan. Rumble! 99 sword lights stabbed the scarlet light python's body in the blink of an eye. However, at this moment, the lightning on the scarlet light python's body became even more dazzling. Crack! When the 99 sword lights touched the scarlet light python's body, they were directly shattered by the power of lightning. Whoosh! Fangshan held the hidden star sword and stabbed at the scarlet light python. Kill! Fangshan shouted in a low voice. The hidden star sword carried a majestic power as it pierced the crimson blood thunder python's body. A crackling sound rang out. Suddenly, Fangshan felt the web between his thumb and forefinger go numb. The power of lightning circled around the hidden star sword, causing him great pain. Bang! Fangshan was sent flying by the power of lightning on the scarlet light python's body. The hidden star sword stabbed into the scarlet light python's body also shot out in an instant. After stabilizing his body, Fangshan stretched out his hand and grasped the hidden star sword. He stared at the scarlet light python. Wangda, who was at the side, also wielded his long sword and slashed at the scarlet light python. Roar! Being stabbed by a human martial artist, the scarlet light python was furious. Although it wasn't injured, it was humiliated. In an instant, the scarlet light python and Fangshan once again engaged in a chaotic battle. At the same time, on the other side, there was an earth-shattering battle. A battle of innate abilities. Devour against devour. A purple luster surged around the little mouse's body. The power of its bloodline instantly spread out. Behind him, the shadow of a purple rat that was several feet tall condensed. Crash! The purple rat phantom opened its mouth, and a terrifying suction force instantly burst out. Opposite the little mouse, the heaven-devouring beast's third eye opened and shot out a terrifying light. Then, he opened his bloody mouth and began to emit a suction force. Dong! In the sky, the devouring force collided with the heaven-devouring beast's devouring force. The two forces collided, causing the earth to shake. Roar! The heaven-devouring beast let out a furious roar. Its innate ability was extremely powerful. There were few who could match it. And now, the innate ability of the palm-sized mouse was actually a threat to it. The heaven-devouring beast was extremely furious. Its devouring force became even more tyrannical. It wanted to suck the little mouse into its mouth and devour it. However, the little mouse opposite, it was very leisurely. You dare to call yourself heaven-devouring in front of me, the heaven-devouring divine rat. The little mouse snorted coldly. The purple luster around its body became more and more intense. Suddenly, the devouring force strengthened and completely suppressed the heaven-devouring beast's devouring force. Roar! Seeing this, the heaven-devouring beast roared into the sky. However, it was unable to stop the little mouse's innate ability. From the beginning being evenly matched to the current being completely suppressed, only a minute had passed. The heaven-devouring beast was unwilling to give up. In the blink of an eye, the heaven-devouring beast's devouring force was devoured. The terrifying devouring force directly enveloped the heaven-devouring beast's body. Rip! The little mouse's expression was extremely solemn. its heaven-devouring ability was pushed to the extreme. A look of struggle appeared on the heaven-devouring beast's face. A trace of fear appeared in its heart. Whoosh! Its third eye constantly shot out an incomparably intimidating light as it tried to struggle. However, how could the heaven-devouring divine rat's innate ability be so easily resisted? As the heaven-devouring beast roared, it was finally swallowed into the mouth of the purple rat phantom behind the little mouse. Crack! The heaven-devouring beast was bitten to pieces and finally digested. Hiss! After killing the heaven-devouring beast, the little mouse put away its innate ability. The scarlet lightning python that was fighting Fang Chun was shocked to see the heaven-devouring beast killed by the palm-sized little mouse. Roar! The scarlet lightning python roared and swung its tail at Wang Da's body. Poochie! The scarlet lightning python's body was too hard. The strength of its tail was incomparably tyrannical. Wang Da was hit. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out. Wang Da! Shouted Fang Chun. He took out the red button and released 1,000 puppets. In an instant, the 1,000 puppets surrounded the scarlet lightning python. Fang Chun hastily arrived in front of Wang Da. Wang Da, are you all right? Fang Chun placed his palm on Wang Da's body and poured spiritual qi in him. However, Wang Da's soul had already been shattered by that heavy blow. Right now, he was only hanging on by a single breath. Brother Blood, run! Wang Da was telling Fang Chun to leave even with his death. After saying that, Wang Da closed his eyes and lost his life. Wang Da! Roared Fang Chun. However, Wang Da had already died. Fang Chun's heart was in chaos. Within the Sword Firmament sect, he had the best relationship with Wang Da. On the way here, he had formed a friendship with Wang Da. Wang Da, who had fought alongside him, had died at the hands of the Scarlet Lightning Python. Fang Chun put down Wang Da's body and stood up. His eyes gradually turned red, and his body emitted a terrifying killing intent. Boss! Called the little mouse when it saw that Fang Chun's mood wasn't right. Chapter 1053. This was the little mouse's first time seeing Fang Chun so furious. His eyes were filled with a scarlet color. The killing intent emanating from his body was enough to instantly kill an ordinary Mystic King. At this moment, Fang Chun was like a god of death. The hidden star sword in his hand seemed to be able to sense its master's anger and let out a series of sword cries. The 1,000 puppets were affected by Fang Chun's emotions, and their attacks became even stronger. Although they were all 9th level Mystic King puppets, they had the advantage in numbers. Moreover, with the Heaven Puppeteer race's methods, their combined strength increased explosively. At this moment, the Scarlet Thunder Python was being suppressed and forced to retreat. Damn it! The Scarlet Thunder Python roared in its heart as its tail continuously whipped the puppets. However, these puppets couldn't feel pain at all and continued to attack. Boom! At a certain moment, the 1,000 puppets joined forces and unleashed their strongest attack, severely injuring the Scarlet Thunder Python. Splash! Blood flowed out of the Scarlet Thunder Python's body and its tail became blurry. However, this wasn't the end. With 1,000 puppets, Fang Chun continued to attack the Scarlet Thunder Python, as if he did not know fatigue. They had received orders to kill the Scarlet Thunder Python. As long as the latter didn't die, they wouldn't rest. However, just as the Scarlet Thunder Python was about to go all out, the 1,000 puppets stopped. Then, they turned into streaks of light that entered the red button and were put away by Fang Chun. You killed my brother. I will tear you to pieces, Fang Chun said word by word. The Scarlet Thunder Python was heavily injured and wasn't Fang Chun's match at all. It was too easy to kill the Scarlet Thunder Python. Seeing Fang Chun put away the 1,000 puppets, the Scarlet Thunder Python wanted to escape. Roar! Roaring at the sky, the Scarlet Thunder Python pretended to attack with all its might. However, before its attack could reach Fang Chun, its body was like the wind as it fled into the distance. You can't escape. Fang Chun was furious and said coldly. Then, the true meaning of space and time started to chase after the Scarlet Blood Thunder Python. At this moment, the crimson lightning python's body was flickering with lightning as it pushed its speed to the limit. The crimson thunder python's speed was already considered fast among demonic beasts. However, compared to Feng Chun, he paled in comparison. The space-time true intent reached the 5th grade boundary. That kind of speed, even if a Heavenly Dipper realm martial artist saw it, they would blush with shame. In the blink of an eye, Feng Chun caught up with the Scarlet Thunder Python. Heart Illusion Sword Art. The enraged Feng Chun used the Heart Illusion Sword technique. In the sky, 99 sword lights instantly pierced towards the Crimson Blood Lightning Python. Poochie the Crimson Thunder Python did its best to resist, but to no avail. The sharp and domineering sword light ruthlessly pierced into the Crimson Blood Python's body. Instantly, the Crimson Lightning Python's body was chopped into two. Roar the Crimson Blood Thunder Python screamed miserably, trying to escape. However, Feng Chun didn't give a chance. He used the Heavenly Star technique, and a vast hand of stars suddenly pressed down. Poochie the Crimson Lightning Python was instantly crushed into pieces, completely dead. At this moment, there was an old man on a towering tree. He was watching the scene of Feng Chun fighting the Crimson Lightning Python. And Feng Chun didn't know about the old man's existence at all. "This kid has a strong, evil aura," the old man said to himself. "It's been a long time since an outsider intruded into the territory I'm monitoring. This kid clearly came in by accident. However, since he killed the Crimson Lightning Python, I'll throw him into the Soul Power Spring." After speaking, the old man stretched out his hand and grabbed Feng Chun. Just as Feng Chun was about to return, he suddenly felt a terrifying aura rushing towards him. He cursed inwardly and prepared to use the space-time true intent. However, he instantly felt his vision go black. When he felt that his body could move again, he suddenly realized that he was in a river. "Where is this?" Feng Chun's heart trembled. At this moment, Feng Chun felt that the river was filled with boundless spiritual strength that instantly invaded his mind. Feng Chun let out a miserable scream and struggled with all his might, but it was to no avail. On the shore, the old man grinned as he saw this scene. What he loved the most was torturing outsiders. Every time an outsider intruded into the territory he was monitoring, he would throw them into the Soul Power Spring and torture them. Ordinary martial artists had weak souls. Once they entered the Soul Power Spring, they would be attacked by the tyrannical spiritual strength. If it was light, they would be heavily injured. If it was heavy, they would die and their soul would scatter. A peak science spiritual strength won't die for a while. The old man muttered to himself as he looked at the Soul Power Spring with great pleasure. By the time the little mouse arrived, Feng Chun had already been captured. Crimson Lightning Python. The little mouse saw the Crimson Lightning Python on the ground, but it didn't see Feng Chun. "Boss, where are you?" The little mouse transmitted its voice to Feng Chun, but it didn't get a response. This made the little mouse very anxious. Following its telepathy, the little mouse stepped into the old man's territory. Yes, a little mouse. The old man clearly didn't care about this little mouse. With a wave of his hand, the little mouse was sent flying. Bang! The little mouse fell to the ground in shock. Boss must be trapped inside. The little mouse was extremely anxious. However, it didn't act rashly. That energy just now was too tyrannical. It couldn't resist it. What do we do? The little mouse was extremely anxious. While Feng Chun was in danger, Shi Qing and the others had already gathered together. Aside from Sanguinati and Wangda, there were only 6 of them. At this moment, the 6 of them were standing in an open space. Their faces were filled with fatigue. Senior apprentice brother Shi Qing, "What should we do now?" asked Gu Feng. The Star Ruin was too dangerous. During this period of time, they had experienced too many dangers. It hadn't been easy for them to find a safe place to rest. They were both physically and mentally exhausted. They wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. "Let's rest first," said Shi Qing. Although everyone's strength had increased, they didn't feel any joy. This mysterious place was everyone's nightmare. He could only watch helplessly as the brothers around him died tragically, yet he was powerless to do anything about it. What kind of feeling was this? Shiqing was in pain, and so was Gu Feng. As for the others, their eyes were empty. They were like living corpses as they sat on the ground. They didn't know when these days would come to an end. Within the soul power spring, at the beginning, they had struggled with all their might, but they had gradually gotten used to the soul power spring. Now, 3 days had passed. Feng Chen seemed to have discovered a trace of the soul power spring secret. What is this place? Why is my soul power so strong? Feng Chen wondered inwardly. He floated within the soul power spring. There was a seal above him that prevented him from leaving. He could see the old man on the shore looking at him with a smile. Did that old man throw me here? Feng Chen muttered to himself. During these 3 days, Feng Chen was shocked to discover that his soul was gradually improving. In other words, the soul power in this river could strengthen his soul. This discovery made Feng Chen extremely excited. Since the old man hadn't directly killed him, it meant that he wouldn't be in any danger for the time being. Soon after, Feng Chen began to actively absorb the soul power in the soul power spring to temper his soul. As time passed, Feng Chen's soul also gradually improved. During this time, the little mouse had done everything it could to save its boss. However, it had failed every time. This time, the little mouse had thought of a foolproof plan. It used its hard claws to drill thousands of miles into the ground. Then, it found a direction and dug a hole in the soul power spring. It couldn't defeat that mysterious expert, so it could only use this method. It took a few days before they finally managed to dig out a passageway. Just as it was about to reach the soul power spring, it was discovered by the old man. What an interesting fellow. The old man didn't recognize the little mouse's identity. He only felt that it was a mutated mouse, only thinking of saving your master. The little mouse chuckled. Then it stretched out its big hand and directly slapped the ground. Immediately, the passage 10,000 kilometers underground collapsed. The little mouse was instantly pressed into the soil. Cough, cough. After climbing out of the soil with difficulty, the little mouse returned to the surface. Its face was extremely gloomy. Fail. The little mouse glanced at the soul power spring with fear. In the end, it gave up on saving it. With its current strength, it couldn't save its boss at all. It could sense that its boss was still alive. Thinking about it, its boss's life wasn't in danger for the time being. Boss, I believe that you will definitely come out. After saying that, the little mouse turned and left. After a while, it returned to Wang Da's corpse. Then, it dug a big hole and placed Wang Da's corpse in it. Finally, it covered it with soil. It found a big stone and carved it into a tombstone. On it was written "Grave of Good Brother Wang Da." At the bottom, it was signed Sanguinati. Originally, the little mouse wanted to carve the words Feng Chen, but after thinking about it carefully, Wang Da knew Sanguinati, not Feng Chen. This could be considered as setting up a tombstone for its boss. After that, the little mouse sat in front of Wang Da's tombstone and waited for Feng Chen's return. In front of the soul power spring, the old man observed Feng Chen every day. This kid is actually tempering his soul. The old man was a little surprised. This kid's adaptability was too strong. In just a few days, he had completely adapted to the soul power spring. Originally, the old man's intention was to torture Feng Chen. But now, Feng Chen looked like he was enjoying it. If it wasn't for the fact that the old man hadn't seen an outsider for a long time and felt a little lonely, he would have already killed him. I want to see how far you can temper your soul, the old man muttered to himself. It wasn't like he had never seen a genius before. In just a few days, he had completely adapted to the soul power spring. Feng Chen had successfully attracted the old man's attention. Looking at his bone age, he is not even 50 years old. He is really young. Chapter 1054. Soul Power Source. Even now, Feng Chen didn't know that the pool he was soaking in was a very famous soul power source in the Star Ruins. Since ancient times, countless outsiders had entered the Star Relic with the purpose of obtaining the source of soul power in the Star River. However, very few people could come here. Feng Chen accidentally entered this place. He was thrown into the soul power source by the old man. At first, his soul couldn't withstand the impact of the vast soul power, but as time passed, he felt that this was an opportunity to improve his soul. Right now, he was frantically absorbing the soul power within the soul power spring. Even the golden heart was beating rapidly. It was also absorbing soul power. Time passed day after day. Half a month later, Fang Chen's soul broke through the bottleneck and reached the early stage of the blue rank. The soul reaching the early stage of the blue rank was an essential transformation. Fang Chen felt that his soul had been sublimated. What a comfortable feeling. It was as if he was bathing in the soul sea, and the soul power was gradually nourishing his body. Fang Chen's face was full of smiles. At this time, the old man on the shore was a little surprised when he saw this scene. He broke through. The old man stared at Fang Chen with a slightly surprised look on his face. However, when he carefully observed Fang Chen, he suddenly found that Fang Chen's body was slowly absorbing the vital essence of heaven and earth. Well, he can absorb vital essence at the mysterious king realm. The old man was very surprised. He had seen many geniuses, but there were very few who could absorb vital essence at the mysterious king realm. His talent is good. After a long time, the old man sighed. In the soul power source, Fang Chen was still absorbing the vast soul power. In his mind, his soul was slowly turning. The majestic soul power in his mind drilled into his soul. It made Fang Chen's soul more and more tyrannical. Scar Island. On this day, a shocking thing happened in the Demon Cloud State. The Demon Cloud State Lord and the Medicine Saint fought fiercely for 3 days and 3 nights. No one knew the final result. Some said that the Alchemy Saint had fallen. Some people also said that the Drug Sage and the Demon Cloud Prefecture Lord were tied. As for the process of the battle, no one saw it. All the cultivators in the entire Demon Cloud State were talking about it. They didn't understand why the Demon Cloud State Lord wanted to fight the Medicine Saint. Although the Medicine Sage's cultivation was not as strong as the Demon Cloud Prefecture Lord's, his combat strength was extremely powerful. Most importantly, the Alchemist Saint had many supporters in the Demon Cloud State and even in other states. There were too many experts who had received the Alchemist Saint's grace. After the battle between the Demon Cloud State Lord and the Medicine Sage, he disappeared. The outside world unanimously believed that the Drug Sage had been killed by the Demon Cloud State Lord. On that day, countless Heaven Dipper realm experts came to the Demon Cloud State to demand justice from the Demon Cloud family. In just 3 days, the Demon Cloud State gathered dozens of Heavenly Dipper realm peak martial artists. The Demon Cloud State Lord was a state lord personally appointed by Scar Island. There's a rank in the body. These Heavenly Dipper realm peak martial artists are angry, but they can't easily take action. They came to the Demon Cloud family side by side to demand an explanation. Demon Cloud State Lord, give us an explanation. That's right. Why did you fight with the Medicine Saint? Tell us what happened. If the Medicine Saint was wrong first, we will turn around and leave immediately. If someone tried to kill the Medicine Saint, we won't agree. More than a dozen Heavenly Dipper realm peak martial artists floated in the sky above the Demon Cloud family, demanding an explanation. At this time, in the forbidden area of the Demon Cloud family, there was a seal set by the Heavenly Body realm ancestor here. Even ordinary Heavenly Body realm martial artists couldn't spy on this place. The Heavenly Dipper realm peak martial artists outside couldn't detect this place at all. Inside the forbidden area, the Demon Cloud State Lord and the Golden River State Lord stood side by side with a gloomy smile on their faces. What about the people outside? The Golden River State Lord asked. The Golden River State Lord was obviously different from before. I will deal with them personally. The Demon Cloud State Lord said in a deep voice, pay attention to your identity and don't let them find you. Secretly find the whereabouts of the Medicine Saint. In the battle with the Medicine Saint, the Demon Cloud State Lord and the Golden River State Lord joined forces. The Medicine Saint was seriously injured and his whereabouts were unknown. After saying that, the Demon Cloud State Lord turned and left the forbidden area. Above the Demon Cloud family, the Demon Cloud State Lord and more than a dozen Heavenly Dipper realm peak martial artists looked at each other. Demon Cloud State Lord, one of the Heavenly Dipper realm peak martial artists, said coldly, the Medicine Saint tried to kill me, and take the position of Demon Cloud State Lord. This was the explanation of the Demon Cloud State Lord. I don't believe it, someone immediately questioned. The Demon Cloud State Lord spread his hands and turned back to the Demon Cloud family. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. Anyway, I have already explained it. In the end, more than a dozen Heavenly Dipper Realm Peak martial artists returned without success. From the words of the Demon Cloud State Lord, they learned that the medicine saint was seriously injured and his whereabouts were unknown. Although they were very angry, they wanted to find out the reason. Only by finding the medicine saint could the truth be revealed to the world. Fang Chun didn't know anything about the Demon Cloud State Lord. The Clear Sky Island he was on was very far from the Scar Island, so the news couldn't be sent there at all. Moreover, Fang Chun was now in the Star Relic, so it was even more impossible for him to know what happened in the Demon Cloud State. In the Soul Power Spring, Fang Chun was refining his soul when his heart suddenly stirred. Immediately, his mind entered the Clear Sky Peak. Master! The artifact spirit and the half-beast man cupped their hands and called out. Why did you call me here? Fang Chun asked. Master, your disciple Tian Xin seems to have encountered some problems, the artifact spirit said. Fang Chun was startled when he heard this. Then he looked down at the earth and into the Clear Sky Peak space. On a mountain peak in the Clear Sky Peak space, Tian Xin sat cross-legged and was breaking through. He has reached a bottleneck. Fang Chun muttered to himself. Tian Xin was breaking through to the real martial realm. His body was surrounded by rich spiritual energy. With Fang Chun's current cultivation, he could see at a glance. Tian Xin was trapped in a bottleneck and couldn't break through. In the past few years, Tian Xin had been honing in the Clear Sky Peak space. He was finally about to step into the real martial realm, but he couldn't understand why he was stuck in a bottleneck. Stay true to your heart. Suddenly, a voice came into Tian Xion's ears. Suddenly, he felt enlightened. Tian Xion's heart suddenly became clear. Stay true to your heart. His mouth kept repeating these words. In an instant, the aura around him suddenly increased. Boom! The lightning tribulation of the real martial realm arrived. Fang Chun grinned when he saw this. With his current martial arts attainment, it was too easy for him to give Tian Xin some pointers. The artifact spirit and the half-beast man could also give pointers, but without Fang Chun's permission, they didn't dare to interfere in Tian Xion's matters. Then, Fang Chun witnessed Tian Xion's lightning tribulation of the real martial realm. 9-9 lightning tribulation. It was similar to what Fang Chun had imagined. Tian Xion's potential was already very strong. It was expected that he could trigger the 9-9 lightning tribulation. Not bad. That was Fang Chun's evaluation of Tian Xion. Not everyone was like a lunatic like Fang Chun, who managed to overcome the 12th layer tribulation. After that, Fang Chun imparted some sword techniques to Tian Xion. On the path of martial arts, you must have a strong heart, Fang Chun said. Master, Tian Xion was full of gratitude. If he was in the ancient sword continent, Tian Xion's strength would be considered a top expert. However, in the vast universe, his strength was too weak, and there was no way he could survive. Fang Chun was going to let him go to the universe after he stepped into the mysterious king realm. After doing all this, Fang Chun's consciousness left heaven's past peak. Fang Chun's teaching of his disciples was very simple, but it went straight to the point. He would only teach his disciples some cultivation methods. As for the cultivation methods, he had to rely on himself to comprehend them. His consciousness returned to the soul power source. Fang Chun found that his soul cultivation level had reached the early stage of level 6. Early stage of level 6 soul cultivation. Fang Chun grinned. It was very easy for him to kill a level 3 Heaven Star border martial artist. It was very easy for a monstrous genius with a peerless true intent to fight across levels. My physical body has become stronger. Ever since he absorbed the 100th spiritual python in the Star Spirit River, his physical body could actively absorb the vital essence of heaven and earth. The power of vital essence was constantly tempering his body. The vital essence in his sea of qi had occupied half of it. In a few days, it would fill the entire sea of qi. At that time, he would be able to break through to the heaven star border realm. The owner of the star relic said that when the sea of qi was full of vital essence, he would break through to the extreme realm. His combat strength would soar. Under normal circumstances, martial artists pursued realms but forgot that strength was the foundation. When one's strength was strong enough, the realms would naturally follow. Fang Chun could feel that his soul had already stabilized. He could no longer absorb any more soul energy. He was going to try and see if he could leave this place. Soaking in the sea of qi was not a solution. However, just as he stood up, a buzzing sound rang in his mind, and a trembling sound was heard. Immediately after, ripples appeared in the sea of qi. Fang Chun suddenly closed his eyes and entered a state of enlightenment. Around him, boundless soul power continuously surged towards him. The soul power contained traces of a strange aura that was difficult to detect. On the shore, the old man noticed this scene. I sensed the soul secret technique. The old man was a little surprised and immediately said with a burning gaze, I don't know what secret technique you can sense. There were countless soul secret techniques in the sea of qi. They were all thrown in by the owner of the star relic. Only those with heaven-defying potential could sense the existence of the secret techniques. In the past, there were also outsiders who sensed the soul secret techniques in the sea of qi. However, most of them were weaker soul secret techniques. Usually, the stronger the potential and the higher the soul perception of a genius martial artist, the more powerful the soul secret technique could be. The old man knew that there were several extremely advanced soul secret techniques in the sea of qi. At this moment, in the sea of qi, Chapter 1055, Inside the Soul Power Source, Fang Chun's body fell directly into the vortex. With Fang Chun as the core, the entire soul power source instantly turned into a huge vortex. And after this vortex completely appeared, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Thick thunderbolts constantly bombarded down and shot into the vortex. The old man on the shore raised his deep eyes and looked at the void. In an instant, he was a little dazed. As if he had returned to the past, he saw his master and his fellow apprentices. Master, the old man called out loudly. Rumble. A loud noise woke the old man up from his memories. When the old man woke up, he was so excited that his body was trembling. It's actually this secret method. The old man looked at the fierce thunderbolts in the sky and was very excited. If it was any other secret method, the old man wouldn't be so excited, because this secret method was created by the old man's master. Back then, the master created this secret method and taught it to his fellow apprentices. Now, he was the only one left. Master, I didn't expect your secret method to reappear in the world. The old man laughed loudly. Finally, his eyes stared at Fang Chun in the vortex. If the old man had thrown Fang Chun into the soul power spring in the beginning to torture Fang Chun, then the old man would have done the same. But now the old man's mentality had undergone an earth-shaking change. All of this was because Fang Chun sensed the soul secret method created by his master. He stared at Fang Chun with blazing eyes. Time passed bit by bit. The old man on the shore was extremely anxious. At this time, the terrifying thunderbolts in the sky had dissipated. Why hasn't the vortex in the soul power source disappeared? Where did that kid go? Is he in danger? A series of questions appeared in the old man's mind. He was very anxious. However, there was nothing he could do. When a martial artist was sensing the soul secret method, he couldn't interfere with the soul power source. Once he forcefully interfered, it would cause heavy damage to the martial artist. However, just as the old man was anxious, suddenly, a vibration sound came from the soul power source. Crash! The vortex disappeared, and the soul power source returned to its original state. Fang Chun sat cross-legged on the surface of the soul power spring. His eyes were closed, and there were traces of lightning aura around his body. I sensed it. Seeing that Fang Chun was safe and sound, the old man was overjoyed. Soon after, The old man waved his hand and removed the seal above the soul force source. Then, he took a step forward and arrived in front of Fang Chun. At this moment, Fang Chun slowly opened his eyes. In his mind, 5 bold and powerful words appeared. Then, there was a lot of information. Fang Chun let out a blood-curdling scream. His head almost exploded. However, this was all within the old man's expectations. Seeing Fang Chun clutching his head in pain, the old man's smile became even brighter. Every martial artist who sensed the soul secret technique would go through this process. When the secret art drilled into one's mind, it would cause one's soul to tremble and cause pain. However, it will be fine in a while. Sure enough, after a minute, Fang Chun was no longer in pain. He raised his head and saw the old man's wretched smile. "Kid, you really surprised me." The old man smiled. "I didn't expect you to be able to sense the 5 thunder tribulation technique." Fang Chun was startled when he heard this. He had just sensed the 5 thunder tribulation technique. How did the old man know? As if seeing Fang Chun's doubts, the old man directly explained, "Kid, the soul force source contains the soul insights of many strong martial artists. Among these soul insights, there are many soul force secret techniques that people yearn for. However, only those with heaven-defying potential can sense the soul force secret techniques in the soul force source." The old man continued, "And the 5 thunder tribulation technique that you sensed is one of the top soul force secret techniques in the soul force source. Except for these top soul force secret techniques, the rest of the soul force secret techniques were all low level." Top soul force secret techniques. Fang Chun was shocked when he heard this. He hadn't had time to look at the 5 thunder tribulation technique. But hearing the old man say this 5 thunder tribulation technique seemed to be very powerful. "Kid, I can tell you clearly that this 5 thunder tribulation technique, not to mention a mystic king tier guy like you, even those heavenly body tier martial artists in the outside world would be jealous." The old man said, "You being able to sense the 5 thunder tribulation technique is beyond my expectations. You're really a lucky guy." The old man's attitude toward Fang Chun was obviously much better. Moreover, he was willing to answer Fang Chun's doubts. Suddenly, the old man slowly said, "Of course, although the 5 thunder tribulation technique is heaven-defying, it's very difficult to cultivate." "Why?" Fang Chun hurriedly asked. "After cultivating the 5 thunder tribulation technique, one's soul force will increase exponentially and is most suitable for soul cultivation. However, this 5 thunder tribulation technique also has a slight drawback, and that is, at the end of cultivation, it will make one go crazy and lose their rationality," the old man said. This, Fang Chun was very puzzled. Such a powerful soul force secret technique, even heavenly body tier elites would be jealous. Why was there such a drawback? At the end of cultivation, it would make one lose their rationality. Why was this? "Senior, you seem to know the 5 thunder tribulation technique very well," Fang Chun asked softly. Hearing this, the old man fell silent. The surrounding atmosphere instantly became gloomy. The air was filled with a sorrowful aura. After a long time, the old man sighed, and then said, "Because this 5 thunder tribulation technique was created by my master, Tao Monarch 5 Thunder." Hearing this, Fang Chun's heart trembled. He didn't expect that this 5 thunder tribulation technique was actually created by the old man's master. Fang Chun had never heard of who Tao Monarch 5 Thunder was. However, from the name, he knew that he was at least an elite on the same level as the Blue Thunder Emperor and the others. "My master, Tao Monarch 5 Thunder, was a soul cultivator who specialized in soul force. Back then, he even created a super powerful soul force secret technique, the 5 thunder tribulation technique. Then, my master passed down his proud work to a few of his disciples, who are my senior and junior brothers." But the old man suddenly stopped speaking. But what? Fang Chun vaguely felt that there was a story about this old man. The old man's face was filled with pain. "But they're all dead." After saying this, the old man's figure flashed and directly returned to the shore, sitting down on the stone bench with a sorrowful face. They were all dead. Fang Chun was even more confused. Why were they all dead? Did they die because of the five thunder tribulation technique? With a thought, Fang Chun came to the old man's side. He quietly waited for the old man to vent. After a long time, the old man seemed to be in a better mood. He looked up at Fang Chun and said, "The five thunder tribulation technique has always been a cultivation technique that my master was proud of. However, it wasn't until my senior brother died that my master realized that the five thunder tribulation technique had its flaws and was not perfected." Fang Chun understood. The disciples of Tao Monarch Five Thunder had indeed died because of the five thunder tribulation technique. Master was very sad when my senior brother died and went into seclusion to study the five thunder tribulation technique. However, he did not manage to figure it out, even until his death. Fang Chun felt upset when he heard that. Such a mighty figure died because of his own creation of a cultivation technique. Although the old man did not say it explicitly, Fang Chun had already guessed it. It was extremely terrifying for an expert like Tao Monarch Five Thunder to go into seclusion. Either he died or he succeeded. Clearly, Tao Monarch Five Thunder did not succeed. By the time my senior brother and I worked together to open the place where my master was in seclusion, he had already died and left a message in front of him. The old man said slowly, "Don't transcend the fifth thunder tribulation." Fang Chun was puzzled. However, the old man's subsequent explanation made Fang Chun understand instantly. The five thunder tribulation technique was an extremely heaven-defying soul cultivation secret technique. The more heaven-defying a secret technique was, the more difficult it was to cultivate. Not only was the five thunder tribulation technique difficult to cultivate, one had to transcend tribulations during the process. This secret technique had a total of 5 thunder tribulations, so it was called the 5 thunder tribulation technique. Every time one cultivated a level, they would have to transcend a thunder tribulation. It was not an ordinary thunder tribulation, but the most terrifying soul thunder tribulation. Tao Monarch Five Thunder's last words meant that his disciples must not transcend the 5th thunder tribulation. The problem lies in the 5th thunder tribulation? Fang Chun asked with a frown. The old man nodded. "I think my master must have discovered the problem with the secret technique. Unfortunately, he was already powerless at that time and could only leave behind his last words to tell us. Such a peerless expert died under his own secret technique. How tragic was that? No wonder the old man's expression changed when he sensed the 5 thunder tribulation technique. It turned out that there was such a sad story behind it. Senior, don't be sad, Fang Chun consoled. The old man waved his hand and continued. After Master's death, the other brothers were greatly affected. Deeply affected, they tried to fulfill Master's last wish. Each of them cultivated the 5 thunders tribulation technique madly. In the end, my senior brothers all died in the 5th thunder tribulation. At this point, a few tears appeared in the old man's eyes. All these years, I've always hated myself for being so cowardly back then. From the old man's words, Fang Chun could tell something. After the old man saw Tao Monarch Five Thunder's last words, he must have stopped cultivating the 5 thunder tribulation technique and survived. Fang Chun did not say anything and listened quietly to the old man's confession. This matter had been bottled up in the old man's heart for a long time. All this time, he had no one to confide in. And now, Fang Chun was the best person to confide in. After so many years, the 5 thunder tribulation technique reappeared in the world. He was very emotional. Watching his senior brothers die one after another, his heart was filled with incomparable pain. The master of the Star Ruin could not bear to see such a secret technique be lost and threw it into the soul power source. Then the old man took the initiative to guard the soul power source. He did not expect that he would guard it for so many years. It was so long that he almost forgot that there was still a deep concern in the soul power source. Chapter 1056. Now that you know the drawbacks of the 5 lightning tribulation technique, do you want to give up cultivating it? The old man asked in a deep voice. Fang Chun fell silent. The 5 lightning tribulation technique was a soul cultivation technique that could only be chanced upon by luck. Its power was so strong that even the old man was shocked. However, it had its drawbacks. In the later stages of cultivating it, one would fall into madness and lose their mind, dying in the fifth lightning tribulation. It would be a lie to say that he did not want to cultivate it. Once he cultivated such a heaven-defying secret technique, Fangshen's strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. However, when it came to cultivation, even a few of Tao Lord Five Lightning's disciples had died. Even Tao Lord Five Lightning had died because of it. How can Mystic King resist the drawbacks of the Five Lightning Tribulation technique? Fangshen was thinking. In his mind, there were two different voices arguing. One voice believed that since there was such an opportunity, of course, he should not miss it. The path of the martial Tao was against the heavens. How could there be no danger? The other voice believed that the Five Lightning Tribulation technique had a huge drawback. Those who cultivated it were destroying their own future. Seeing Fangshen struggling, the old man watched him quietly. In a trance, he seemed to see him back then. He saw the struggle after his master's last words. There are some things in life that can't be wrong, the old man muttered to himself. Fangshen, who was struggling, suddenly felt his heart tremble. He seemed to have comprehended something. Then, he grinned and made a decision. Senior, I'm willing to cultivate the Five Lightning Tribulation technique, Fangshen said solemnly. Fangshen's decision was beyond the old man's expectations. However, it also made the old man look at him in a different light. You know that there are tigers on the mountain, but you still go there. Good, very good. The path of the martial Tao requires a strong heart and a fearless heart, the old man praised. After Fangshen made his decision, the old man treated Fangshen like his own disciple. The old man took out a small book from his bosom and handed it to Fangshen as he warned, "This is some of my experience in cultivating the Five Thunders Tribulation technique. Take a look. If there comes a day when you feel that you're unable to control the Five Thunders Tribulation technique, you must stop cultivating it." Fangshen nodded heavily and cupped his hands in thanks. Cultivating the Five Thunders Tribulation technique requires an enormous amount of soul power. You can cultivate in the soul power spring. The old man continued, "Your soul is strong enough to cultivate the Five Thunders Tribulation technique to the first level." Hearing this, Fangshen was secretly delighted. After chatting with the old man for a while, Fangshen returned to the soul power spring. Although it was the same as before, he was still cultivating in the soul power spring. However, there were some small differences. Previously, he had been forcefully thrown in by the old man. Seeing Fangshen enter a state of cultivation, the old man was very pleased. "I hope you can succeed," the old man said in his heart. Inside the soul power spring, Fangshen quickly looked at the Five Thunders Tribulation technique in his mind. What entered his eyes was the first level of the technique. Dense handwriting filled his entire mind. The soul of the early stage of the blue level rotated quickly. In the blink of an eye, Fangshen had memorized the first level of the Five Thunders Tribulation technique. Next, it was time to cultivate the Five Thunders Tribulation technique. With the cultivation experience that the old man gave to Fangshen, coupled with the soul of the early stage of the blue level, the cultivation went smoothly. In a mere 3 days, Fangshen had completed the first level of cultivation. At this time, Fangshen's soul had reached the peak of the early stage of the blue level. He was only one step away from reaching the middle stage of the blue level. This frightening speed of improvement caused Fangshen to be extremely shocked. One had to know that his soul had just reached the early stage of the blue level a few days ago, and now it had reached the peak of the early stage. Rumble. After cultivating the first level, Fangshen sensed the arrival of the soul thunder tribulation. On the shore, when the old man saw the thunder in the sky, he suddenly stood up with a trace of nervousness in his heart. He can definitely do it. The old man comforted himself. The soul thunder tribulation specifically targeted the soul. The soul was extremely fragile, and the terrifying thunder specifically targeted the soul. If it was an ordinary martial artist, they would not be able to resist at all. However, Fangshen was a soul cultivator. A level 6 soul cultivator's soul attainments were not comparable to ordinary people. I want to see what's so special about this soul thunder tribulation. As he spoke, the terrifying power of thunder in the sky suddenly bombarded Fong Chen's body. Suddenly, the power of thunder dissipated in an instant and drilled into Fong Chen's body. Then, it followed the meridians and entered his mind. Crack! In his mind, the thunder gathered again and fiercely hit the rotating soul. Buzz! In an instant, Fong Chen felt his mind go blank. It was as if his soul was about to shatter. However, at this moment, the five thunder tribulation technique was activated, and traces of lightning halo wrapped around the soul, gradually consuming the power of thunder. At the same time, the golden heart was also beating rapidly. It seemed to have sensed the danger Fong Chen was in and was helping him resist the terrifying thunder. Rumble. One after another, terrifying thunder kept hitting Fong Chen's soul. At first, it was very difficult to resist, but later, Fong Chen was able to resist it at will. However, he still sighed. The soul thunder tribulation was too terrifying. Fortunately, I'm a level 6 soul cultivator, and my soul attainments are extremely powerful. Fong Chen sighed. Crack! After the last thunder was smashed by Fong Chen, the thunderclouds in the sky dissipated instantly. Heaven and earth returned to calm, and the soul power in the soul power source was no longer boiling. During the tribulation, Fong Chen's soul frantically absorbed soul power to replenish the consumption of his soul. If he was not in the soul power source, it would be very difficult to pass the soul thunder tribulation. Whoosh! Fong Chen heaved a sigh of relief and came out of the soul power source. Not bad. The old man grinned. He did not even dare to think about cultivating the first level of the five thunder tribulation technique as a mystic king. But now someone had done it. If Fong Chen was in his era, he would definitely be a powerhouse. He might even be on par with his master, the Five Thunder Tao Lord. In the previous conversation, the old man knew Fong Chen's name. Then, he reminded Fong Chen, this is only the first level of the five thunder tribulation technique. Don't be arrogant. You must be careful. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Fong Chen cupped his hands and thanked him. Seeing this, the old man waved his hand and said, to be able to sense the five thunder tribulation technique among the many secret techniques means that you are fated with my master. Now that you have cultivated the five thunder tribulation technique, you could be considered half a disciple of my master. You can call me senior brother in the future. Greetings, senior brother. Fong Chen smiled. In all these years, this was the happiest the old man had been. In the endless years of guarding the soul power source, the old man had seen countless geniuses. He had even sensed a few top-notch soul secret techniques. However, he had never been as happy as he was now. Since the death of his master and fellow disciples, this was the first person other than himself to obtain the recognition of the five thunder tribulation technique and cultivate it. Junior brother Fong, I'm very happy. The old man placed his hands on Fong Chen's shoulders excitedly. On this day, the old man chatted a lot with Fong Chen. Fong Chen also learned a lot about the five thunder Tao Lord. Moreover, Fong Chen learned some secrets of the universe from the old man. The new era. The old man was actually a cultivator who survived from the previous era. This shocked Fong Chen too much. It was also the first time Fong Chen heard the word new era. From the old man's explanation, Fong Chen understood what new era meant. An era was 10 billion years. What 10 billion years? Fong Chen's heart was in turmoil. An era was 10 billion years, and the old man was a powerhouse who survived from the previous era. What kind of cultivation realm could survive for 10 billion years? Fong Chen was shocked. He looked at the old man with a dumbfounded expression. Actually, there were many powerhouses who survived from the previous era. Some survived by using treasures of heaven and earth, while others used extraordinary means, the old man explained. For example, everyone in the Star Relic is a powerhouse who survived from the previous era. With our strength, we definitely can't survive for so long. However, the owner of the Star Relic has extraordinary means. The Star Relic is actually a space-type treasure. Although we have survived from the previous epoch, we are unable to leave the Star Relic and live such a boring life forever unless we were able to reach the peak of the Marshall Way one day. Fong Chun could hear the helplessness in the old man's words. So what if they could survive for 10 billion years? In the end, they still couldn't transcend and would be trapped here forever without seeing the light of day. Day after day, it was boring. No wonder the powerhouses in the Star Relic were so lonely. So that was the case. Fong Chun was shocked. The senior brother in front of him had lived for an entire era. Fong Chun had cultivated for less than 100 years. 10 billion years was too long for him. However, for those top powerhouses, it was just a snap of the fingers. So what if you can survive for an era? In the end, you still can't transcend. The old man sighed. Only by transcending could one jump out of the river of time and live forever with the universe. However, since ancient times, how many people could do it? The vast universe was constantly being created and destroyed. At the end of every era, the great Tao of heaven and earth would evolve into a natural disaster, causing the universe to enter a period of destruction. After the universe was completely destroyed, it would enter a period of creation. Only those powerhouses with extraordinary means, or powerhouses with treasures of heaven and earth, could avoid the destruction of the universe and enter the next era. Such powerhouses were too terrifying. Fong Chun was shocked. It seemed that his understanding of the universe was still very little. Of course, some powerhouses will be reincarnated before the universe is destroyed. However, not everyone can be reincarnated successfully. The old man continued. Some powerhouses fail in reincarnation and completely disappear. Those who are successful in reincarnation can live for another era. Endless years, countless eras. This made Fong Chun realize that in the vast universe, there should be terrifying existences who had lived for several eras. It was only now that he recognized a corner of the universe. Chapter 1057. 3 days later, Fong Chun bade farewell to the old man and stepped on the path to the exit. After leaving the old man's territory, he instantly sensed the little mouse's presence. Soon, he arrived in front of the little mouse. "Boss!" Seeing this, the little mouse cried out in surprise. "Boss, why did you come out?" The little mouse knew that Fong Chun was trapped in that area, but it did not expect him to come out unscathed. "It's a long story," Fong Chun said. At this moment, Fong Chun saw the tombstone. Wangda. Fong Chun's heart was filled with sorrow. Wangda had died because of him. Although it was not his fault, Fong Chun blamed himself. He stayed in front of Wang Da's tombstone for a long time. Finally, Fong Chun stood up. "Wangda, I have avenged you. Rest in peace," Fong Chun said. After bidding farewell to Wangda, he left with the little mouse. With Fong Chun's current speed, he soon arrived at the 4th red dot. Then, he went to the 5th red dot without stopping. On the way, he met the disciples of the Sword Firmament sect. Shi Qing Gu Fong. Fong Chun stopped in his tracks and shouted loudly. The disciples led by Shi Qing were advancing cautiously. This period of time was too torturous for them. Each day felt like a year to them. When Fong Chun found them, they also saw Fong Chun. "It's Sanguinati." Shi Qing was overjoyed. "Why are you here?" Fong Chun asked. Gu Fong and Shi Qing briefly explained what had happened during this period of time. Hearing this, Fong Chun's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that their luck was not as good as his. "I got a map and can find the exit," Fong Chun said. Hearing this, the disciples were overjoyed and excited. "Really? We can leave now?" Gu Fong excitedly hugged Fong Chun's arms and asked loudly. Fong Chun nodded and said, "We can't stay here for long. Let's beat them up quickly." The Star Relic was too dangerous, and they were only at the periphery. Moreover, he didn't encounter any danger. He was very lucky. Fong Chun's heart palpitated as he thought of the 3 peerless experts beneath the ice. Even an expert of that caliber had died. One could very well imagine how dangerous the starry remnants were. Most importantly, the Star Relic was left behind from the previous era. A few days later, Fong Chun brought Gu Fong and the others to the 5th red dot. "Where's the exit?" Shi Qing asked. Fong Chun looked around and frowned. The armored figure in the Star Spirit River had clearly said that the 5th red that was the exit. Why can't I find it? Could it be that the map was wrong? However, at this moment, a wild laughter suddenly sounded. Then, the eight-legged demonic beast that Fong Chun was very familiar with appeared. What's going on? Fong Chun was shocked. Why did they come to this dangerous place, according to the map? Let's go, Fong Chun shouted. Then, he prepared to escape. Ha ha! You want to escape after entering this place? Dream on. The eight-legged demonic beast was very depressed when Fong Chun escaped last time. This time, it obviously wouldn't make the same mistake again. The eight-legged demonic beast moved slightly and emitted a vast aura that directly sealed the space. What should we do? Shi Qing and the others looked at Fong Chun with serious expressions. After a short moment of panic, Fong Chun gradually calmed down. Senior, may I ask if we can leave the star relic from here? Fong Chun asked with cupped fists. Hearing this, the eight-legged demonic beast said, Kid, you know quite a lot. You actually found out that this is the exit. Hearing this, Fong Chun breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this was really the exit. The armored figure didn't lie to him. The red dot on the map was also correct. Senior, may I ask how we can leave and defeat you? Fong Chun continued to ask. The eight-legged demonic beast didn't rush to attack. Instead, it looked at Fong Chun and said, That's right. Defeat me, and you can leave this place. Same old rules. I will suppress my cultivation to the same level as you. As long as any one of you can defeat me, you can leave this place. The eight-legged demonic beast said, Let me do it. Before Fong Chun could speak, Gu Fong spoke. In the star relic, he had obtained epic, and his cultivation had reached Heaven Star Border Stage 4. He was confident that he could defeat the eight-legged demonic beast. Roar! The eight-legged demonic beast roared, and the 8 legs on its body shot out. Bang! Before Gu Fong could attack, he was sent flying. Too weak. I can't even use the power of a Heaven Star Border Stage 4. The eight-legged demonic beast mocked. I'll challenge you. Seeing that Gu Fong had failed, Shi Qing stepped forward. However, the result was obvious. Shi Qing also failed. Seeing that the 2 experts had failed, the rest of the group had a solemn expression. At this moment, the eight-legged demonic beast looked at Fong Chun. Why aren't you attacking? At this moment, a few figures were conversing with each other in the void. After so many years, the eight-legged demonic beast is really bored. Ha! A woman said, Yeah, we are in charge of guarding this place. We rotate every 10 million years. Finally, it's the eight-legged demonic beast's turn. Another man said, Among these people, that brat might have a chance. While they were chatting, Fong Chun made his move. Boom! The aura of a peak mystic king instantly spread out. Seeing this, the eight-legged demonic beast also suppressed its cultivation to the peak of the mystic king realm. Brat, I let you escape last time. This time, I want to see what you have to defeat me. The eight-legged demonic beast said in a deep voice. Suddenly, the 8 legs carried a majestic force and whizzed towards Lin Fan. Seeing that the eight-legged demonic beast attacked first, Fong Chun let out a low roar and executed the star sky technique. Crash! The majestic hand of stars in the sky suddenly pressed down. Crack! The star sky technique blocked the eight-legged demonic beast's 8 legs. However, it only lasted for a moment. Too weak. The eight-legged demonic beast laughed and continued to attack Fong Chun. Although the attack was broken, Fong Chun was not worried at all. Instead, he was secretly happy, because after the initial test, Fong Chun found that the eight-legged demonic beast combat power was comparable to a Heaven Star Border stage, for even though its cultivation was suppressed to the peak of the Mystic King realm. In other words, he still had a high chance of defeating the eight-legged demonic beast. Seeing that the eight-legged demonic beast was crazily attacking, Fong Chen's sea of qi vibrated, and the terrifying vital spirit energy instantly spread out. Then, the terrifying aura swept across the land and enveloped the eight-legged demonic beast. At the same time, Fong Chun executed the star sky technique again. Vital spirit energy. It was the first time that such a terrifying vital spirit energy appeared in a Mystic King realm guy. Not only was the eight-legged demonic beast shocked, But the other people in the clouds were also shocked. Could it be that this guy has entered the Star Spirit River? Just entering the Star Spirit River would not allow one to have such rich, vital spirit energy. The last time he was defeated by the eight-legged demonic beast, he did not have vital spirit energy. There's only one possibility for him to have such a terrifying amount of vital spirit energy in such a short time. Thinking of this, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. This guy had captured 100 spiritual pythons in the Star Spirit River. This was the only explanation. Did he really capture 100 spiritual pythons? They were extremely anxious, but they still restrained themselves and waited for the end of the battle to ask. Pucci, one of the eight-legged demonic beast's legs was cut off by the terrifying vital spirit energy. It looked up to the sky and roared in anger. However, at this moment, a vast soul power spread out and turned into a lightning snake, shooting into the eight-legged demonic beast's mind. The eight-legged demonic beast screamed and fell to the ground. Suddenly, the eight-legged demonic beast's aura rose rapidly, and its cultivation level was no longer suppressed. After the increase in cultivation level, the eight-legged demonic beast instantly blocked the lightning snake's attack. Then it glared at Fong Chun. Bazoo, you've already lost. The people in the clouds instantly appeared and stopped the enraged Bazoo. After being stopped by the people, Bazoo regained his senses and unwillingly withdrew his aura. Bazoo glared at Fong Chun fiercely. Shi Qing and the others were already dumbfounded. A woman stepped forward and asked with a smile, "Did you capture 100 spiritual pythons in the Star Spirit River?" Hearing this, Fong Chun was startled, but he immediately nodded. "No wonder your body can absorb vital spirit energy on its own." The woman smiled faintly. "I'm afraid it's not just that." Suddenly, the man who had been silent all this time spoke up. The gazes of the others were all focused on the man. "If I'm not wrong, the lightning snake that attacked Bazoo just now was a secret soul attack. Moreover, it was a secret soul attack from the source of soul power." As soon as he said this, Bazoo and the others were shocked. "What kind of secret technique is it?" The woman asked hurriedly. "The 5 lightning tribulation technique," the man said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the others' faces were filled with shock. They looked at Fong Chun with burning eyes. Capturing 100 spiritual pythons in the Star Spirit River and sensing the 5 lightning tribulation technique in the source of soul power. What kind of monstrous genius was this? Bazoo's loss is not unjustified. After a long time, the woman smiled. "Seniors, can we leave now?" Fong Chun asked. However, just as Fong Chun finished speaking, 2 voices entered their ears at the same time. "Everyone, this kid captured 100 spiritual pythons in the Star Spirit River. His potential is heaven-defying, and he is fated with me. I hope you can give him a chance." Junior brother Fong cultivates the 5 lightning tribulation technique and can be considered half a disciple of Master. For the sake of this old man, give him a chance. These 2 sentences entered the ears of the others at the same time. Immediately, the expressions of the others changed slightly. The only person who could make these 2 transmit their voices at the same time was probably this kid. A few of them looked at each other and then nodded. "You can't leave yet." Bazoo took a step forward and said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Fong Chen's heart sank. Chapter 1059. Inside the Star Ruin. The rules were supreme, and no one could go against the rules set by the owner of the Star Ruin. Even the experts who guarded the rules didn't dare to. The rule here was that as long as one defeated the 8-legged demonic beast, they could leave this place safely. Fong Chen easily defeated the 8-legged demonic beast at the same cultivation level. They wanted to leave this place happily, but they were told that they couldn't leave yet. Fong Chen's face immediately darkened. His pitch-black eyes stared at the people in the air with a puzzled look on his face. "Senior, may I ask why we can't leave?" Fong Chen asked in a low voice. "The others can leave, but you stay." A man flicked his wrist, and Shi Qing and the others instantly disappeared. "Okay." Fong Chun looked around, but he couldn't find any trace of Shi Qing and the others. "There's no need to look for them. I've already sent them out of the star ruin. The man grinned. The others also looked at Fang Shan with a faint smile on their faces. Fang Shan felt that something was wrong. There was a dense amount of astral essence hidden in his palm. If anything went wrong, he would run for his life. Seeing Fang Shan like this, the few people suddenly laughed out loud. "Kid, do you know why we let you stay?" The man continued to ask. Fang Shan shook his head, indicating that he didn't understand. "It's all thanks to Tai Jia and your senior brother that you can stay," a woman beside him said with a smile. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He immediately felt that this matter should be related to his senior brother and Tai Jia. But why did they let him stay? Could it be that they wanted to give him some opportunities? However, while Fang Chan was deep in thought, another enchanting woman spoke. "Kid, you're the most outstanding genius we've seen in this epic. Now, there are two choices in front of you." "What choices?" Fang Chun hurriedly asked. "The first choice is to turn around and leave this place. The second choice is to defeat the 8-legged demonic beast at the first level of Heaven Star Border," said the woman. Fang Chun was shocked. Heavenly Dipper Realm, first layer level 8-legged monster beast. How strong is that? An 8-legged demonic beast at the 9th level of the Profound King Realm had a combat strength comparable to the 4th level of the Heaven Dipper Realm. Heavenly Dipper Realm, first layer. How strong will the strength be? Fang Chun dare not imagine. However, he still asked, "May I know what benefits there are for defeating this senior?" He wouldn't do anything that didn't benefit him. "As long as you could defeat Bazu, you will receive a token." The man from before said, "This command medallion will allow you to be the first to sense the stellar relic the next time it opens. Then, you can use the command medallion to directly teleport into the stellar relic." Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. Using the token, he instantly sensed the opening of the star relic and was teleported into it. A token like this was absolutely priceless. Fang Chun had been worrying about how to find the stellar relic after he left this time and became stronger. From Tai Jia and his senior brother, Xiao Chun learned that the astral remnant had been drifting in the vast universe without a fixed location. This time, they were able to enter from the great mountain mystery realm. It was entirely because the astral remnant had drifted to Clear Sky Island and then bordered the great mountain mystery realm. Speaking of which, Fang Chun was able to enter the astral remnant completely by luck. The astral remnant was incomparably tempting even to almighty figures who had surpassed the heavenly body tier. Not to mention Fang Chun himself. At this moment, his eyes were burning as he stared at the man who spoke and asked in a deep voice, "As long as I defeat Senior Bazu, I will receive the command medallion." The man nodded and said, "However, once you choose the second option, unless you defeat Bazu, you will only die. You have to think carefully." The man told Fang Chun the consequences. Instantly, Fang Chun fell silent. Fang Chun could guess that the reason why these people kept him and gave him such a chance was definitely because of Tai Jia and his senior brother. However, this was a matter of life and death, so he could not be careless. If he did not choose, he could safely turn around and leave. If he chose, he would have to fight an 8-legged demonic beast at the first level of the Heaven Dipper realm. Once he failed, he would die. However, if he succeeded, he would receive the crucial command medallion. After thinking about it, Fang Chun finally chose the latter. The path of martial arts was originally against the heavens. If he could not even solve such a small problem, how could he walk toward the peak of martial arts in the future? "I choose to challenge Senior Bazu," Fang Chun said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the figures in the void nodded one after another, their faces full of joy. Obviously, Fang Chun could make such a choice, so he was not a person who was afraid of death. "All right, since you have chosen this path, then let's start now," the enchanting woman said. The 8-legged demonic beast figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Fang Chun. Its body was filled with extremely dense vital essence, which was very terrifying. The 8-legged demonic beast stared at Fang Chun and said, "Boy, I won't go easy on you. Please." Fang Chun stretched out his hand and said. Suddenly, a wild gust of wind spread out between heaven and earth. The eight-legged demonic beast's body suddenly swayed. Following this, its 8 legs instantly lashed out at Fang Chun. At the same time, the battlefield was instantly swept by the vital essence. What a terrifying vital essence! Fang Chun activated the perfect sword body and said in a deep voice. Although the 8-legged demonic beast suppressed its cultivation to Heaven Star Realm Level 1, its foundation was extremely deep, which was not something Fang Chun could compare with. The vital essence in its Qi Sea was as vast as the sea. Seeing this, Fang Chun suddenly displayed the Star Sky technique. Puchi, the huge hand of stars, instantly pressed down. However, this time, the hand of stars was not as sharp as before. When it collided with the terrifying vital essence, it was instantly torn apart. Not good. Fang Chun secretly shouted and directly displayed the space-time true meaning. His figure instantly teleported. Crack! In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, the space where Fang Chun had been standing was torn apart. Fang Chun sucked in a breath of cold air. If he had dodged a little slower, he was afraid that the 8-legged demonic beast would have directly smashed him into pieces. Heart Illusion Sword Technique. Fang Chun displayed the Heart Illusion Sword Technique. 99 sword lights shot towards the 8-legged demonic beast. Seeing this, the latter sneered and was very disdainful. Its body turned, and its 8 legs continued to shoot out. In the blink of an eye, the 99 sword lights were shattered. In the void, several people who were watching the battle shook their heads. It seems that he can't defeat the 8-legged demonic beast at Heaven Star Realm Level 1. The enchanting woman said, "This boy is very talented, but his cultivation time is too short." Several people's words were filled with regret. On the battlefield, there was a one-sided trend. Fang Chun was suppressed to the point that he could not resist at all. He could only rely on his perfect sword body to resist while at death's door. Boy, you've lost. Being defeated by Fang Chun in a battle of the same realm, the 8-legged demonic beast had been suppressing a sense of anger in its heart. Now it vented it all out. At Heaven Star Realm Level 1, its combat power was definitely beyond Heaven Star Realm Level 5. Crash! As he spoke, the 8-legged demonic beast let out a low roar. The 8 legs suddenly moved in all directions around Fang Chun, instantly entangling him. 5 Thunder Calamity Technique. At the critical moment, Fang Chun displayed the 5 Thunder Calamity Technique. Suddenly, the blue soul in his mind instantly spread out. It quickly turned into a blue thunderbolt in the sky, and then shot towards the 8-legged demonic beast. It's no use. The 8-legged demonic beast sneered. When it was at Profound King Realm, it could not resist this attack. But now, it was a Heaven Star Realm martial artist. Fang Chun's strongest attack, the 5 Thunder Calamity Technique, was blocked by the 8-legged demonic beast. However, the 8-legged demonic beast soul was also shaken for a long time. Boy, if you cultivate to the extreme, maybe I will be afraid of you, the 8-legged demonic beast said. Fang Chun's eyes were very dignified, and the sword hero Qi surged all over his body. The perfect sword body was pushed to the extreme. It's over. The 8-legged demonic beast did not seem to want to waste any more time. With a roar, it madly rushed towards Fang Chun. Fang Chun kept retreating, and a trace of fear grew in his heart. However, at this moment, the little mouse roared and instantly appeared. Boss! As soon as the little mouse appeared, it displayed its innate ability, extreme piercing. Whoosh! A ray of light that tore through the void hit the 8-legged demonic beast. Immediately, it shot through the 8-legged demonic beast. Bang! Caught off guard, the 8-legged demonic beast's body was sent flying by the extreme piercing. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the little mouse continued to display its innate ability, Devour. Whoosh! The terrifying Devour power instantly wrapped around the 8-legged demonic beast. Damn it! The 8-legged demonic beast cursed, and it tried its best to resist the Devour power. This Devour power was absorbing the vital spirit in its body. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the vital spirit was lost which made the eight-legged demonic beast furious. It exerted all its strength to resist the devour power. Beside the little mouse, Fang Chun was stunned for a moment. Then, joy appeared on his face as he displayed the Heavenly Star technique. The Heavenly Star technique directly suppressed the eight-legged demonic beast. At this moment, the expressions of the several people in the void instantly froze. Extreme Piercing Devour, a demonic beast with two innate abilities. Moreover, these two innate abilities are very powerful. This mouse is too powerful. The several people were shocked by the little mouse. At the same time that she was shocked, the enchanting woman suddenly discovered something and cried out involuntarily. Heaven-devouring divine mouse. It's a heaven-devouring divine mouse. Hearing the enchanting woman's words, the others were also stunned. Then, they looked at the little mouse in disbelief. I remember now. Back then, there was a man who went into the star relic with a little mouse like this. The same color, the same innate ability. I can't be wrong. If Fang Chun heard their conversation, he would definitely be shocked, because the man they were talking about who went into the star relic was the legendary Emperor Zhongjian. Chapter 1060. That guy had the heaven-devouring godly rat with him back then, the woman exclaimed after recovering from the shock. Wasn't there only one primordial heaven-devouring godly rat in this era? Why is there a second one? The armored man asked. This heaven-devouring godly rat should be the descendant of that one. From the looks of it, it hasn't fully matured yet. After all, they were all experts who had survived from the last era. Although the heaven-devouring godly rat was heaven-defying and shocking. However, it was only a slight surprise. In the blink of an eye, they regained their composure. However, their eyes were filled with passion as they looked at the little mouse. A smile appeared on the faces of these people. They had initially thought that Fang Chun would not be able to defeat the eight-legged beast. However, there was a change now. They did not expect Fang Chun to have the heaven-devouring godly rat. As expected, while they were talking, the outcome of the battle below had already been decided. Fang Chun and the little mouse had teamed up to defeat the eight-legged beast. The latter stabilized his figure and withdrew his aura, stopping the battle. The eight-legged beast glared at Fang Chun before turning around and leaving. How unlucky. The eight-legged beast was speechless. He had lost to this kid in both battles, leaving him speechless. Meanwhile, the people in the sky nodded at Fang Chun. Kid, I didn't expect you to have a heaven-devouring godly rat too, the armored man said. The woman said with a smile, a long time ago, there was a man who also came with a heaven-devouring godly rat, but his strength was much stronger than yours. A spirit pet is also a part of one's strength. You've defeated the eight-legged beast. Here's the badge. Keep it well. The woman handed the badge to Fang Chun. Hearing this, Fang Chun's heart was incomparably shocked. Without a doubt, the man they were talking about must be the Zhongjian monarch. The Zhongjian monarch has also been here before, Fang Chun thought to himself. Even an expert like the Zhongjian monarch had come here. It was enough to show the importance of the star relic. Just as Fang Chun was lost in thought, the frail woman interrupted Fang Chun's thoughts. Fang Chun put away the token and cupped his hands in thanks. Many thanks for your help, seniors. Little fellow, you have great potential. We look forward to our next encounter with you, said the enchanting woman with a smile. After that, Fang Chun felt a flash of white light and immediately left the star ruins. While Fang Chun appeared in the valley of the Level Mountain secret realm. Suddenly, he felt the ground shaking. Fang Chun knew that the star ruins were closing. In the blink of an eye, the tremors on the ground disappeared. The green rock in the depths of the valley had also disappeared. Fang Chun spread out his hands. It seemed that the star ruins had entered the universe again. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chun turned around and walked out of the valley. Outside the valley, Shi Qing and the others were anxiously waiting for Fang Chun. Why didn't those people let Junior Brother Shui come out? Could it be that Junior Brother Shui defeated the eight-legged demonic beast and they hold a grudge against him? I don't think so. The few disciples of the Sword Firmament sect were discussing animatedly. Senior Brother Shi Qing. At this moment, Fang Chen's voice interrupted their discussion. It's junior brother Shui. Hearing someone call his name, Shi Qing turned around and saw Sanguinati walking out of the valley. Instantly, they quickly ran to Fang Chen's side. Junior brother Shui, are you all right? Shi Qing and the others asked worriedly. Fang Chen shook his head and said, I'm fine. Junior brother Shui, why didn't they let you leave? Someone asked. It's a long story. Fang Chen gave a simple explanation. Of course, he didn't mention that he had obtained the token. This token was a priceless treasure. If news of it spread, even great elites who surpassed the heavenly body tier would come to snatch it. At that time, not only would he not be able to protect the token, but he would also be killed because of it. Other than himself, no one else could know about the token. In the end, under Shi Qing's lead, everyone quickly left the Great Mountain Mystery Realm. Black Heaven Sect, Fengtian Palace. It had been a few months since the Great Mountain Mystery Realm closed. During this time, Shi Qing and the others hadn't returned. This meant that they had all died in the Great Mountain Mystery Realm. The disciples of the Fengtian sect were the happiest about this. A few days ago, Feng Yu went to the upper echelons of the Fengtian Palace and told them that they were short of a junior commander. The upper echelons had thought about it and finally made an announcement. In the Fengtian Palace, all Heaven Dipper Realm disciples could compete for the position of junior commander. On this day, the Fengtian Palace was very lively. After a series of qualifiers, 2 disciples of the ancient Dao sect successfully advanced to the finals. The Fengtian sect only had 1 disciple, and the Sword Firmament sect had 2 disciples. Now, these 5 disciples were going to compete for the position of junior commander. The 5 disciples would fight in pairs. The first battle was between the Fengtian sect's Feng Hong and the Sword Firmament sect's disciple. Both of their cultivations were Heaven Dipper Realm Stage 4. You're not my match. On the martial stage, Feng Hong was extremely arrogant. He looked down on everyone and sneered. You're courting death. The Sword Firmament sect's disciple wielded a long sword and executed a domineering sword technique. Whoosh! Streaks of sword light appeared in the sky one after another. In an instant, all the sword light pierced towards Feng Hong. Too weak. Feng Hong didn't move from the beginning to the end. Just as the sword light was about to touch his body, it suddenly stopped. Below the stage, everyone was shocked. However, only the Fengtian sect's disciples knew best. As soon as Feng Hong stepped onto the stage, he secretly set up the absolute seal technique. Feng Hong was an old disciple of the Sword Firmament sect and was part of the last batch to join the Black Heaven sect. The reason why he was still Heaven Dipper Realm Stage 4 was that he was severely injured during a mission, causing his cultivation to drop. Otherwise, with his peak strength, he wouldn't be able to defeat a Heaven Dipper Realm Stage 4. He wouldn't be afraid, even if it was a Heaven Dipper Realm Stage 5. Bang! Bang! Streaks of sword light attacked the Absolute Seal technique, but they couldn't break it. You want to break my Absolute Seal technique? Dream on. Feng Hong's Absolute Seal technique was even stronger than Feng Yu's. Feng Yu, who was below the stage, nodded his head when he saw this. 3 minutes later, Feng Hong defeated the Sword Firmament sect's disciple. In the second battle, the ancient Dao sect's disciple defeated the other Sword Firmament sect's disciple. The 2 Sword Firmament sect's disciples who entered the finals were both eliminated. The third battle was between the ancient Dao sect's disciple and Feng Hong. They used the same technique and the same seal. Feng Hong defeated the ancient Dao sect's disciple with his absolute strength. In the end, there were only 2 people left. The ancient Dao sect's disciple had cultivated Taoist techniques to the extreme. Let me have a taste of your absolute seal technique. The ancient Dao sect's disciple roared, and a Taoist aura appeared around him. Then, he suddenly slammed his hand against the seal. Crack! Under everyone's gaze, a crack appeared on the seal. Even Feng Hong was a little surprised when he saw this. Then, Feng Hong counterattacked. Heaven's sealing hand. Feng Hong roared and stretched out his hand, directly hitting the ancient Dao sect's disciple. In an instant, the 2 of them started fighting. On the rostrum, an armored commander was quietly watching all of this. Beside the commander in armor stood a woman in a light yellow dress. She was not from the Fengtian Palace, but she was able to stand beside the commander in armor. This showed how high her status was. "These two little guys are interesting," the woman in the light yellow dress said with a smile. When he heard this, a smile surfaced on the cold face of the armored commander. Feng Hong's combat strength is not as good as the ancient Dao Sec's kid, but his absolute seal technique is very exquisite, the commander in armor said. From his words, one could tell that he thought highly of Feng Hong. The absolute seal technique was an inherited technique of the Fengtian sect. It was also the sect's signature technique. When cultivated to the peak, one could seal the heavens and earth. However, until now, other than the first ancestor, no one had been able to cultivate the absolute seal technique to the point where it could seal the heavens and earth. However, Feng Hong's attainment in the absolute seal technique was also very high. Just as the woman in the light yellow dress and the commander in armor were talking, the battle on the martial arts stage had already been decided. Bang! Feng Hong stretched out his hand and used the absolute seal technique again. This time, the absolute seal technique was not to protect him, but to trap the ancient Dao Sec's disciple. Damn it! The ancient Dao Sec's disciple cursed as he was trapped by the absolute seal technique. However, no matter how he attacked, he could not break the absolute seal technique. 3 minutes later, Feng Hong looked at the commander in armor on the main platform. "Officer Tai Jia, is this battle over?" As he spoke, Feng Hong's heart was filled with excitement. Once this battle was over, he would be the junior commander of the Fengtian Palace. After this battle, Feng Hong will be the junior commander of the Fengtian Palace, the commander in armor announced. Feng Hong was overjoyed when he heard this. The dust had finally settled. He, Feng Hong, was destined to rise again. On the main platform, the woman in the light yellow dress nodded slightly and said, "Although the Fengtian Palace's overall strength is not very strong, there are a few good seedlings. Haha, it's their fortune to be praised by you, Ching Ching," the commander in armor said with a grin. "Since the selection is over, let's go," said the woman named Ching Ching. The commander in armor nodded, and the two of them prepared to leave together. However, at this moment, the sound of something flying through the air could be heard. Suddenly, several figures rushed over from afar. In the blink of an eye, they appeared on the square. "It's senior brother Shi Qing. Why are they back? They've been missing for so long, but they've returned safely. Since senior brother Shi Qing is back, the junior commander will naturally be his. Ha, that's great." The Sword Firmament Sect's disciple was the happiest when he saw Shi Qing and the others. Feng Hong's face turned grave when he heard the Sword Firmament Sect's disciple. "Feng Hong, it's time for you to give up your position as the junior commander," Gu Chun from the ancient Dao sect joked. Chapter 1061. The return of Shi Qing and the others caused a commotion in the square. Everyone was shocked. Hadn't he already died in the Level Mountain secret realm? How did they appear here unscathed? Moreover, their auras seemed to be very strong. What was going on? Even the armor commander on the rostrum, who was about to leave, was shocked. "Who are these people?" the woman in yellow asked when she saw the crowd's reaction. "Didn't they die?" The armored commander did not answer the woman's question. Instead, he muttered to himself. Whoosh! The entire square was in an uproar. The disciples of the Sword Firmament sect came to Shi Qing and the others. "Shi Qing, you're back." Shi Qing and the others nodded. When they had just returned, Shi Qing and the others had already heard that the Fengtian Palace was selecting a new junior commander today. At this moment, Feng Hong and Feng Yu's expressions were extremely grave. What happened? The armored commander walked down from the rostrum and asked Shi Qing and the others. "Commander Tai Jia, we were trapped in a desperate situation and couldn't get out," Shi Qing explained. "In the end, we managed to return safely after losing a few of our brothers." Shi Qing briefly recounted what had happened. The armored commander nodded slightly after listening to the story. When the Great Mountain secret realm had closed, the Guardian Elder had said that Shi Qing and the others had died in the secret realm. Who would have thought that they would return safely after a few months? "It's good that you're back," the armor commander said. Since senior brother Shi Qing has returned, the position of junior commander will naturally be senior brother Shi Qing's, Gu Feng said. The position of junior commander was considered a high position in the Fengtian Palace. Gu Feng was fighting for Shi Qing. The selection is over. Feng Hong will be the junior commander of the Fengtian Palace, Feng Yu said. The position of junior commander belongs to the capable. I think senior brother Feng Hong is more suitable for the position than Shi Qing, another Fengtian sect disciple said. The disciples of the ancient Tao sect watched from the side. The armored commander looked around and pondered for a moment. Shi Qing, we thought that you had died, so we started the selection. Now, the junior commander has been selected, the armored commander said. Before the armored commander could finish speaking, Shi Qing interjected. Iron Armor Commander, I won't make things difficult for you. Shi Qing slowly said, since the Fengtian sect disciple says that he has the ability to obtain the position of junior commander, then I, Shi Qing, challenge Feng Hong. Is that possible? Hearing this, the armored commander nodded. As the Iron Armor Commander, his words were worth 1,000 gold. The results that had just been announced naturally could not be changed. Shi Qing knew that he was in a difficult position, so he directly challenged Feng Hong. All right, you challenge Feng Hong. The winner will be the junior commander. The armored commander laughed loudly. Immediately, everyone looked at Shi Qing and Feng Hong with burning eyes. Feng Hong snorted coldly and stepped onto the martial arts stage. Feng Chun remained in the crowd, not saying a word. Needless to say, Feng Hong was no match for senior brother Shi Qing in this battle. Shi Qing, I'll show you how powerful I am in this battle. Feng Hong was very arrogant and thought that Shi Qing was no match for him. Moreover, in his heart, he greatly desired the position of junior commander. Since Shi Qing was competing with him, then Shi Qing was his enemy. Of course, he couldn't be merciful to his enemy. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. What kind of joke was this? Although luck played a part in Shi Qing's survival in the Star Ruin for such a long time, it also proved Shi Qing's strength. The current Shi Qing was considered strong even among the junior commanders. He didn't believe that Feng Hong could defeat him with his cultivation level of Heaven Star Border Stage 5. Fengtian Sex Feng, you also looked at Shi Qing mockingly. Originally, Feng Hong had already obtained the position of junior commander. Who would have thought that Shi Qing would come back? If Feng Hong became the junior commander, then Fengtian sect would have 2 junior commanders. It would be very beneficial for their future development. Feng Hong, end this quickly. Feng Yu said in a deep voice. Feng Hong nodded and used the absolute seal technique. Instantly, his body was surrounded by powerful seals. I'd like to see how you're going to break my absolute seal technique. Feng Hong said coldly. The armored commander stood quietly on the main stage. The woman in a light yellow dress was also a little surprised. She already knew that those who had just returned were the Sword Firmament sect's disciples who were rumored to have died in the secret realm. They've already died. Why are they here? The lady in yellow was confused. In the blink of an eye, Feng Hong and Shi Qing started fighting. Boom! When Shi Qing unleashed his cultivation level of Heaven Star Border Stage 5, the entire arena shook. Whoosh! A sharp and domineering sword light tore through the void and pierced the seal. Crack! A crack appeared on the seal. What a terrifying attack. Gu Chun from the ancient Tao sect was shocked. The battle in the arena was intense. Shi Qing didn't have any tricks up his sleeve, so he unleashed his strongest combat strength. Although he couldn't break the absolute seal technique, he could still attack Feng Hong from afar. Under the pressure of Shi Qing's sword light, Feng Hong finally walked out of the seal and started fighting with Shi Qing. Let's end this. Shi Qing bellowed as he unleashed his strongest attack. Rumble. A deafening sound came from the martial arts arena. Sword chi that was as vast as smoke spread out. Everyone was curious about who had won. A moment later, the sword chi dissipated. On the stage, Shi Qing's sword was pressed against Feng Hong's neck. You lost. Shi Qing put away his sword and said softly. The arena was filled with cheers. Shi Qing was too strong. Feng Hong couldn't even fight back and was defeated. Even the armored commander nodded in satisfaction. All of this was within Fong Chen's expectations. Damn it, Feng Hong was filled with resentment, but he didn't dare to do anything in front of the armored commander. He flung his sleeves and left. Good, very good. Shi Qing defeated Feng Hong and is now the commander of the Heavenly Sealing Palace, the armored commander announced. The Sword Firmament sect's disciples were excited. Shi Qing looked at the Bloodsword Saint from the practice field. The latter grinned and exchanged glances with Shi Qing. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he stepped onto the stage. What is Sanguinati doing? Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Junior brother Shui, I have faith in you. Shi Qing patted Sanguinati's shoulder and said softly. Then, Shi Qing walked down the arena. Fang Chun was the only one standing quietly on the huge martial arts practice platform. His gaze fell on the armored commander. Officer Tai Jia, Officer Tai Jia, the position of junior officer is up to you. Since that's the case, can I take the position of junior officer? Fang Chen's words spread throughout the arena. Countless martial artists were stunned. Was Sanguinati crazy? How could he compete for the position of the junior commander with his strength? You want the position of junior commander? Asked the armor commander. His expression didn't change. Fang Chen nodded. Then, he extended his finger and pointed at Feng Yu, who was below the stage. I want to challenge Feng Yu. The armored commander didn't say anything and just looked at Feng Yu. His meaning was clear. Feng Yu was furious. A fellow at the profound king realm dared to challenge him. Sanguinati, you're courting death. Don't blame me for it. Feng Yu leaped up on a martial arts stage, his entire body brimming with frenzied, killing intent. On the main stage, the woman in yellow looked at Fang Chun and asked, Who is he? Sanguinati, a disciple of the Sky Sealing Palace. On the arena, Feng Yu, you're not my match. Give up the position of the junior commander, Fang Chen said. At this moment, the Bloodsword Saint gave off a feeling of arrogance. However, only Shi Qing and the others knew that Sanguinati had the right to be arrogant. I hope you could be as arrogant as you are now, Feng Yu said. Crash. The battle began, and Feng Yu used the absolute seal technique. Seeing this, Fang Chen shook his head slightly and said, Don't you know about absolute sealing techniques? I fear absolute sealing techniques the least. Just as Fang Chen finished speaking, he suddenly moved his feet, and his figure kept moving. With a wave of his hand, a series of strange hand seals instantly spread out. Crack! In the blink of an eye, the crowd heard crack. In the next moment, the seal shattered. Feng Yu was dumbfounded. How is this possible? Feng Yu's heart shuddered. Sanguinati was able to break his absolute seal technique in such a short time. On the rostrum, the armored commander and the woman in the yellow dress were also slightly shaken. Not bad, the woman in yellow praised. After breaking the absolute seal technique, Fang Chen looked down at Feng Yu and said, Without the absolute seal technique, what else do you have? Whoosh. 99 sword lights shot out and the hard illusion sword art was pushed to the limit. Fang Chen defeated Feng Yu as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Bang! Feng Yu's body was blasted off the arena. All the cultivators in the square were stunned. Stormy waves rose in their hearts. Sanguinati actually defeated Feng Yu. What was going on? Of course, the two people on the platform were the most surprised. This kid's potential is really heaven-defying, the woman in yellow said with a twinkle in her eyes. It was really heaven-defying for a 9th-level Mystic King to defeat the junior commander of Fengtian Palace so easily. Sanguinati is the only Mystic King in the recent batch of newcomers. The armored commander was also amazed by Fang Chen. It was very difficult to fight above one's level. Only those peerless geniuses could do it. However, Sanguinati did it. At the same time, the armored commander was also very happy. A peerless genius had appeared in his Fengtian Palace. Sanguinati, from now on, you will replace Feng Yu as the new junior commander of Fengtian Palace, the armored commander announced. Chapter 1062. 3 palaces, 2 sects, and 1 royal family. These were the 6 major forces of Tongtian Island. 5 sects and 1 royal family. The royal family was the actual ruler of Tongtian Island. However, Due to the existence of the 3 palaces and 2 sects, the royal family could not control everything. The Black Heaven sect was one of the 3 palaces and 2 sects. Their influence was so great that it was unimaginable. Since joining the Black Heaven sect, Fang Chun did not know how deep the foundation of the Black Heaven sect was. In a large sect like the Black Heaven sect, even a minor commander had a very high status. The larger the sect, the more intense the competition. Therefore, the higher the status, the better the treatment. Every martial artist who joined the Black Heaven sect wanted to soar to the top. Therefore, Fang Chun would not miss the opportunity to compete for the minor commander position. If it was before, Fang Chun would not have been confident. However, his experience in the Star Ruin had benefited him greatly, and his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Therefore, he had the idea of competing for the minor commander position. Moreover, the Fengtian sect had always regarded him as an enemy. He directly challenged Feng Yu. Reality proved that Feng Yu, who did not have the absolute seal technique, was not worth mentioning. Under Fang Chen's powerful attack, Feng Yu was defeated. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the woman in the light yellow dress quickly walked in front of Fang Chun. The woman in the light yellow dress was very beautiful, like a beautiful flower. No matter where she went, she was the center of attention. Her beauty was unparalleled. She seemed to have the aura of a superior, which made people feel very oppressed. When she came to Fang Chen's side, the woman in the light yellow dress stretched out her fair hand. Her face was full of smiles, and her eyelashes were curved. She was very beautiful. By Qingqing, everyone in the square was puzzled. Why was the woman in the light yellow dress walking toward Fang Chun? Now they finally knew. The woman in the light yellow dress wanted to befriend Sanguinati. Seeing this, Fang Chun was also stunned. However, he still stretched out his hand and shook the woman's fair hand. In an instant, countless envious gazes were cast over Sanguinati. Fang Chun grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. Bai Qingqing retracted her hand and said happily, "I didn't expect the Fengtian Palace to have such a monstrous genius." After being praised by Bai Qingqing, Fang Chun felt a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and didn't say anything. Seeing Fang Chen's expression, Bai Qingqing didn't care. It seemed that Sanguinati did not recognize him. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have such an expression. "Sanguinati, are you interested in joining my bloodthirsty palace?" asked Bai Qingqing suddenly. "Qingqing, you're trying to poach him," the armor commander said unhappily as he jumped onto the stage. He was naturally very clear about Bai Qingqing's identity. At this moment, Bai Qingqing actually put down her status and tried to rope in Sanguinati. "Sanguinati is from my Fengtian Palace," said the armor commander. "I know, but he won't be put in an important position in your Fengtian Palace. He might as well come to my bloodthirsty palace," said Bai Qingqing with a smile. Fang Chun had heard of the bloodthirsty palace before. It was one of the 8 palaces of the Black Heaven sect. The disciples in the palace were all from the sky-devouring city. He didn't expect this woman to be from the bloodthirsty palace. Judging from her words, her status shouldn't be low. A genius like you shouldn't be buried. How about it? Are you interested in joining my bloodthirsty palace? Bai Qingqing no longer paid attention to the armored commander and asked Fang Chun, "If you join the bloodthirsty palace, you can be directly appointed as an armored commander. If you can break through to the Heaven Star border realm in a short period of time, you can be promoted to a silver armored commander." Bai Qingqing's words made everyone's heart tremble. In every palace, the person with the greatest authority was the palace master. Under the palace master were the commanders. The commanders were divided into the golden armored commander, the silver armored commander, the armored commander, and the junior commanders. Who was this woman? She actually used the armored commander's position to rope in Sanguinati. She even promised him that if he broke through to the Heaven Star border realm in a short period of time, he would be promoted to a silver armored commander. One had to know that the silver armored commander had an extremely high status in the 8 palaces. Even in the Black Heaven sect, he was highly respected. The armored commander, who was presiding over the junior commander selection, also cared about the silver armored commander. "Qingqing," Sanguinati can also be put in an important position in my Fengtian palace, said the armored commander hurriedly. It wasn't easy to find such a genius. If Bai Qingqing poached him, the upper echelons would definitely be angry. Although he couldn't promise Feng Chun anything, he could report it to the upper echelons and let them make a decision. Feng Chun didn't say a word. Bai Qingqing's olive branch was very tempting. However, after pondering for a moment, Feng Chun finally shook his head and declined. I'm sorry, Miss Bai Qingqing. I think it's better for me to stay in Fengtian Palace, said Feng Chun. Bai Qingqing was a little surprised when she heard that. She didn't expect Sanguinati to ignore the silver-armored commander's temptation and reject her suggestion. Surprisingly, Bai Qingqing was not angry at all. The people of the bloodthirsty palace were known for their bad temper. Although Bai Qingqing looked gentle, no one wasn't afraid when she was angry. I respect your choice, but if you change your mind in the future, you can find me at the bloodthirsty palace anytime, said Bai Qingqing with a smile. I will. Feng Chun cupped his hands and said. After that, Bai Qingqing bade farewell to the armored commander and turned to leave. The junior commander selection had ended. Some were happy, while others were sad. The happiest was the Sword Firmament sect. All these years, there were 3 major factions in Fengtian Palace. The Sword Firmament sect had always been the weakest, while the Fengtian sect was the strongest. However, this time, the Sword Firmament sect didn't have anyone as a commander. On the contrary, there were 2 people in the Sword Firmament sect. Moreover, Sanguinati's monstrous talent had attracted the attention of the higher-ups. In the evening, many people gathered in Sanguinati's courtyard. Junior brother Shui, you've made the Sword Firmament sect proud today. Some of the Sword Firmament sect's disciples grinned. Everyone surrounded Feng Chun in the middle. There was a stone bench in the courtyard. The stone bench was filled with wine. That night, everyone partied all night. In the Fengtian sect's area, Feng Yu and the others were furious. Damn Sanguinati, damn Shi Qing. Feng Yu roared in anger. If Sanguinati and Shi Qing hadn't returned at the critical moment, they wouldn't have lost their junior commander positions. What's the use of being angry now? Why don't we think of a way to deal with Sanguinati and the others? Feng Hong said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Feng Yu restrained his anger and looked at Feng Hong. Senior brother Feng Hong, do you have any ideas? Feng Hong was Feng Yu's senior brother and had arrived at the Black Heaven sect earlier than Feng Yu. He was more familiar with the situation in the Black Heaven sect's 8 palaces. I've heard of Bai Qingqing from the Bloodthirsty Palace. It's said that she's the golden armor commander of the Bloodthirsty Palace. She has extraordinary strength, and many martial artists are pursuing her. Feng Hong revealed a sinister smile. Not only the Bloodthirsty Palace, but many martial artists from the other 8 palaces were also pursuing Bai Qingqing. There were even some silver armor commanders, golden armor commanders, and rumor had it that some palace masters were secretly pursuing Bai Qingqing. Hearing Feng Hong's words, Feng Yu instantly understood. Senior brother Feng Hong, you mean? Feng Yu smiled sinisterly. Feng Hong nodded heavily. The next day, a piece of news spread throughout the 8 palaces. Bai Qingqing was very close to a junior commander of the Fengtian Palace. She even took the initiative to rope him in and even offered him the position of silver armor commander. This piece of news spread like wildfire like a kite. Those who didn't know Bai Qingqing didn't think it was a problem. However, the martial artists who knew Bai Qingqing were shocked when they heard this. Apart from the Fengtian Palace, the other 7 palaces were in an uproar. Some martial artists were furious, especially when they heard that this junior commander's cultivation was only at the 9th level Mystic King realm. Is there no one else in the Fengtian Palace? They actually let a 9th level Mystic King realm martial artist be a junior commander. What a joke. A 9th level Mystic King realm martial artist wants to get close to Miss Bai Qingqing. This person should be killed. Before this piece of news, some of the warriors who were pursuing Bai Qingqing would go to war every day, fighting nonstop. After hearing this piece of news, everyone's spearhead was unanimously pointed at Sanguinati. Of course, those martial artists who were iron armor commanders and above couldn't be bothered to make a move against Feng Chun. Instead, it was the ordinary martial artists and some junior commanders who were eager to make a move. Feng Chun, who was in the Fengtian Palace, was a little speechless when he heard this piece of news. Today, he was called away by the higher-ups of the Fengtian Palace to learn about the star relic. Fengtian only vaguely said that they were in the Great Mountain Secret Realm and were accidentally sucked into an unknown space. After being trapped for a few months, they were lucky to escape. After listening to Fengtian, Shi Qing, and the others, the higher-ups of the Fengtian Palace all agreed. It must be some mysterious relic that was connected to the Great Mountain Secret Realm. They even personally entered the Great Mountain Secret Realm, but they didn't find anything. In the end, this matter was left unsettled. In a tower in the Fengtian Palace. This time, Sanguinati has become the target of public criticism. The Iron Armor Commander who was in charge of the selection shook his head and said. A silver-armored commander next to him grinned and said, "This way, we can see how strong Sanguinati's potential is." After the commander reported the news about Sanguinati, the silver-armored commander had been paying attention to Sanguinati. He wanted to find an opportunity to secretly test Sanguinati. But now, the direction of the situation was exactly what he wanted. As long as it's not an Iron Armor Commander or above, there's no need to care, the Silver Armor Commander said. One day, the peace of the Fengtian Palace was broken by martial artists from other palaces. "Where's Sanguinati? Get out here." "Sanguinati, you piece of trash, I want to duel with you." Feng Yu and Feng Hong were secretly delighted when they heard such filthy words. As for the other warriors, they were also secretly observing the situation. Shi Qing and the others were livid as they shouted. "This is the Fengtian Palace. All of you, leave quickly." "Are you Sanguinati?" someone asked. "No. If you're not Sanguinati, why are you still talking nonsense? Get out of here." Chapter 1063. Sanguinati is the junior commander of the Ceiling Sky Palace. You can't just shout at him like that. Shi Qing and the others stood in front of the man and spoke in a deep voice. "Junior commander? How can a 9th-level profound king become the junior commander of the Ceiling Sky Palace? Is there no one else in the Ceiling Sky Palace?" The person sneered. "Do you believe that junior brother Shui can kill you with a single finger?" Gufang couldn't help but say coldly, "Brat, are you courting death?" The person's face was gloomy as he stared at Gufang. He was surrounded by a cold aura as he glanced at Gufang, Shi Qing, and the others. "Tell Sanguinati to come out and see me." "Junior brother Shui doesn't have time," Gufang continued. "You're courting death." The person was instantly enraged. His aura surged as he stretched out his hand to grab Gufang's head. Gufang sneered when he saw the person attacking first. He then used all his strength to fight with the person. Bang! Bang! The battle between the two was extremely intense. At the same time, Feng Yu and Feng Hong were secretly overjoyed. "Du Sinian, that idiot, shouldn't be Gufang's match," said Feng Hong. "It'll be even better if Du Sinian is defeated by Gufang," said Feng Yu thoughtfully. The two fought for 15 minutes on the square. Gufang had found an opportunity to attack and defeat Du Sinian. Yes, Du Sinian's expression kept changing as he stabilized his body. "You can't even defeat me, yet you dare to challenge junior brother Shui? You're asking for trouble," sneered Gufang. Gufang's face was filled with mockery. Du Sinian was even angrier when he heard this. He wanted to find a hole to hide in, but because of this, he hated Sanguinati even more. "I have nothing to say if I lose to you, but Sanguinati is a coward. He doesn't even dare to come out and see me. What a joke." Du Sinian turned around and left. His eyes told Gufang that he would come again. In a courtyard of the Windless Palace. "Senior brother, you have to avenge me." Du Sinian stood quietly and cupped his hands towards the cultivator sitting on a stone bench. Grievance was written all over his face. "You idiot. There are so many warriors who want to pursue by Qingqing in the 8th Palace. None of them are stronger than you. You're asking for trouble. You even went to the Ceiling Sky Palace to challenge them." This martial artist was very displeased. "Senior brother." Du Sinian still wanted to speak, but was stopped by this martial artist. "Just stay in the Windless Palace. There will definitely be many cultivators who will challenge Sanguinati in the near future." Du Sinian still wanted to speak, but the martial artist had already stood up and left. Du Sinian wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he shook his head. With someone taking the lead, there would be an endless stream of people following. Although Du Sinian did not see Sanguinati, because of his lead, many martial artists flocked over. Over the past few days, there had been an endless stream of martial artists who had come to Fontian Palace to challenge Sanguinati. However, they were all rejected by Gu Feng. Generally, Heavenly Dipper Realm 4th level martial artists can be solved by Gu Feng. However, no Heavenly Dipper Realm 5th level martial artists had come to Fontian Palace. As for the main character, Feng Chun, he was cultivating seriously. After experiencing the Star Relic, Feng Chun realized the vastness of the universe. His little bit of power was nothing in the universe. Therefore, he had to become stronger. Vital Essence has already occupied 2/3 of my Qi Si. Feng Chun looked inside his Qi Si and said faintly. The armored figure had told him not to break through to the Heavenly Dipper Realm so easily. He had to wait until his Qi Si was filled with Vital Essence before breaking through. Feng Chun had always remembered this in his heart. His body was constantly absorbing the Vital Essence. It was just that the absorption speed was slightly slower. However, Feng Chun believed that it would not be long before he could step into the Heavenly Dipper Realm. At that time, his strength would still increase. In the past few days, people from the outside world had been challenging Feng Chun, while he was cultivating in peace. One day, the armored commander found Feng Chun. Sanguinati, Commander. Feng Chun hurriedly got up and bowed to the armored commander. This is the token to enter the Hidden Shadow Pavilion. The armored commander handed a token to Feng Chun and said, as a junior commander, you have a chance to enter the Hidden Shadow Pavilion. Make good use of it. With that, the armored commander left. At this moment, Feng Chun was extremely excited. Feng Chun was very clear about the Hidden Shadow Pavilion. All 8 palaces of the Black Sky sect had a Hidden Shadow Pavilion. In the Hidden Shadow Pavilion, there were crystal balls that recorded all kinds of battles or cultivation scenes. These precious records were left behind by the previous generations of Fontian Palace. They were the precious treasures of Fontian Palace. Every palace valued the Hidden Shadow Pavilion very much. Only martial artists of the junior commander rank and above had the opportunity to enter the Hidden Shadow Pavilion. After entering the Hidden Shadow Pavilion, one could choose a recording crystal ball to watch the battles or cultivate. For martial artists, this was a very important opportunity. Watching the battles of Almighties was the best way to touch one's soul. Perhaps one could enter an epiphany because of it. Of course, in addition to watching the battles, one could also watch the cultivation of the Almighties and comprehend some essence from it. The Hidden Shadow Pavilion had always been a place that many martial artists of the Black Sky sect dreamed of, and now he actually had a chance to enter the Hidden Shadow Pavilion. As expected, the higher the position, the more resources. Feng Chun grinned as he held the token in his hand. Then, he strolled out of the courtyard and prepared to head to the Hidden Shadow Pavilion. It just so happened that his cultivation had reached a bottleneck. He might be able to gain something by watching the recording crystal balls in the Hidden Shadow Pavilion. However, when he passed by the square, he heard some insults. Sanguinati is a coward. He's been hiding and doesn't dare to appear. Junior brother Shui is in seclusion. Leave quickly. This was Shi Qing's voice. Shi Qing, as a junior commander, are you going to attack us? A martial artist from one of the palaces said coldly. I'll say it again. Junior brother Shui is cultivating. If you don't leave, don't blame me for being rude. Shi Qing was angry. No matter what, he was still a junior commander. These people directly ignored him. Boom! Shi Qing's Heaven Star Border Stage 5 aura spread out. It was terrifying. The martial artists who came to challenge Shi Qing saw that he was angry. Then, they didn't dare to say anything and turned to leave. I don't believe that Sanguinati will be a coward for the rest of his life. These people left these words behind and left the Ceiling Sky Palace. At this moment, Feng Chun arrived at the square. Junior brother Shui, Shi Qing, who was about to leave, saw Sanguinati. Senior brother Shi Qing, Fang Chun called out. Junior brother Shui, don't bother with them, Shi Qing said. Fang Chun nodded. His expression was calm. He didn't say anything and turned to leave. Seeing Sengwanati's back, Shi Qing wanted to say something but stopped. Fang Chun didn't care about the provocations from the other palaces. He only had one goal, and that was to increase his strength. If he was as strong as Bai Qingqing, would these people still dare to challenge him? To put it bluntly, it was because his cultivation was too low that they looked down on him. Before long, Fang Chun arrived in front of the Hidden Shadow Pavilion. The Hidden Shadow Pavilion was located in the forbidden area of the Ceiling Sky Palace. Only with a token could one enter. Token, the guard elder asked. Fang Chun passed the token to the guard elder. After checking it, the guard elder kept the token. Then, Fang Chun entered the forbidden area. In the middle of the forbidden area, there was a tall pavilion. This pavilion was very simple and unadorned. It was made of wood, and there was a faint fragrance everywhere. The forbidden area was very quiet. Fang Chun took a step forward and entered the Hidden Shadow Pavilion. The Hidden Shadow Pavilion was filled with a dazzling array of metal shelves. Countless fist-sized recording crystal balls were placed on each of the metal shelves. So many crystal balls. Fang Chun couldn't help but exclaim. With a rough estimate, there were at least tens of thousands of crystal balls here. As expected of the Hidden Shadow Pavilion, there were a total of 3 areas here. In the first area, there was a sign with the word battle written on it. In the second area, it was written cultivation. In the third area, it was written enlightenment. There was only one chance, and there were tens of thousands of crystal balls here. He couldn't be careless and had to choose one that was suitable for him. There were so many crystal balls that he couldn't choose one by one. It was too much a waste of time. First, Fang Chun used the method of elimination to exclude enlightenment. Then, he thought carefully for a moment and eliminated cultivation. Finally, he fixed his gaze on the battle area. So far, Fang Chun's accumulation was enough to enter the Heaven Star border realm, but it was forcibly stopped. Therefore, the crystal balls in the cultivation area were not very attractive to him. The enlightenment area focused on comprehending the martial Tao. It had no effect on increasing one's strength in a short period of time. Only battle. There were about 3,000 crystal balls in the battle area. In the area, there were more than 10 types. Just as Fang Chun was thinking, he suddenly saw a crystal ball on a metal shelf in the front row from the corner of his eye. He walked closer to take a look. There was a small line of words on the surface of the crystal ball. 9th level Mystic King Realm, fighting against a 5th level Heaven Star border realm. Seeing this, Fang Chun was overjoyed. Then, he shook his wrist and picked up the recording crystal ball. He said, "It's him, a 9th level Mystic King realm fighting against a 5th level Heaven Star border realm." Just thinking about it made people excited. Fang Chun's cultivation was also at the 9th level, but he couldn't defeat a 5th level Heaven Star border realm martial artist. Moreover, he was also a soul cultivator. He injected his spiritual chi into the crystal ball. Suddenly, the crystal ball released a bright light. Then, an image appeared in the void. In the image, a man in a gray robe was holding a green-edged sword. And opposite him is a Heavenly Dipper Realm 5th layer demonic martial artist. Their lips were moving. After a while, the battle began. From the surrounding battlefield, one could see the intensity of the battle. Fang Chun was shocked by the man in the gray robe's sword Dao attainments. The battle at the beginning was quite normal. Chapter 1064. The gray robe man's last attack seemed very simple. In fact, it contained great power. The moment the gray robe man swung his long sword, Fang Chun's pupils constricted as he stared at the record crystal ball. This is the gray robe man's long sword contained terrifying vital spirit. The long sword in his hand seemed to be able to split the heaven and earth, tearing through the void and striking the Heaven Star border stage 5 martial artist. In an instant, Fang Chun was in an epiphany. This sword seemed simple, but it gave him a feeling of returning to simplicity. Fang Chun's mind was filled with the dense sword hero's chi. The sword that seemed to split the heaven and earth struck the Heaven Star border stage 5 martial artist and killed him instantly. Then, the record crystal ball dimmed. The battle scene had already collapsed. and Fang Shan was still standing on the ground in a daze as the battle just now kept replaying in his mind. The 9th level Profound King Realm Martial Artist's last attack contained a very mysterious sword principle comprehension. What a strange sword. Fang Chen's mind was in a mess. He was in an epiphany. This sword was the most amazing sword he had ever seen. It was too powerful. There was actually such an exquisite sword technique in the world. The sword was a lethal weapon. The sword technique itself was a way to kill the enemy. As time went by, the sword aura around Fang Chen's body underwent a great change. Finally, after thinking for 15 minutes, Fang Chen's mind suddenly became clear. The next moment, his face was overjoyed. Sky Demon Sword Technique. After seeing the gray-robed man's exquisite sword technique, Fang Shan felt that this sword technique was very familiar, but he did not know where he had seen it before. And now, he finally remembered. The sword technique that the gray-robed man used was actually similar to the Sky Demon sword technique. I see. At this moment, Fang Chen's heart was very clear. All this time, he had been unable to cultivate the Sky Demon sword technique. Now, he finally touched the threshold of the Sky Demon sword technique. Fang Chen's heart was filled with excitement. He quickly put the record crystal ball back to its original position. After that, he quickly left and returned to the courtyard. As soon as he returned to the courtyard, Fang Chen took out the Hidden Star Sword and began to practice the Heavenly Demon Sword Art. The Heavenly Demon Sword Art was the Heavenly Demon Sword Emperor's ultimate technique, and it was extremely powerful. Only Heaven Dipper Realm martial artists can cultivate it. And now, Fang Chen had found a trick. His mind was filled with the incantation for the Sky Demon Sword technique. At the same time, he was also thinking about the stunning sword move that the gray-robed man had executed. The sword hero chi around him continuously circulated. It was as if he could break through at any moment, and his golden heart was beating rapidly. Sky Demon Sword Art. Fang Chen kept muttering to himself. In an instant, Fang Chen felt his mind go blank, and then a trace of sword chi flowed through his body. The next moment, his figure flickered, and the star-hidden sword was instantly displayed in his hand. Swoosh, the star-hidden sword streaked across the sky in an unimaginable trajectory. Then a strange sword light instantly shot out. Rumble. When this sword light shot out, the entire courtyard was engulfed by demonic chi. This is the Heavenly Demon Sword Art? Fang Chen's heart was filled with shock. Being able to use the Heavenly Demon Sword Art incantation to condense a sword light was considered a beginner. Fang Chen held the star-hidden sword tightly and was extremely excited. After waiting for so long, he finally reached the beginner level. The Heavenly Demon Sword Art is really powerful. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Now, he was only at the beginner level, and it was still very difficult to cultivate the Heavenly Demon Sword Art to the extreme. In the following time, Fang Chen practiced the Heavenly Demon Sword Art day and night. A month later, the Heavenly Demon Sword Art was cultivated to perfection. If the Heavenly Demon Sword Emperor was here, he would also be shocked. Fang Chen's potential was many times stronger than the Heavenly Demon Sword Emperor's at the same time. After the Heavenly Demon Sword Art was perfected, Fang Chen's strength increased again. Now he had the confidence to fight a Heaven Dipper Realm Level 5 martial artist. Of course, if he wanted to defeat them, he still needed to use the 5 Thunder Tribulation technique. Moreover, in this month, the power of Vital Essence was almost full. Fang Chen believed that in less than a month, the power of Vital Essence would definitely be full, and then he would be able to break through to the Heaven Dipper realm. Phew, what a domineering Heavenly Demon Sword Art. In the courtyard, Fang Chen put away the star-hidden sword, and a smile appeared on his face. At the same time, Fang Chen was also rejoicing. If he hadn't watched the battle in the recording crystal ball, he probably wouldn't have been able to cultivate the Heavenly Demon Sword Art. The gray-robed man in the battle had greater potential than him. A Heaven Dipper Realm Level 9 Mystic King Realm Martial Artist could easily kill a Heaven Dipper Realm Level 5 Martial Artist. If he wanted to do it, he still needed to work hard. Sure enough, there's always someone better. Fangchen clenched his fist and said to himself. A month had passed, and the matter regarding sanguinati had gradually cooled down. Most martial artists had long forgotten about this matter. Only a few martial artists were still brooding and wanted to challenge sanguinati. However, almost all the martial artists who came to challenge sanguinati were chased away by Shi Qing. In the end, no ordinary martial artist dared to step into Fengtian Palace. On this day, a junior commander of the bloodthirsty palace came to Fengtian Palace. Junior Commander Shi Qing, I'm here for sanguinati. The moment he arrived, he made his intentions clear. Junior brother Shui is in seclusion, Shi Qing said. The other party was also a junior commander, and his strength wasn't inferior to Shi Qing's. Shi Qing didn't want to offend him. Then I'll wait here. The junior commander's attitude towards Shi Qing was quite good. He only had one goal, and that was sanguinati. There was no need to offend the other junior commanders for sanguinati. However, just as the junior commander finished speaking, sanguinati appeared. My face is really big. Fang Chun leisurely strolled over. He looked at the junior commander of the bloodthirsty palace and grinned. When Shi Qing saw sanguinati, he hurried over and said, Junior brother Shui, you've come out of seclusion. Fang Chun nodded lightly, then looked at the junior commander of the bloodthirsty palace. When the junior commander saw sanguinati, a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He said in a low voice, Sanguinati, I'm afraid you already know why I'm here. I know, Fangchen said softly. I want to see what kind of martial artist Miss, by Qingqing recruited, is capable of. The junior commander's words were filled with hostility. Fang Chun was startled when he heard this, but he quickly nodded in agreement. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Coincidentally, Fang Chun had just finished cultivating the heavenly demon sword art and needed someone to practice with. And yet, this little commander had come uninvited. Good, straightforward, the junior commander of the bloodthirsty palace said loudly. Junior brother Shui, be careful, Shi Qing said worriedly. Fang Chun waved his hand, indicating that Shi Qing and the others shouldn't worry. Then, he walked up to the junior commander of the bloodthirsty palace. Make your move, Fang Chen said. What a poser. Seeing Fang Chen's confident appearance, the junior commander sneered. Then he tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and his body instantly floated in the air. At the same time, a crescent moon appeared in the sky above his head. Huh! The junior commander of the bloodthirsty palace shouted in a low voice. Immediately, the crescent moon above his head shrunk and drilled into his palm. Whoosh! A huge hand instantly swooped down, trying to suppress Fang Chun. Moonlight Hand is my strongest secret art. If you can block it, I'll retreat, the junior commander said in a low voice. Your strongest secret art? That's perfect. Fang Chun smiled faintly. Then, he took out the hidden star sword and used the heavenly demon sword art. Boom! Activating the perfect sword body, the sword hero chi around him became extremely dense. In the next moment, the vital essence in his chi si suddenly flowed through his palm and into the hidden star sword. In an instant, the hidden star sword let out a sword cry. The sword body trembled continuously, as if it was responding to its master's attack. Fang Chen's eyes shot out two bright rays of light. Heavenly Demon Sword Art. This was the first time Fang Chen used the Heavenly Demon Sword Art against an enemy. Whoosh! The hidden star sword suddenly expanded. Then, under Fang Chen's control, it instantly cut through the void. The shadows collided directly with the moonlight hand that was swooping down from the sky. Crack! The terrifying sword chi directly tore the moonlight hand apart. Boom! The heavenly demon sword moved at a speed invisible to the naked eye and blasted towards the junior commander. Demonic chi. The junior commander didn't expect Sanguinati to be able to break his moonlight hand so easily. However, just as he was surprised, he sensed a faint trace of demonic chi in the air. Immediately, he cried out involuntarily. In the vast universe, there were innumerable cultivation methods, as well as innumerable unorthodox methods. The demonic path was called the unorthodox path by the world. Naturally, demonic cultivation techniques were also called evil cultivation techniques. Although the human race didn't forbid their clansmen from cultivating demonic cultivation techniques, most martial artists scoffed at demonic cultivation techniques. But now, the junior commander of the Bloodthirsty Palace actually discovered that Sanguinati was cultivating demonic cultivation techniques. Bang! The huge moonlight hand blasted out again and collided with the heavenly demon sword art. A deafening sound erupted. Then, the junior commander of the Bloodthirsty Palace quickly retreated. After stabilizing his body with great difficulty, he stared at Sanguinati. "You're cultivating demonic cultivation techniques." The junior commander's voice was so loud that it instantly spread throughout the square. The people of the Fontion Palace in the square looked at Sanguinati in shock. What? Sanguinati is cultivating demonic cultivation techniques? How can a disciple of the Black Heaven sect cultivate demonic cultivation techniques? Of course, there were some martial artists who didn't think it was a big deal to cultivate demonic cultivation techniques. What's the definition of demonic cultivation techniques? So what if he's cultivating demonic cultivation techniques? Junior martial brother Shui didn't harm the innocent. That's right. There are many paths to the peak of martial arts. Junior martial brother Shui just chose a shortcut. What's wrong with that? Those who spoke up for Sanguinati were mostly disciples of the Sword Firmament sect. Demonic cultivation techniques? Fong Chen muttered to himself. Although the Sky Demon Sword art was the Sky Demon Sword Emperor's lifelong secret technique, it wasn't a demonic cultivation technique. It was just that it would produce demonic chi in the early stages of cultivation. Chapter 1065. Those who cultivated demonic arts will be despised by the human race. 8 Study. After hearing the words of the junior commander of the Bloodthirsty Palace, everyone finally reacted. Then, they looked at Fong Chun with complicated expressions. Their attitude towards Fong Chun changed drastically. There were even some martial artists who mocked him directly. No wonder he can fight above his level. He cultivated demonic arts. Those who cultivate demonic arts aren't qualified to be the junior commander of Fontion Palace. Feng Hong and Feng Yu were the two people who mocked Fong Chun the most fiercely. The battle on the square stopped. The junior commander stared at Fong Chun with a solemn expression. Fong Chun looked back at him and said, "Stop fighting." The junior commander's face turned ashen. He could feel Sanguinati's strength when he fought with Sanguinati. He wouldn't be able to defeat Sanguinati even if he continued fighting. In fact, from another perspective, he had already lost. Sanguinati was in the 9th level of the Profound King realm. The junior commander's cultivation was in the 5th level of the Heaven Star Border realm. He couldn't defeat Fong Chen even though he had the absolute advantage in terms of cultivation. The junior commander believed that the reason Sanguinati was so strong was because of the demonic arts he cultivated. "Sanguinati, you're on your own now that you've cultivated demonic arts." After saying that, the junior commander of the Bloodthirsty Palace turned around and left. Shi Qing and the others hurried to Fong Chen's side. Their faces were filled with anxiety. Fong Chun shook his head slightly, indicating that he was fine. Then, he returned to his courtyard. The news of Sanguinati cultivating demonic arts spread like wildfire. Especially after Feng Hong and Feng Yu spread the news, all the disciples in Fontion Palace knew about it. That night, the armored commander found Sanguinati. "Sanguinati, you've cultivated demonic arts?" The commander asked directly. Fong Chun shook his head. "Would you believe me if I said I didn't cultivate?" The armored commander waved his hand and said, "Actually, it doesn't matter if you cultivate or not. The Black Heaven sect won't care." The Black Sky sect did not care, but many disciples would secretly mock them. Of course, this didn't matter to Fong Chun. As long as their strength increased, they could do whatever they wanted. After that, the armored commander told Fong Chun that as a junior commander, he could choose 5 disciples to be his subordinates. A junior commander could command 5 people. Iron armored commanders could command 100 people. A silver armored commander could command 1,000 men. As for the golden armored commander, he could command tens of thousands of people. Make your choice as soon as possible. After the armored commander finished speaking, he turned and left. The next day, Fangchen began to choose 5 people. He did not even consider anyone from the Fengtian sect. His gaze was fixed on the Sword Firmament sect disciple. After a round of inspection, Fangchen selected 5 disciples. Among them, Gu Fang took the initiative to join Fangchen's team. This surprised Fangchen greatly. After the 5 disciples were selected, Fangchen reported this matter to the armored commander. Every new junior commander needs to challenge the survival tower. This was what the armored commander told Sanguinati. In the Black Heaven sect, there were 8 survival towers. Each palace had a survival tower. The survival tower was like a space, and the area inside was very wide. There were a total of 9 floors in the survival tower, and each floor was filled with great danger. The survival tower tested the disciples' survival ability. Being strong did not mean that one's survival ability was strong. Survival ability was a comprehensive test of all aspects, including strength, intelligence, and so on. Every junior commander would lead their own team to challenge the survival tower. Survival tower? Fangchen's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. What excited Fangchen the most was that the rewards for challenging the survival tower were very rich. One had to know that the Black Heaven sect was such a huge sect with many disciples. Although there were many resources, there were too many wolves and not enough meat. Therefore, those who were capable would get it. The competition for resources was very fierce. If one wanted to obtain resources, one had to have enough strength. This survival tower was one of the ways. Every time one passed a floor, they would obtain a corresponding amount of points. In the Black Heaven sect, points were very useful. As long as one had enough points, they could exchange for anything they wanted, including secret methods, supreme treasures, and spiritual herbs, as long as one had points. Of course, challenging the survival tower was also risky. Once one failed to challenge the tower, half of the points awarded would be deducted. For example, if one succeeded in the first floor, one would get 100 points. If one failed, 50 points would be deducted. Therefore, the junior commanders would definitely not challenge the tower easily. Every time they challenged the tower, they would have to have enough confidence. Fangchen told the 5 members of the team about the survival tower. They all said that they would listen to the junior commander's arrangements. There was no time like the present. Fangchen chose to challenge the survival tower today, in front of the survival tower in the Fengtian Palace. When Fangchen arrived, there were many warriors standing in front of the survival tower. Some of them were here to challenge the tower, while others were here to watch. "It's Sanguinati," someone whispered when they saw Sanguinati. The crowd immediately shifted their gazes toward Fangchen. "Sanguinati, you also came to the survival tower." Guchen of the ancient Tao sect grinned at Fangchen. "I'm here to take a look," Fangchen replied softly. At this moment, the survival tower suddenly flickered, and a few figures instantly walked out. It was Shi Qing's team. "How was it?" Guchen asked. Shi Qing smiled bitterly and shook his head. Obviously, the survival tower was not that easy to challenge. After chatting with Shi Qing for a while, Fangchen found out that Shi Qing had passed the first floor but stopped at the second. The survival tower is so difficult. Fangchen was a little confused. Just as the two of them were talking, Gu Chen's team entered. About an hour later, Gu Chen's team came out. They had only reached the second floor, which wasn't ideal. It seems that no one will be able to break Greed's record in a short period of time. Everyone in the crowd was discussing. In the Ceiling Heaven Palace, the junior commander's team's record was Greed's 4th floor. As a junior commander, he was able to reach the 4th floor, which shocked the entire Ceiling Heaven Palace. After that, no team was able to break Greed's record. After that, a few more teams challenged the tower. However, most of them reached the 2nd floor. However, at a certain moment, someone suddenly screamed. "Look, the 3rd floor of the survival tower lit up." The 3rd floor lit up, which meant that a team had reached the 3rd floor. "Whose team is in the survival tower?" someone asked hurriedly. "It seems to be Li Jio's team." Immediately, everyone exclaimed, their gazes fixed on the 3rd floor of the survival tower. Li Jio's team reached the 2nd floor last time. I didn't expect them to reach the 3rd floor this time. Do you think Li Jio's team can reach the 4th floor? Impossible. Everyone knows Li Jio's ability. He's inferior to greed among the junior commanders. Most of the martial artists were not optimistic about Li Jio's chances. Only a few martial artists looked at the survival tower with burning eyes, thinking that Li Jio had a chance to reach the fourth floor. However, just as the debate began, the survival tower flashed and Li Jio's team came out. Everyone felt regretful. Li Jio's team was so close to reaching the fourth floor. What a pity. After the 6 of them came out, Li Jio, who was the leader, looked very unhappy. With a flick of his sleeve, Li Jio left. After Li Jio left, Fang Chun led his team into the survival tower. Sanguinati went in. I wonder how many floors he can reach. The first floor of the survival tower. Junior brother Shui, it said that the survival tower is very dangerous, Gu Fang said in a low voice. The 6 of them stood side by side, staring into the distance. They were in a desert, and there was probably no one around. However, at this moment, a voice entered their ears. If you can reach the mountain in the middle of the desert, you'll pass the test. Fang Chen's heart shuddered upon hearing this. As long as you can reach the mountain in the middle of the desert, you'll pass the first floor of the survival tower. He looked into the distance and saw a faintly discernible mountain peak in the distance. Let's go. Without any hesitation, Fang Chen ordered. Suddenly, the 6 of them walked quickly in the desert. Whoosh, whoosh. About 3 minutes later, Fang Chen was the first to feel that something was wrong. The surrounding air was full of oppression. Be careful, Fang Chen reminded the 5 of them. Then he took out the hidden star sword and was on guard. After walking for about 100 meters, a strong wind suddenly blew in the desert. As far as the eye could see, dust was flying everywhere, blocking one's vision. Not good. The blue rank's soul spread out, and Fang Chen immediately felt that something was wrong. Fang Chen shouted in his heart and activated his perfect sword body. At the same time, he performed the Sky Demon sword technique. Puchi. With a casual swing of his sword, Fang Chen killed a demonic beast in the dust. There are demonic beasts under the soil. Everyone be careful. Fang Chen shouted. The wind was getting stronger and the dust was flying. Fang Chen and the other 5 launched attacks and killed the demonic beasts hidden in the dust. These demonic beasts weren't too strong. They were basically Heaven's Star Border Stage 4. With Fang Chen and Gu Fang's strength, they could still handle it. Let's go. Fang Chen felt that something was wrong and shouted in a low voice. The 6 of them moved forward quickly while killing the demonic beasts. The first floor of the survival tower wasn't too difficult. In the end, Fang Chen and the others successfully passed the first floor's test and stood on the mountain peak. Phew, the first floor is already like this. What danger will there be on the second floor? Gu Fang panted and said in a low voice. He didn't dare to imagine how dangerous the second floor and the next few floors would be. I don't know if anyone has reached the 9th floor. Someone said. Fang Chen's eyes stared below. Suddenly, there was a ripple in the sky. In the next moment, Fang Chen and the others disappeared from the first floor. In the second floor of the survival tower, the first layer was a desert, but the second layer was different. It was a plain with beautiful mountains and limpid waters, and it was covered in luxuriant weeds. As soon as Fang Chen and the others appeared, a voice entered their ears. After hearing the voice, the 6 of them were stunned. Chapter 1066. On the second floor of the survival tower, lush green weeds grew all over the lush land. Fang Chen and the other 5 stood side by side. At this moment, their faces were full of surprise. Just a moment ago, a voice was transmitted into their minds. This was the test to the second floor of the survival tower. Find a water source. These simple words caused Fang Chen and the others to be incomparably astonished. The test of the second floor was so simple. Was it as simple as finding a water source? Wasn't it easy for a Heaven Dipper Realm warrior to find a water source? They thought that the test of the second floor of the survival tower would be slightly more difficult. Who would have thought that the result was absolutely out of everyone's expectations? Everyone looked at each other. The second floor's trial is too easy, laughed a martial artist. Yes, the weeds on the ground are very moist. There must be a water source nearby, another warrior said. Gu Fang fell in a deep thought. I feel strange, Gufang said in a deep voice. Fangchen also nodded and said, "Don't forget that this is the second floor of the survival tower. This test seems simple, but we still have to be careful." They exchanged a few words with each other and then began to look for a water source. At a glance, the whole ground was lush and green. After analysis, they knew that to find a water source, they had to check the moisture on the weeds to see where the moisture came from. To Fangchen and the others, checking the water content was a piece of cake. After an hour, Fangchen and the others preliminarily determined the location of a water source. Northeast. I can clearly feel the moisture in the air. Gufang looked at Fangchen and said. The latter nodded. Gufang's judgment was similar to his. Then, the group moved forward quickly. Originally, Fangchen and the others had thought that it would be a simple trial. However, it was only when they began to search for it that Fangchen and the others realized exactly how difficult the trial was. Not long after, they searched all the places. They didn't find a water source at all. Moreover, in the end, they couldn't even feel the moisture in the air. What's going on? At this moment, Fangchen finally realized that something was wrong. After that, he stopped moving and looked at the surroundings as he muttered to himself. It's so difficult to find a water source, someone said in confusion. Just when Fangchen and the others were pondering, Little Mouse appeared. Boss, let me do it. After that, Little Mouse directly drilled into the ground. Not long after, Little Mouse came back with a rat-type demonic beast beside it. Boss, there's news, Little Mouse said. Hearing this, Fangchen and the others stared at the Little Mouse with burning eyes. The Little Mouse burrowed into the ground and used the methods of the Rat Clan to successfully find a rat-type demonic beast. It then subdued it and obtained the whereabouts of the water source. Bye. Even though everyone was shocked, they still took action. They soared into the sky, their bodies constantly rising as they searched for a water source. Outside the survival tower, Gu Chun and the others were waiting for news from Sanguinati's team. They still haven't come out after so long. I'm guessing that Sanguinati's team has already been annihilated. Very likely. Some of the cultivators who didn't think Sanguinati's team would win grinned. Only Shi Qing was extremely certain that Sanguinati was still in the survival tower. With Little Mouse's help, Fangchen and the others finally found a water source. They successfully entered the third floor. The third floor of the survival tower lit up, startling everyone in the outside world. Look, the third floor lit up. Someone shouted from the crowd, drawing everyone's attention. They actually entered the third floor, someone cried out. Then everyone's gazes fell on Li Jiao. Li Jiao's expression was calm as he looked at the third floor. Sanguinati's team had entered the third floor, which meant that their ability to survive was comparable to Li Jiao's. Some of the cultivators who didn't think Sanguinati's team would win felt their faces burn. They'll probably stop at the third floor. Sanguinati is too young. He won't be able to surpass greed. Everyone was discussing. At this moment, even Shi Qing believed that Sanguinati's team would stop at the third floor. However, just as everyone was discussing, the third floor dimmed. Then, the fourth floor lit up with a dazzling light. Voila! The entire plaza outside the survival tower was filled with exclamations. All the cultivators were in an uproar. Sanguinati's team had entered the fourth floor, surpassing Li Jiao's team and standing shoulder to shoulder with Greed's team. Heavens, what did I just see? Go and call Commander Greed over. Sanguinati's entry into the fourth floor caused an uproar. Before long, Greed arrived. His pitch-black eyes stared at the fourth floor of the survival tower. His face was unusually calm and expressionless. Greed, do you think this person can pass the fourth floor? Li Jiao looked at Greed and asked. Greed had the highest cultivation among the commanders of Fengtian Palace. He was at Heaven Star Border Stage 6. Li Jiao was also at Heaven Star Border Stage 6, but he was inferior to Greed. The rest of the commanders were mostly at Heaven Star Border Stage 5. Only Sanguinati was an exception. He was a commander at Mystic King Realm. This kid has great potential, Greed said in a deep voice. His face was slightly solemn. Sanguinati gave him a sense of oppression. This was a feeling that no other commander had ever given him. At Mystic King Realm Stage 9, He could suppress a Heaven Star border stage 4 and even take the position of a commander. Now, he had even entered the 4th floor of the survival tower. However, the 4th floor of the survival tower is extremely dangerous. I don't think he can pass it. Greed continued. Hearing this, Legio nodded. What a joke. The 3rd floor of the survival tower was already so dangerous. He didn't even dare to think about the 4th floor. Everyone's eyes were on the survival tower. Would Sanguinati create a miracle of his own? A quarter of an hour later, the survival tower changed again. Huff huff. The light on the 4th floor dimmed. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. This pervert finally stopped. He should have failed. He's coming out. Someone said, the 4th floor is too difficult. Even Greed couldn't pass it. It's impossible for Sanguinati to pass it. Someone else said in a deep voice. However, Greed and Legio didn't say anything. Their faces became more solemn. Their dark eyes stared at the survival tower. Everyone's eyes were on the 4th floor. Only the two of them were looking at the 5th floor. Is this real? Greed's heart trembled as he thought to himself. Suddenly, the light on the 5th floor of the survival tower lit up silently. All the gazes gathered on the 4th floor instantly turned stiff. What's that? The 5th floor lit up. Did Sanguinati's team break into the 5th floor? If the Bloodsword Saint entering the 4th level only alarmed Greed, then the Bloodsword Saint's entry into the 4th level only alerted Greed. Then his entry into the 5th floor had alarmed some of the commanders. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Not long after the 5th floor lit up, 3 armored commanders came together. The 3 armored commanders looked at the survival tower in shock. Sanguinati's potential is too strong. Whether it was potential or survival ability, Sanguinati was far ahead. However, just as the 3 iron armored commanders were talking, a silver armored commander appeared. Even the silver armored commander is here? The silver armored commander had a high status in the Fontion Palace and was rarely seen. But today, because of Sanguinati, even the silver armored commander appeared. Sir, the 3 commanders hurriedly bowed. Not bad. The silver armored commander waved at the 3 of them and looked at the survival tower. On the 5th floor of the survival tower, 4 martial artists were injured and had lost their combat strength. The 4 of you wait here, Fong Chun instructed. Then, he and Gu Fong walked together. The 5th floor of the survival tower was too dangerous. The slightest carelessness could put one's life in danger. Moreover, the demonic beasts on the 5th floor were at least Heaven Star Border Stage 6. Finally, after a series of battles, Fong Chen's team stopped on the 5th floor. Crash! The 5th floor of the survival tower dimmed. Sanguinati's team walked out of the survival tower. At this moment, all the martial artists looked at Sanguinati with burning eyes. Too strong. It's his first time in the survival tower, and he broke Greed's record. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Shiqing walked to Fong Chen's side and praised him. Fong Chen grinned when he sensed the heated gazes from the crowd. The 3 commanders came together, and Fong Chen knew one of them. Commander. Fong Chen cupped his hands. Bloodsword Saint, you made it to the 5th level as a junior commander. You are ranked first among the junior commanders in the survival tower, the armored commander said. Then, he introduced the silver armored commander to Fong Chun. Silver armored commander. Fong Chun hurriedly greeted him. The silver armored commander looked at Fong Chun with a smile. Not bad. You're very outstanding. No wonder, miss, by Ching wants to rope you in. The silver armored commander turned and left after saying this. On this day, Sanguinati became a celebrity in Fontion Palace. He reached the 5th floor on his first attempt. Even Greed and Li Jiu took the initiative to befriend him. Sanguinati, you're very powerful. Li Jiu said, I have high hopes for you. You'll definitely shine in the near future. Greed said, the top 2 junior commanders, Greed and Li Jiu, took the initiative to befriend Sanguinati. This caused a few captains of Fontion's sect to be extremely embarrassed. They knew about the grudge between Sanguinati and Fontion's sect. Right now, their only thought was to resolve the grudge between them and Sanguinati. Thinking of this, the junior commanders of Fontion's sect laughed and walked to Sanguinati's side. Chapter 1067. Fang Chun did not pay any attention to the interactions between the commanders of the Fengtian sect. Back in the Fengtian city, the Fengtian sect had repeatedly targeted him. The Fengtian sect master had even personally taken action to kill him. If not for the sect master Jian Zhao's intervention, he would have been killed. Moreover, in the end, Feng Yu and Feng Hong would be very hostile to him. This was a hatred that could not be resolved. Since he had already offended them, why should he care about these small commanders? In the Fengtian palace, there were only a few small commanders of the Fengtian sect. After being rejected, the few small commanders of the Fengtian sect were embarrassed. Then they turned and left. However, when they left, a murderous intent flashed in their eyes. "Brother Shui, come find me when you have time." Greed and Li Jiu said goodbye to Fang Chun and left the survival tower. The survival tower consumed a lot of energy, and Fang Chun needed a good rest. When he returned to the courtyard, Fang Chun noticed that he had obtained some points from the survival tower. When they entered the Mystic Sky sect, every martial artist was given a token. This token was not only a symbol of his identity, but also used to store points. Under normal circumstances, passing the first level would reward 100 points. The second level would reward 200 points and double the points. Passing the third level would reward 400 points. Passing the fourth level would reward 800 points. Of course, this was for ordinary martial artists. Because the small commanders were the soul of the team, the points they were rewarded with were usually much higher. For every level, the small commanders would receive an additional 100 points. In this way, Fang Chun entered the fifth level, which meant that he had passed the fourth level and obtained a total of 1,200 points. Although it seemed little, it was very important. Points were very important in the Black Heaven sect. Martial artists with 8 palaces dreamed of obtaining points. There were many disciples in the Black Heaven sect, and the competition for resources was very fierce. The higher the status, the more resources. Ordinary martial artists could only earn points to exchange for resources. After all, without resources, even a monstrous genius would not be able to achieve much. The bigger the sect, the more intense the competition. "I wonder what these points could be exchanged for," Fang Chun said softly. After a night of silence, Fang Chun woke up at the crack of dawn the next day. After a night of rest, Fang Chun's body had completely recovered. He had decided last night that he would go to the points hall today. Soon, they arrived at the points hall. Each palace had a points hall, and the items inside were basically the same. After entering the points hall, Fang Chun found that there was a dazzling array of things inside. "What can I do for you?" The staff saw Fang Chun coming in and hurried over. He looked at Fang Chun with eyes full of respect. This was because Fang Chun had the badge of a junior commander on his collar. "I'm just looking around." Fang Chun nodded and wandered around. The points hall was divided into several areas. There's a weapon area, a cultivation method area, a pill area, and a formation area. While Fang Chun was wandering around the points hall, Gu Fang and the others also arrived. "Junior brother Shui, you're here too." Gu Fang was used to calling Fang Chun junior brother Shui, even though the latter was his boss. "You're here too." Gu Fang and the other 4 each received 800 points, which they also came to exchange for resources. Low-level secret techniques, 400 points. Mid-level secret techniques, 800 points. Gu Fang and the other 4 exchanged for mid-level secret techniques at the same time. After that, they cupped their fists to Fang Chun and left. 800 points can be exchanged for a mid-level secret technique. These points are really precious. Fang Chun sighed inwardly. With the Sky Demon Sword Art and Heavenly Star Technique, Fang Chun did not need any secret techniques for the time being. Unknowingly, Fang Chun walked to the foreign objects area. The treasures in this area were basically foreign objects that could increase a martial artist's strength in a short period of time. On the path of martial arts, foreign objects were not as good as one's own strength. However, sometimes the help of foreign objects would make it easier for a martial artist to reach a certain goal. Black opening grass, 300 points. Bingyan, 500 points. He glanced around and found that most of the items in the foreign objects area could not be found in the outside world. Relatively speaking, they were more precious. "There's nothing that suits me." Fang Chun shook his head slightly and was about to turn around and leave. However, at this moment, he saw something from the corner of his eye. Vital Essence Sphere. When he saw these three words, Feng Chun frowned slightly. Then, he quickly walked in front of the Vital Essence Sphere. The Vital Essence Sphere was a palm-sized sphere that was filled with rich vital essence. Next to the Vital Essence Sphere was a small piece of paper with an introduction written on it. There's a large amount of vital essence in the Vital Essence Sphere. The vital essence in the Vital Essence Sphere could be absorbed by martial artists to strengthen their bodies. Seeing this, Feng Chen's heart skipped a beat. Could he use the vital essence in the Vital Essence Sphere to fill his qi? Thinking of this, Feng Chen called the staff over. After some explanation, he prepared to buy it. However, the price of the Vital Essence Sphere made him speechless. A Vital Essence Sphere actually costs 800 points. Feng Chen thought to himself, 800 points was equivalent to the price of a mid-level secret technique. This was enough to show the uniqueness of the Vital Essence Sphere. The vital essence contained in this Vital Essence Sphere is equivalent to a Heaven Star Border Realm martial artist year of absorption, the staff explained. Feng Chen's heart skipped a beat. He immediately picked up the Vital Essence Sphere and said, "This is it." After the purchase, Feng Chen only had 400 points left. He could not help but sigh. Points were really hard to spend. However, Feng Chen was also quite excited. After returning to the courtyard, Feng Chen sat down cross-legged and took out the Vital Essence Sphere. Hiss! Hiss! The terrifying vital essence in the Vital Essence Sphere instantly filled the air. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Feng Chen quickly absorbed the vital essence. Soon, all the vital essence in the Vital Essence Sphere flowed into his qi. Dong! The vital essence within the Vital Essence Ball was so massive that it filled his qi to the brim. At this moment, Feng Chen felt that the vital essence in his qi was too abundant, as if it was about to explode. His qi shook, and the vital essence circulated. Feng Chen tried to break through to the Heaven Star Border Realm. However, after an hour, Feng Chen's aura disappeared. His face was filled with gloom. The vital essence has reached saturation. Why can't I break through to the Heaven Star Border Realm? Feng Chen was puzzled. When he was in the Star Spirit River, he was ready to break through to the Heaven Star Border Realm. However, the Golden Heart was suppressed at the critical moment. Now, it was suppressed by the Golden Heart again. What am I missing? Feng Chen racked his brains. He spent 800 points to buy a Vital Essence Sphere, but unfortunately, he did not break through to the Heaven Star Border Realm. The realm has reached a bottleneck. How can I break through? Feng Chen was puzzled. After that, Feng Chen tried to break through to the Heaven Star Border Realm from time to time, but he failed every time. This made Feng Chen very confused. However, there was nothing he could do. One day, half a month later, Feng Chen was chatting with Li Jiao in the pavilion. "Brother Li Jiao, why haven't I seen you for a while?" Feng Chen asked. "Something special happened in the Black Sky Sect's territory, so I went to deal with it," Li Jiao said. "Oh, what happened?" Feng Chen asked. "Brother Blood, some people from the mortal world came to Tontian Island," Li Jiao said. "Isn't this normal? Why do you have to deal with it?" Feng Chen was puzzled. "Brother Blood, you may not know, but there are many entrances to the mortal world in the Black Sky Sect's territory. The Milky Way domain is under the control of the Fengtian Palace," Li Jiao said slowly. Feng Chen's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. Why did the Milky Way domain sound so familiar? Milky Way domain? Feng Chen asked. He knew that there were many domains on each island, and there were many mortal worlds in each domain. He came from the Qingyan domain, one of the 72 domains on Scar Island. There were 3 mortal continents in the Qingyan domain. It's strange. There are no martial artists in the Milky Way domain. Almost everyone is an ordinary person. No one can break through the restrictions of the mortal world and come to the outer universe. Li Jiao said, but recently, some ordinary martial artists came to Tongtian Island with some special equipment. That's why I want to take a look. How many mortal continents are there in the Milky Way domain? Feng Chen seemed to have thought of something and asked hurriedly. There are no continents in the Milky Way domain. There are a few planets, but they are similar to continents. The Milky Way domain is one of the few technological civilizations, Li Jiao said. There are countless domains in the vast universe. Each domain had a different civilization. There were immortal and demonic civilizations, puppet civilizations, and military civilizations. In short, there are many different civilizations. However, these civilizations would eventually evolve into cosmic civilizations. The technological civilization was one of them. There were no martial arts or martial artists in the Milky Way domain, only technological civilizations. Ordinary people use technology to achieve their goals. Technological civilization. Fang Chen said softly as he tried his best to suppress the excitement in his heart. This technological civilization is a bit strange, but it's useless to us. A Heaven Star Border Realm elite could destroy a domain with a wave of his hand. Li Jiao didn't care about a technological civilization. It was because there were no martial arts in the Milky Way domain, so it was very difficult to break out of the Milky Way domain. It had been a long time since anyone came out of the Milky Way domain. That was why Li Jiao was surprised. There are 3 life planets in the Milky Way domain. As for what they are, I'm not sure. Li Jiao said. Fangchen did not hear a single word that Li Jiao said after that. His mind was in a mess. His heart was racing and his body was trembling. After bidding farewell to Li Jiao, he returned to the courtyard. The 3 life planets in the Milky Way domain must be Earth. Fangchen said excitedly. Chapter 1068. Earth was his hometown. He had lived on Earth for more than 20 years. However, he came to the ancient Sword continent by accident. Then, he walked all the way and arrived here. Since coming to the outer realm, Fang Chun vaguely felt that Earth might be in a corner of the vast universe. His dream was to return to Earth one day and see his father, relatives, and friends. Now, he finally heard about Earth's situation. He was extremely excited. That night, Fang Chun thought about it for the whole night. He wanted to go to the Southwind Mountain range to see if he could return to Earth. For this, Fang Chun made up an excuse. He was extremely excited the whole night. Early the next morning, Fang Chun found the armored commander and told him that he was about to break through to the Heaven Star Border Realm and needed to go to the Southwind Mountain range to find opportunities. The armored commander didn't think much about it and was even very happy. He was already so powerful at the 9th level of the Profound King Realm. Once he stepped into the Heaven Star Border Realm, his strength would definitely skyrocket. Be careful, the armored commander warned. In the end, Fang Chen hurriedly left the Black Sky sect. The Southwind Mountain range was in the southernmost part of the Golden Sky City territory. With Fang Chen's speed comparable to the Heaven Star Border Realm, it took him half a month to reach the Southwind Mountain range. The entrance to the Milky Way sector was deep in the Southwind Mountain range. Fang Chen's goal this time was the entrance to the Milky Way sector deep in the Southwind Mountain range. Go to the entrance of the Milky Way sector first, Fang Chun said in his heart. Then, he entered the Southwind Mountain range. At this time, there was a void door deep in the Southwind Mountain range. Beside this void door, there were several Profound King Realm martial artists guarding it. There are some buildings nearby, which are the resting places of the martial artists guarding the Milky Way sector. In a certain courtyard, a few Mystic King Realm martial practitioners surrounded 3 people with serious expressions. These 3 people were lying on the ground dead. Brother Ming, what's going on? One of the Profound King Realm martial artists asked in a deep voice. They were fine a few days ago. Why did they die quietly today? Another Profound King Realm martial artist asked. The martialist, known as Brother Ming, checked carefully and discovered that all the bones in these 3 people's bodies have been shattered. Could it be that their bodies are too weak to withstand Heavenspan Island's gravity? Asked Brother Ming. At this moment, someone ran over to report. Brother Ming, the young commander of the Heavenly Sealing Palace, is here. Young commander, quickly invite him in. Brother Ming's eyes lit up when he heard this. The martial artists guarding the place were also members of the Black Heaven sect. They were just odd job workers. His status could not be compared to the official disciples of the Mystic Sky sect, let alone a small commander. Upon hearing that a junior commander had arrived, Brother Ming personally welcomed him. After a while, he saw Fang Chun. "How should I address you, little commander?" Brother Ming cupped his hands towards Fang Chun and smiled. "Sanguinati," Fang Chun said. Hearing that, Brother Ming nodded to himself. He knew about the internal affairs of the Heavenly Sealing Palace. He knew that there was a monstrous genius called Sanguinati who had recently been promoted to a small commander. "So it's young Commander Sanguinati. May I know why you're here?" Brother Ming laughed mischievously. "I'm here to see the people who came out of the Milky Way domain," Fang Chun said without batting an eyelid. This, Brother Ming and the others were a bit hesitant. "Why not?" Fang Chun frowned, a bit displeased. Brother Ming's body trembled, and he hurriedly said, "Lord Blood, you've come at a bad time. Those 3 people died today for no reason. Bring me to see them." Brother Ming brought Fang Chun to the courtyard and immediately saw the 3 people lying on the ground. Looking at their clothes, Fang Chun was even more certain that Earth was one of the 3 vital planets in the Milky Way domain. He did his best to suppress his excitement and walked over to the 3 people to examine them. All their bones are broken and they died. After a long time, Fang Chun shook his head slightly. It seemed that although the humans in the Milky Way domain used technology to break out of the Milky Way domain, however, because their physical strength was too weak, they could not withstand the pressure of the universe and died. "Where are their tools?" Fang Chun asked. "In my room," Brother Ming said with a smile. He had been studying for the past few days, but he did not understand. Brother Ming brought Fang Chun to his room and saw a ship. A spaceship, Fang Chun thought to himself. When he was on Earth, he had only heard about spaceships, but had never seen one with his own eyes. Right now, it was just a guess. "All right, you guys can leave. I'll study it," Fang Chun said. Brother Ming and the others left the room and continued to guard the Milky Way domain. In the room, Fang Chun stood quietly, thinking about how to enter the Milky Way domain. Under normal circumstances, every domain is sealed by a powerful barrier. People from the outer universe cannot enter at all, unless they are the lords of the mortal world, Fang Chun said to himself. Fang Chun was not the Lord of Earth, and his body was not from Earth. Fang Chun was confused. After a long time, Fang Chun was ready to give it a try. At the Void Gate, "Brother Ming, why do you think this young commander is here?" "Maybe he's here to check on those humans," Brother Ming said. "Not long ago, young Commander Legio came here." They chatted with each other and did not notice that Fang Chun was quickly approaching the Void Gate. Using the space-time true meaning, Fang Chun hid in the void. With the strength of these people, it could not find him. Then, Fang Chun used time acceleration to speed up the flow of time in his body. In an instant, Fang Chun arrived at the Void Gate. He took a deep breath and then plunged into the Void Gate. "I hope it works," Fang Chun thought to himself. After Fang Chun rushed into the Void Gate, Brother Ming looked around in confusion. "Did you find anything?" Brother Ming asked. "Brother Ming, what did you find?" A warrior asked. Brother Ming shook his head and then glanced at the Void Gate. Just now, he felt a strong wind blowing and was a little confused. But thinking about it, he must have been overthinking. Crash! After entering the Void Gate, Fang Chun felt that his soul was being torn apart by a powerful force. "Ah!" Fang Chun let out a miserable cry. His soul left his body and floated in the void. After a while, Fang Chun stabilized his body and his soul returned to his body. Success! Fang Chun looked around and said in surprise. Immediately, Fang Chun felt that his soul was shaking in his mind. A wave of pressure came from all directions and entered his soul. This is origin aura. Fang Chun was not from Earth, but his soul was born and raised on Earth. In the depths of his soul, there was the origin aura of Earth. After entering the Void Gate, his body was rejected. At the critical moment, the origin aura in the depths of his soul was released and successfully merged with the origin aura of Earth. Then he was safe and sound. That was close. Fang Chun felt a lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, in the depths of his soul, there was the origin aura of Earth. Otherwise, if he tried to force his way in with his own strength, his soul would definitely be destroyed. When he rushed into the void gate, the terrifying force made even Fang Chun feel a lingering fear. But now he was safe. Is this the Milky Way zone? At a glance, there were countless planets that were rotating at high speed. Fang Chen's face was filled with an excited smile. After more than 10 years, he finally embarked on his return journey. At the same time, somewhere in space in the Milky Way, there was a spaceship that was quickly rushing out of the Milky Way. Boss, at our current speed, we will be able to rush out of the Milky Way in a month. On the spaceship, there were two people. One of them, a man with a scar on his face, looked excitedly at the one-eyed man beside him. The one-eyed man's body was filled with a murderous aura, as if he had walked out from the edge of life and death. This SSS-class spaceship is the most high-end product on Earth. So far, there are only 5 of them on Earth. The one-eyed man grinned. The SSS-class spaceship was the most high-end product developed by Earth's technology. It could carry humans out of the Milky Way and into outer space to explore the vast universe. It was precisely because the first SSS-class spaceship had left Earth's control and entered outer space. Therefore, the one-eyed man spent a lot of money to get one. He wanted to leave Earth and rush into outer space. It was said that if he entered outer space, he would be immortal. Boss, actually, with your strength, there is no need to leave Earth to take risks. The scarred man said, as long as you wave your arm, the entire Earth will be yours. Hearing this, the one-eyed man fell into silence. The scarred man knew that the one-eyed man with him was the president of the Peace Society, the largest underworld force on Earth. The Peace Society was the largest underworld force on Earth. Its members were in every corner of Earth. The threat of the Peace Society was very great. Once, dozens of big countries joined forces to try to destroy the Peace Society. But in the end, they failed, and it was a crushing defeat. Since then, the countries on Earth recognized the existence of the Peace Society. As the president of the Peace Society, the one-eyed man controlled the entire Earth and reached the pinnacle of power. However, he had a dream, to be able to live forever like the characters in novels. So, he had been studying the universe outside the Milky Way, and now he was riding on the top SSS-class spaceship, flying into outer space. Outer space, I am coming. The one-eyed man grinned. However, the one-eyed man didn't know the dangers of outer space. 1 month later, Fang Chun, who was hurriedly returning to Earth, found a spaceship. At the same time, he also found the one-eyed man and the scarred man on the spaceship. Where are these two going? Chapter 1069. Ha, boss, we're about to leave outer space. To be honest, the scar man didn't want to risk his life in outer space with his boss. After all, the big countries on Earth couldn't detect the situation in outer space for so many years. The more mysterious it was, the more curious people were. However, from time to time, there were human researchers who disappeared without a trace while exploring outer space. Outer space was said to be synonymous with danger. However, ever since the SSS-grade spaceship was created, the problem that troubled Earth for so many years was finally solved. 5 SSS-grade spaceships, 2 in the United States, 1 in China, and the last one was taken into outer space by the first batch of test subjects and disappeared without a trace. The last one was in the hands of the Peace Society. From this, one could see how powerful the Peace Society was. The scarred man was the second in command of the Peace Society and had followed the one-eyed man since they were young. In the end, they made a name for themselves and established the Peace Society together. On Earth, they had obtained supreme power. With one order, other than the few big countries, all the other small countries could be destroyed in an instant. This kind of power was envied by many people. However, the one-eyed man made such a shocking decision. The scarred man and the one-eyed man were brothers, and they advanced and retreated together. When the scarred man heard the one-eyed man's decision, he didn't complain, even though he was unwilling. Now that they were about to leave the Milky Way and enter outer space, the scarred man was very nervous. The Milky Way has been conquered by humans. Let's start exploring outer space with me. The one-eyed man laughed. While the SSS-grade spaceship shook and passed through the Milky Way's membrane and officially left the Milky Way. Is this outer space? The one-eyed man stared at the scene outside the spaceship. In a vast void, planets were rotating one after another. Earth was just one of them. Outer space, I'm coming. The one-eyed man shouted excitedly. After so many years, they finally broke through the Milky Way and arrived in outer space. The first batch of test subjects can't be contacted on Earth. They have already entered outer space. The one-eyed man continued. The two controlled the SSS-grade spaceship and quickly flew into outer space. However, at this moment, Fong Chun encountered the SSS-grade spaceship. In the spaceship, the two were shouting excitedly. Suddenly, he saw a Xiao He dot in front of him. As the distance between them continued to shrink, the two of them were shocked to discover that there was actually a person flying through the void at high speed. What is that? The scarred man cried out in shock. A human that can fly? Could it be that he is from outer space? A long time ago, there was a rumor on Earth that there was life in outer space. Today, they finally saw it. It must be an alien species, the scarred man said hurriedly. Drive over. The one-eyed man drove the spaceship in front of Fong Chun. With a wave of his hand, Fong Chun lost control of the spaceship and the hatch opened. No! In outer space, there was a suffocating gas. Humans could only travel to outer space through spaceships. And now, the two of them had left the spaceship uncontrollably. Instantly, they felt a terrifying aura pressing down on their bodies, as if death was approaching. While Fong Chun waved his hand, and the vital spirit in his body instantly wrapped around the two of them. Fong Chun stared at the two of them as they floated in the air. The two of you are from Earth, Fong Chun asked. They thought they were going to die, but to their surprise, not only did they not die, but they were also floating in outer space. The scar man was so excited that he could not speak. Did they meet an immortal? Yes, we are from Earth. Are you from outer space? The one-eyed man stared at Fong Chun with burning eyes and asked. Fong Chun was also stunned when he heard this. It turned out that these two guys thought he was from outer space. After knowing that the two of them were from Earth, Fong Chun grinned and nodded. Where are you going? We are going to outer space, the one-eyed man said. Fong Chun activated his early blue-class soul and enveloped the two of them. In an instant, the two of them had their memories seized. Then, they had a new understanding of Earth in the past 10 years. In the past 10 years, Earth has been developing rapidly, Fong Chun thought to himself. When he was in university, humans on Earth were still unable to enter outer space. They could only explore within the Milky Way. But now, they were able to create an SSS-class spaceship. The wisdom of humans was indeed boundless. The two of them felt their vision darken, but they regained their consciousness in an instant. Are you really from outer space? The one-eyed man asked curiously. I'm also from Earth, Fong Chun said. Waves of shock surged in their hearts. Fong Chun did not have time to explain so much to them. In the end, he decided to bring the two of them back to Earth. With your strength, once you step into outer space, you will die without a doubt, Fong Chun said. After listening to Fong Chun's story, the two of them were shocked. Immediately, they felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, they met this expert, otherwise they would not even know how they died. Especially after knowing that the first batch of test subjects were all dead, they were even more terrified. Outer space is very dangerous, the one-eyed man thought to himself. The SSS-class spaceship was too slow, so Fong Chun directly used the true meaning of time and space to travel through the void. However, Fong Chun did not forget about the SSS-class spaceship and stored it in the interspatial ring. Immortal. We met an immortal. The one-eyed man and the scarred man were shocked. Earth was very different from 10 years ago. Fong Chun brought the two of them back to Earth quietly. The one-eyed man was a European, but he spoke fluent Mandarin. As for the scarred man, he was a Chinese, just like Fong Chun. They passed through the Earth's enchantment and returned to Earth. Fong Chun landed in a small European country, but no one knew. In the future, the Peace Society is not allowed to do evil. Do you hear me? Fong Chun said. Fong Chun was not willing to do anything to ordinary people who did not even have the strength to truss a chicken. so he only threatened them. From the memories of the two of them, he learned about the brutality of the peace society. After seeing Fong Chen's methods, the two of them did not dare to have such thoughts. Hearing this, the two of them vowed solemnly, "Lord Immortal, we will definitely lead the peace society to bring peace to Earth." While the SSS-class spaceship was taken out from the space ring, "In the name of the peace society, donate this to Hua Nation. Don't tell outsiders about my existence," Fong Chun said. The two of them nodded. In the end, the two of them separated from Fong Chun. On this day, the entire peace society was in an uproar. As soon as the two leaders returned, they issued a series of orders. These orders puzzled the thousands of members of the peace society. However, the words of the two leaders were very authoritative. 3 days later, an even more explosive piece of news spread throughout the Earth. The second-in-command of the Peace Society officially announced that he would donate an SSS-class spaceship to Hua Nation for free. After the entire Hua Nation heard the news, they were very shocked. The higher-ups of Hua Nation were even more excited. They even personally received the second-in-command of the Peace Society. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. When this news spread, several major countries, including the United States, questioned. The Peace Society committed all kinds of evil and was the enemy of the entire Earth. Why would the Peace Society give such a valuable spaceship to Hua Nation for free? Some countries even speculated whether Hua Nation had reached a consensus with the Peace Society. A series of questions kept coming. For a time, rumors and slanders spread all over Earth. Jiangnan, Hua Nation. Fong Chen's hometown was Jiangnan. Standing on a mountain peak in Jiangnan, Fong Chen's soul went out of his body and instantly sensed his father and family. Father, mother. Fong Chen's eyes were filled with tears. This unfilial son of his had disappeared for more than 10 years. Back then, his parents were only in their 50s. Now, the two of them already had white hair. Fong Chen's heart stirred, and he came to a small town in Jiangnan. Fong Chen's family could only be considered an ordinary well-off family. His parents were employees of a state-owned enterprise in the small town and had now retired. Since Fong Chen disappeared for no reason more than 10 years ago, the two old people had been in a bad mood. Now, the two old people stared blankly at Fong Chen's photo every day. On the street of the small town, there was a relatively good courtyard house. This was Fong Chen's home. In the courtyard house, the two old people supported each other. "Old Fong, are you feeling better?" The two old people walked out of the courtyard house and met a familiar neighbor on the road. "Much better." The old man nodded. The two old men supported each other. When Fong Chen saw this scene, he felt incomparably heartbroken. "Father, mother, I've made you suffer." Tears flowed out of Fong Chen's eyes. Every day at this time, Father Fong would take Mother Fong out for a walk. But recently, Mother Fong's health was obviously not good. Father Fong was very worried about it. "Dear, today is Chun Er's birthday." Mother Fong, who was supported by Father Fong, murmured. For so many years, Mother Fong had lived in a daze. Because of this, Mother Fong fell seriously ill and her health was not good. After saying a few words, she was panting. Father Fong hugged Mother Fong and said, "Let's go to the city hospital for a checkup. I miss Chin so much. I wish I could spend his birthday with him." Mother Fong was in a bad mood, and the atmosphere was full of sadness. After a while, Father Fong and Mother Fong arrived at the park. At this time, there was almost no one in the park. Father Fong and Mother Fong came to the park and stood in front of a blade of grass. They fell into silence. Fong Chin clearly remembered that blade of grass. When he was young, his parents brought him to the park to play, and he planted it himself. Tears flowed out uncontrollably. "Chinner," Mother Fong murmured and was a little dizzy. Fong Chun could not suppress the excitement in his heart and rushed directly to the two old people. Chapter 1070. Looking at his aged parents, Fong Chin's heart was filled with excitement. He hadn't seen his parents for more than 10 years, but they had aged so much. However, just as Fong Chun was about to walk towards his parents, the appearance of an old man attracted Fong Chen's attention. In the park, "Sir, I see that your wife is not in good health. I have some medicinal herbs here that can treat her chronic illness. The old man was dressed in cotton clothes and held a flagpole in his hand. On the flagpole, there were a few words written on it. Okay. Fong Chen's father, who was originally very sad, suddenly heard the old man's words and looked at him. Really? The old man grinned and said, "Of course. As long as she is still breathing, she can recover after eating my herbs. It's just that it's a little expensive." "How much?" 100,000 yuan, the old man said. Fong Chen's father was a little hesitant, worried that this quack doctor was a swindler. Seeing his expression, the old man laughed heartily and said, "Sir, if you are afraid that I am lying to you, I can give your wife the herbs first." After saying that, the old man took out a herb from his clothes and handed it to Fong Chen's father. Suddenly, a vague aura entered Fong Chen's father's body. In the next moment, Fong Chen's father's face darkened and his body swayed. The old man's eyes were full of cold laughter. Fong Chen, who was far away, saw this scene clearly. The herb that the old man handed to his father was the soul-devouring herb. The soul-devouring herb could devour a human's soul unknowingly and then store it. Damn it! Fong Chen clenched his fists and cursed in his heart. Immediately, he walked toward the park. When Fong Chen appeared, Fong Chen's father was already very weak. The quack doctor's face was full of smiles as he prepared to take the soul-devouring herb. Ha! Fong Chen's hand took the soul-devouring herb before the quack doctor could. Then, he used a little strength, and the soul-devouring herb instantly turned into powder. Fong Chen's father's soul, which was devoured by the soul-devouring herb, also quietly returned to his mind. Fong Chen's father immediately woke up. "Yes, I felt a little dazed just now," Fong Chen's father said softly. At this moment, Fong Chen's father heard a sentence. "Brat, are you courting death?" Is that not the voice of the quack? Dr. Fong Zhongji's father hurriedly looked to his side. What he saw shocked him. "Chen-er!" Father Fong's voice was filled with excitement as he shouted loudly. "Father, it's me." Seeing his father like this, Fong Chen felt very guilty. "Wife, look, it's Chen." After confirming that the person in front of him was his son, Father Fong hurriedly shook Mother Fong's arm. However, Mother Fong's body was too weak. Coupled with the corrosive aura of the soul devouring grass, she had already fainted. "Wife!" Father Fong shouted anxiously. "Father, it's okay." Fong Chen held his father's hand and comforted him. Chen, Father Fong never thought that he would be able to see his son again after more than 10 years. However, he wasn't happy at all, because his wife had fainted. "Quick, call the ambulance," Father Fong said worriedly. "Father, Mother is fine. She's just resting." Fong Chen gently patted his father's shoulder and said, "Wait for me." Then, Fong Chen walked in front of the quack doctor. "Kid, do you know what you were doing?" The quack doctor was very angry that his plan had been ruined. "Collecting the souls of ordinary people. What are you doing?" Fong Chen asked bluntly. Hearing this, the quack doctor's expression changed slightly. How did he know that he was collecting souls? Was he also an expert of the intersect? "Don't meddle in other people's business," the quack doctor said coldly. Fong Chen slapped the quack doctor's body. With a bang, the quack doctor's body was sent flying. Then, Fong Chen turned around and brought his parents home. An hour later, Mother Fong woke up. During this time, Fong Chen used his vital essence to help his mother get rid of her chronic illness. After waking up, his mother's complexion was much better. When she learned that her son, Fong Chen, had returned, she was very excited. This day was the most exciting day for Fong Chen's parents in more than 10 years. Fong Chen's parents had asked him where he had been all these years. Fong Chen only said that he had been tricked by bad people and had not returned until today. Fong Chen had been chatting with his parents the whole night. He would only forget everything when he was chatting with his parents. While he was chatting with his parents, Fong Chen was secretly adjusting their bodies. With Fong Chen's means, this kind of thing was too easy. In just one night, Father Fong and Mother Fong were radiant. They did not look like old people in their 50s at all. They looked much younger. In the early morning, his parents had already fallen asleep. At this time, Fong Chen's mind moved, and an image appeared in his mind. Then, he followed the image in his mind and quietly left home. Jiangnan City, West New District. It was not too far from the town. It would only take 2 hours by car. However, for Fangchun, it was just a blink of an eye. There was a bar in West New District called Night Bar. This bar was newly opened this year. In just half a year, it became the most famous bar in West New District and even Jiangnan City. The reason was that the wine here was simply too delicious. After drinking, the customers could not forget the taste. Over time, more and more customers came to the bar. It was strange to say that the most frightening thing for a bar was the underworld. Many bars were frequented by gangsters because they did not have an underworld background. After a few months, they closed down. However, this night bar had no background. But no gangster dared to come here to make trouble. Even some senior officials in Jiangnan City did not want to provoke the people behind the night bar. In the early morning, the sky was dark. Jiangnan City was brightly lit, and the streets were full of cars. Fangchun stood on the top floor of the night bar, overlooking the whole Jiangnan City. There were voices in his ears. In a room in the night bar. "Brother, I met a master of the inner core today." The person who spoke was the quack doctor during the day. Master of the inner core? The burly man held a blonde beauty in his arms and asked doubtfully, "Boss, this master of the inner core found out that I used the soul-eating grass to store souls, and he waved his hand and sent me flying." The quack doctor whispered, "Oh, interesting. He even dares to interfere in the affairs of the Immortal Gate." The burly man sneered and said disdainfully, "Well, you can leave." The burly man couldn't wait to have a taste of the beauty in his arms. He directly ordered the quack doctor to leave. The latter nodded and left. However, after a while, someone knocked on the door. "Who is it?" The burly man was a little unhappy that his mood was disturbed and asked in a deep voice, "Boss, it's me." The quack doctor's voice came. "Get out." The boss, who was angry, directly shouted, "Knock, knock, knock." Not only did the quack doctor not leave, but he also knocked on the door. This made the burly man even angrier. Damn it! The burly man was so angry that he directly opened the door and was ready to teach the quack doctor a lesson. However, when the door of the room was opened, the quack doctor directly trembled and knelt on the ground in fear. Fangchun appeared behind him and swaggered into the room. Crack! The door of the room closed. "Who are you?" The burly man said coldly and was ready to attack. "Boss." The quack doctor's body trembled in fear. "Who I am is not important. What's important is the Immortal Gate that you mentioned. Why do you collect the souls of the common people to do such a cruel thing?" Fangchun asked. Hearing this, the burly man already knew Fangchun's identity. "Which sect are you from?" Knowing that Fangchun was an inner core master, the burly man suppressed his anger and asked. "I don't belong to any sect," Fangchun said. "Sir, I advise you not to go against the Immortal Gate." The burly man laughed sinisterly. Slap! Fangchun slapped the burly man's face and immediately sent him flying. Bang! The burly man's body fell on the bed and directly crushed it. The blonde woman under the quilt screamed and got up from the ground. In a hurry, she didn't even put on her clothes. Seeing this, Fangchun was also stunned. Immediately, he waved his hand and wrapped the quilt around the blonde woman. Poochie! Blood flowed out of the burly man's mouth. He looked at Fangchun angrily and said, "Boy, you're playing with fire. Do you know that?" Fangchun grabbed the burly man's hand and then searched his soul. After a while, the soul search was completed. "I didn't expect there to be cultivators on Earth." Fangchun sighed. If it weren't for the mutation that led him to the ancient Sword Continent, he probably wouldn't have been able to come into contact with these things in his life. This burly man was an outer core disciple of the Immortal Gate and specialized in working for the Immortal Gate in the secular world. The Immortal Gate, he mentioned, was a cultivation sect that lived in seclusion. Interesting. After returning to Earth this time, Fangchun gradually found that Earth was much more complicated than he thought. After getting the information he wanted, Fangchun directly erased the three people's memories of him. Then, he turned around and left. On a plain outside the town, Fangchun stood quietly, as if waiting for something. Suddenly, a Hummer appeared in the wasteland. After a while, The Hummer came to Fong Chen's side. After opening the door, two men in black suits got out of the car. "Sir," the two men called out respectfully to Fong Chen's back. They were the leaders of the Peace Society branch in Jiangnan City. Today, they received a call from the vice president. On the phone, the vice president personally ordered the two men to come here to find a person as soon as possible. They were very puzzled. Who on earth was it that even the high and mighty vice president called him sir? "Help me do something," Fong Chen said. Chapter 1071. "Help me do something." Fong Chen's voice was leisurely transmitted into the two's ears. Immediately, the two hurriedly cupped their hands and said, "Sir, please give us your orders." Although the two of them didn't know Fong Chen's identity, it was enough that he could make the vice president respect him so much. The two of them were extremely excited in their hearts. "How's the power of the Peace Society in Jiangnan City?" Fong Chen asked. "Sir, the Peace Society is spread all over the world. Although it's only a branch in Jiangnan City, it's still the leader," one of them said with a smile. Hearing this, Fong Chen nodded and said, "I don't want to see any underworld forces in Jiangnan City." Hearing Fong Chen's words, the two of them instantly understood. Immediately, the two of them looked at Fong Chen with their mouths agape. "Sir, did you want the Peace Society branch to destroy all the underworld forces in Jiangnan City? Even if the Peace Society was the dominant force in the underground world, it was impossible to destroy all the underworld forces. Right now, sir didn't want to see any underworld forces in Jiangnan City. Wasn't this asking them to encircle and annihilate the underworld forces in Jiangnan City?" This, the two of them didn't immediately agree to Fong Chen's request. "What should we do?" Fong Chen asked softly. "Sir, we still need to report this matter to the higher-ups before we can decide," one of them said. "Go," Fong Chen said. The two of them quickly left the place. That night, earth-shaking changes happened in Jiangnan City. All the underworld forces that usually did evil were attacked on a large scale at the same time. That night was a nightmare for all the underworld forces in Jiangnan City. Before dawn, all the underworld forces collapsed. The Peace Society branch began to protect Jiangnan City. In fact, with Fong Chen's means, he could easily destroy these underworld forces. However, he was a member of the immortal Tao and disdained to attack ordinary humans. In the blink of an eye, it had been 3 days since he returned to his hometown. During these 3 days, Fong Chen had been accompanying his parents. Under Fong Chen's secret treatment, his parents' health was getting better day by day. Fong Chen put a lot of spiritual roots in the soup for his parents. These spirit roots could allow the parents to live longer. After spending 3 days with his parents, Fong Chen briefly said goodbye to his parents. "Father, Mother, I have something to do." Fong Chen left Jiangnan City and came to Changbai Mountain in the 3 eastern provinces. Everyone thought that Changbai Mountain was a tourist destination. However, only Fong Chen knew that there was a secluded immortal sect at the top of Changbai Mountain. This time, Fong Chen had come for the immortal sect. There were countless tourists walking on the road to the top of Changbai Mountain. Fong Chen strolled through the crowd. After about 2 hours, they finally arrived at the observation deck. "Everyone, you can see the entire Changbai Mountains from here. Just stay here and don't wander off," the tour guide reminded them loudly. Many tourists were admiring the beautiful scenery. However, Fong Chen quietly left this place and continued to climb to the top. The observation deck was still some distance away from the real peak of Changbai Mountain. However, the tourists here could only reach here and could not continue climbing. When he came to a place where there was no one, Fong Chen used the true meaning of time and space. In the blink of an eye, he reached the top of Changbai Mountain. The top of Changbai Mountain was covered in snow. In the center, there was a river which was called the Heavenly Lake of Changbai Mountain. Splash! A blue-level soul spirit instantly spread out and enveloped the entire Changbai Mountain. Suddenly, Fong Chen discovered that the immortal sect was located in the Heavenly Lake of Changbai Mountain. No wonder when I was in school, I often saw the news about the Heavenly Lake water monster, Fong Chen muttered to himself. More than 10 years ago, when he was still in college in the capital city, As long as he searched the web, he could almost see some rumors about the heavenly lake water monster. However, he finally understood now. This was not a water monster. It was clearly the person from the immortal sect. Fang Chun easily stepped into the heavenly lake that was known as a forbidden area. Then, he went to the bottom of the heavenly lake. At the bottom of the heavenly lake, there was a majestic palace that looked like a dragon palace. There is spirit chi here. Fang Chun was also a little surprised. Earth was a planet of life with a technological civilization, and there was almost no spirit chi. This was also the reason why humans were unable to cultivate. However, there was spirit chi at the bottom of the heavenly lake. It is indeed strange, Fang Chun said to himself. When he arrived in front of the palace, he suddenly saw a few words written on the golden plaque. Immortal Sect. What a boast. Fang Chun laughed when he saw the 3 words Immortal Sect. Trespassers of the Immortal Sect will be killed without mercy. At this moment, the 2 human guards of the Immortal Sect instantly pounced on Fang Chun. Fang Chun was a little surprised. He did not expect that this so-called Immortal Sect would actually have martial artists. According to the cultivation level of the ancient sword continent, these 2 people in front of him already had the strength of the Qi refinement realm. Bang! The 2 people attacked Fang Chun, but were repelled. Suddenly, the 2 of them were terrified. Call your boss out, Fang Chun said in a low voice. Immediately, the 2 of them hurriedly entered the Immortal Sect. Fang Chun strolled in the Immortal Sect. The construction of this water palace was quite good. The people in the Immortal Sect are too big of a threat if they are in the outside world, Fang Chun said to himself. In the blink of an eye, there were angry shouts. Suddenly, more than 10 humans surrounded Fang Chun. Finally, a middle-aged man in a green robe strolled in. Kid, you seem to be a fellow cultivator. Why did you barge into the Immortal Sect? This man in a green robe was the sect master of the Immortal Sect. Why do you collect the souls of mortals when you are in the Immortal Sect? Fang Chun asked bluntly. Hearing this, the man in the green robe's expression changed slightly. He immediately shouted, Kid, who are you? Sect Master. Since this person knows about our Immortal Sect, he must be from the Demon's Sect. A martial artist beside the middle-aged man in the green robe said coldly. As a cultivator of the Immortal Sect, you shouldn't meddle in the affairs of mortals. You rely on your strength to collect the souls of mortals. How shameful, Fang Chun sneered. The middle-aged man in the green robe's face was gloomy as he stared at Fang Chun. Kid, no matter who you are, if you dare to behave atrociously in our Immortal Sect, I will make sure you don't leave. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man in the green robe personally attacked. However, he met Fang Chun. In Fang Chun's eyes, he was even less than an ant. Pa! Fang Chun's palm directly hit the middle-aged man in the green robe. With a bang, the middle-aged man in the green robe was sent flying by Fang Chun. If I want to destroy you, one look is enough, Fang Chun said domineeringly. The middle-aged man in the green robe fell to the ground. His soul was shaken and his heart was filled with fear. He is too strong. The middle-aged man in the green robe felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, this person had held back, otherwise his soul would have been destroyed. Lord, please spare my life. The middle-aged man in the green robe knelt on the ground and begged. Suddenly, the surrounding disciples of the Immortal Sect were shocked. In their eyes, the sect leader was omnipotent. But now, he was sent flying by a young man with a slap. The most unbelievable thing was that the sect leader was kneeling and begging for mercy. Thinking of this, the disciples of the Immortal Sect all retreated, afraid of offending Fang Chun. Why did you collect souls? Fang Chun asked in a low voice. Lord Xie forced me to do it, the sect leader said in a panic. Lord Xie, ever since he came to our Immortal Sect, he has been forcing us to collect the souls of mortals. The sect leader told Fang Chun everything that had happened. Who is Lord Xie? Fang Chun was puzzled. He had just used his soul to scan the entire Immortal Sect and did not find Lord Xie. Lord Xie is in the forbidden area of the Immortal Sect, the sect leader said. Hearing this, Fang Chun's heart skipped a beat. He was a little curious. Just what kind of divine being was it that was able to evade his soul inspection. One had to know that his soul was a blue-class soul. Not to mention the immortal sect, it could even cover China with a thought. "Bring me there," Fang Chun said. The sect leader was terrified. He hurriedly brought Fang Chun to the forbidden area of the immortal sect. In the forbidden area, there was a black altar. What surprised Fang Chun was that there was a teleportation array on the altar, and the energy needed for this teleportation array was purple crystals. "Where is Lord Xie?" Fang Chun frowned and asked. Hearing this, the sect leader told Fang Chun that Lord Xie had left through the teleportation array. He would only appear when summoned. Then, the sect leader began to summon Lord Xie. Fang Chun watched from the side. In the blink of an eye, the teleportation array lit up. Suddenly, an evil aura spread out. "I found the soul," an evil voice said. "Lord Xie," the sect leader called out in a low voice. In an instant, a fat figure appeared on the teleportation array. "Where is the soul?" Lord Xie stared at the sect leader and asked. The sect leader trembled and knelt on the ground, trembling. Interesting. Seeing Lord Xie, Fang Chun was even more surprised. Lord Xie's strength was comparable to a Qi transformation realm martial artist. "Who are you?" Hearing Fang Chun's voice, Lord Xie's expression changed and asked coldly. Fang Chun reached out with his hand, grabbing at Lord Evil. Lord Xie was shocked and hurriedly activated the teleportation array, wanting to escape. Bang! The teleportation array was destroyed by Fang Chun. Lord Xie's body was suppressed by Fang Chun. Lord Xie was terrified. How could this person be so powerful? "Where does the teleportation array lead to?" Fang Chun asked. "Lost Star," Lord Xie said obediently. "Oh, Lost Star. There were 3 life planets in the Milky Way. Earth was just one of them. This Lost Star was also a life planet. Why are you collecting the souls of mortals?" Fang Chun asked. "There is a Supreme Lord on the Lost Star. I am collecting it for him," Lord Xie said. Fang Chun frowned. Then, he carried Lord Evil and stepped into the teleportation array. The purple crystals fell into the teleportation array and activated it instantly. Then, the two disappeared from the immortal sect. "Sect leader," the immortal sect disciple called out softly. Chapter 1072. Lost Star. Fang Chun stood on the Lost Star and could feel the scorching temperature in the air. "Lead the way," Fang Chun said. He wanted to see who this person who collected the souls of mortals was. It wasn't easy to return to Earth. Naturally, he couldn't let others destroy his hometown. Eliminating the threat was only the first step. In the center of the Lost Star, there was a city. Lord Wicked brought Fang Chun here. "It's inside," Lord Wicked said. Fang Chun nodded and stepped into the city. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a series of seals appeared around the city. Then, these seals turned into a terrifying formation, trapping Fang Chun inside. "Ha ha, kid, you're dead for sure after entering the Juetian formation." Lord Wicked laughed sinisterly. At this moment, 8 knights appeared around them. Their auras were strong. It was obvious that they were martial artists. The 8 knights split into 2 rows and opened up a path. A white-bearded old man in a wizard robe slowly walked out. I didn't expect such a powerful cultivator to appear on Earth. The white-bearded old man in the wizard robe stared at Fang Chun and smiled. "You're that Supreme Lord?" Fang Chun asked. "That's right. I'm collecting souls." The white-bearded old man said, "My cultivation has reached a bottleneck. As long as I can collect hundreds of millions of mortal souls, I can transcend. Hundreds of millions of souls just for cultivation." Fang Chun's heart sank. He had already sentenced the white-bearded old man to death. "As long as I can transcend, I can rush to the outer realm." The white-bearded old man's eyes were filled with passion. It seemed that this person also knew about the outer realm. However, Fang Chun didn't plan to give the white-bearded old man a chance. He waved his hand gently. Instantly, waves of aura spread out. Then, Fang Chun walked out of the Juetian formation casually. How could he be trapped by the Juetian formation and still be able to walk out? The white-bearded old man was shocked and cried out. The others were even more dumbfounded. Lord Xie's body kept trembling as if a demon was attacking him. You cultivated an evil art and collected over 100 million souls for your own power. You deserve death. Fang Chun pointed with his finger, and a white-bearded old man's body exploded. After nipping the danger in the bud, Fang Chun returned to the immortal sect. In fact, after killing the white-bearded old man, Fang Chun had a thought. After returning, he immediately contacted the sect master of the Celestial Ascension sect. Then he told the sect master of the Immortal Ascension sect that there was a chance to ascend to immortality in a single step and asked if he was willing. The sect master of the Celestial Ascension sect agreed without any hesitation. Fang Chun pointed his finger at the Celestial sect leader's forehead. Suddenly, a bright light drilled into the Celestial sect leader's body. From today onwards, the mission of the Immortal sect is to protect Earth, Fang Chun said. I've planted a mark in your body. If you don't carry it out in the future, your body will explode and you will die. Don't worry, Lord. I will do my best to protect Earth, the sect leader said. There is no need for the Immortal sect to do anything about the mortal world. The mission Fang Chun gave them was to act when Earth was in danger of being wiped out. After that, Fang Chun left some resources for the sect leader. With these resources, the sect leader would be able to cultivate to the Qi transformation realm or even the Qi Si realm. Everything would depend on his luck. Then, Fang Chun personally modified the teleportation array. The modified teleportation array didn't need to put in purple crystals. As long as it sensed the aura of the sect leader, it would automatically teleport. Fang Chun informed the Celestial Ascension sect master to lead his subordinates and rule the entire Lost Star. Half a month later, the Peace Society had destroyed all the underground forces in the world. Then, the Peace Society announced that they would live and die with Earth. This action of the Peace Society was praised as the greatest action of the 21st century. However, Fang Chun didn't care about all this. The Peace Society was responsible for the mortal world. The Immortal Sect was responsible for the trivial matters of the immortal path. In half a month, the sect leader of the Immortal Sect lived up to expectations. Not only did he rule the Lost Star, but he also ruled another planet with life. Unknowingly, Fang Chun had built the Milky Way domain into an iron bucket. After doing all this, Fang Chun specially went to visit his alma mater in the capital. Then, he returned to the small town in Jiangnan City. Since he came back, his parents were very happy every day and their health was getting better. On this day, Fang Chun found his parents. He briefly told his parents some things about himself. In short, what he meant was that he was going to leave Earth. At first, his parents were shocked when they heard the news. They felt that it was very ridiculous. However, after Fang Chun's explanation, his parents gradually calmed down. However, they still didn't believe it. In the end, Fang Chun used some means to let his parents see it with their own eyes. Finally, his parents believed him. Their hearts were filled with excitement. Chun, his father hugged Fang Chun's arm and was very excited. Are you an immortal? When Fang Chun heard this, he was also stunned and immediately grinned. His mother looked at Fang Chun with burning eyes. The immortal that could only be seen on TV was actually seen in real life, and it was their son. This made Mr. and Mrs. Fang feel as if they were dreaming. After listening to Fang Chun talk about how good the outside world was, Mr. and Mrs. Fang were also a little moved. However, after weighing the pros and cons, Mr. and Mrs. Fang made a decision. Chun, although we still don't understand the so-called warriors, we know that it must be very difficult for you in the outside world. Your mother and I will only be a burden. Mr. Fang said softly. The two elders were unwilling to leave with Fang Chun. Father, mother, when I'm strong enough to travel the universe, I will definitely come back to pick you up, Fang Chun said in a deep voice. In the following time, Fang Chun left all the rare spirit herbs in his space ring to his parents. He also told his parents to take them every day. Then, Fang Chun specially used some special treasures to transform his parent bodies. Another half a month passed, and his parents had quietly reached the Qi refining stage. They had just entered the martial arts world. After entering the Qi refinement realm, Mr. and Mrs. Fang finally had some understanding of the martial arts world. Moreover, their lifespan also increased a lot. In order not to be thought of by the outside world as aliens, Fang Chun specially sent his parents to the Gate of Immortality in Changbai Mountain. From then on, his parents lived in the Gate of Immortality. As long as they absorbed spirit energy every day and with the rare spirit herbs that he left behind, his parents' cultivation would gradually increase. After knowing that these two were Fang Chen's parents, the Gate of Immortality directly treated them as the Grand Supreme Elders. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed on Earth. His wish had been fulfilled, he had met his parents, and the crisis on Earth had been resolved. Fang Chun was ready to leave. He couldn't cultivate on Earth. His goal was to explore the vast universe. On this day, Fang Chun left. Only 3 people came to see Fang Chun off. On a deserted island in the South Sea, the 2 presidents of the Peace Society and the Gate of Immortality's gate were all there. "Sir, I don't know when you will come back," the Gate of Immortality's gate asked. Fang Chun looked at the void with his dark eyes and shook his head slightly. He didn't know when he would come back. The vast universe was extremely dangerous. It was very dangerous to survive and grow in a universe where there were many strong people. The slightest carelessness could put one's life in danger. Perhaps, after a few years, he would have already fallen in the outer space. Perhaps soon, he would set foot on the peak of martial arts. Who knew what would happen in the future? "Sir," the 2 people of the Peace Society were extremely respectful to Fang Chun. "This is a cultivator of the immortal path on Earth. If there is anything you can't solve, go to the Changbai Mountain to find him," Fang Chun said slightly. "However, you're not allowed to harm Earth." "Don't worry, sir." The 3 people cupped their hands and said. Fang Chun shook his wrist, tore the void, and disappeared in an instant. Seeing Fang Chun's means, the 3 people were dumbfounded. "Sir is too strong," the Gate of Immortality's gate said. What Fang Chun didn't know was that because of his actions, Earth was gradually becoming stronger and more prosperous. In the end, it became the overlord of the Milky Way domain and annexed the other 2 planets with life. Some humans even broke the limit and rushed out of the Milky Way domain with their own efforts. Of course, this was a story for later. During the time he lived on Earth, it was very comfortable. Fang Chun's soul was nourished by the aura of Earth's origin. Now, Fang Chun took a step forward, left Earth, and came to the Milky Way. Suddenly, a gray aura filled the air. Fang Chun felt that there was a fluctuation in his soul. Reluctant to leave, Fang Chun said slightly, "If possible, who would be willing to leave their home?" Although with his current strength, he had no worries on Earth. But he couldn't do that. What he pursued was the peak of martial arts, not to live a mediocre life. After fulfilling his wish to leave Earth, Fang Chun's heart suddenly became clear. When he came to outer space, his soul suddenly shook. Then, in his sea of qi, the terrifying vital spirit instantly rolled. Fang Chun was overjoyed. Was he going to break through? The previous breakthrough had been suppressed by the golden heart. Now it was finally no longer suppressed. Boom! In outer space, a deafening sound resounded through the sky. In Fang Chun's sea of qi, earth-shaking changes were happening. The golden heart beat rapidly, actively helping Fang Chun condense vital spirit. The most important thing for a Mystic King realm martial artist to step into the Heaven Star realm was to condense vital spirit. Fang Chun was well prepared. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying vital spirit in his sea of qi turned into a thick vital spirit, suspended in the air above the sea of qi. The vital spirit condensed, and the realm improved. From this moment onwards, Fang Chun officially stepped into the Heaven Star realm. His soul had undergone a little baptism and had become even more transparent. Chapter 1073. After reaching the Heaven Dipper realm, Fang Chun's strength had improved in all aspects. His body was filled with the power of vital essence. Inside his qi sea, a thick vital essence floated quietly. A Heaven Dipper realm martial artist would condense a vital essence in his qi sea every time his cultivation increased. At the peak of the Heaven Dipper realm, 9 vital essences would fuse into a star pagoda and then break through to the heavenly body realm. However, it was very difficult to condense vital essence. Vital essence was formed by the power of vital essence, as vast as the sea. It was very difficult to condense vital essence. Feng Chen's heart shook. He had finally reached the Heaven Dipper realm. Now, he finally had the strength to protect himself. At this moment, he was fearless even if he faced a 5th or 6th stage Heaven Dipper realm martial artist. In the blink of an eye, Feng Chen came to outer space. It was where the void door was. He turned his head to look at the distant earth, and then stepped into the void door. When he stepped into the void door, Feng Chen set up a powerful seal in the Milky Way domain. Without a certain level of cultivation, one could not leave the Milky Way domain. This was also to protect the humans in the Milky Way domain. With the development of technology, SSS-grade spaceships would definitely be produced in large quantities. At that time, humans would definitely be unable to hold back their curiosity and go to outer space. Because their strength was too weak, there was only one outcome if they went to outer space, and that was death. Therefore, he set up this powerful seal. Finally, Feng Chen entered the void door. Voila! When he was about to leave the void door, Feng Chen used the true meaning of time and space. Suddenly, his figure was hidden in the void. There were still people guarding the void door. However, they did not know that Feng Chen had come out of the void door. As soon as he returned, Feng Chen felt the rich spiritual qi coming from all directions. Even the vital origin energy in the air surged into his body in large amounts. The speed of his body absorbing the vital essence was many times faster than when he was in the mysterious king realm. The spiritual qi in outer space is still abundant. Feng Chen grinned. Unbeknownst to anyone, he returned to the room he had been in. Then, he opened the door and swaggered out. During this time, Feng Chen stayed in his room and didn't come out. The warriors guarding the void gate thought that Feng Chen was cultivating in seclusion, so they didn't dare to disturb him. Now, he finally saw Feng Chen. Lord Sanguinati, you're finally out. A martialist chuckled as he walked over to Feng Chen. I have gained some insights from my closed-door cultivation. I am preparing to leave now, Feng Chen said with a nod. The martial artist did not suspect anything and nodded to see Feng Chen off. After leaving the Southwind Mountain Range, Feng Chen hurried back to the Black Heaven sect. A few days later, Feng Chen returned to the Black Heaven sect. Fengtian Palace, Square. On this day, there was a sea of people in the square. Countless warriors were watching a battle. It was about the battle between Shi Qing and a man named Mao He. Mao He was a small commander and belonged to the Fengtian sect. His cultivation was at Heaven Star Border Stage 5, which was the same as Shi Qing's. A few days ago, Mao He and Shi Qing had a conflict because of some conflicts. Today was the day of the battle. Mao He and Shi Qing had arrived early on the square's martial arts stage and were facing each other. Below, many warriors were watching. Senior brother Gu Feng. Senior brother, Shi Qing should be fine, right? A warrior asked worriedly. Gu Feng stared at the two people on the martial arts stage with a helpless expression. In another area, Feng Yu and Feng Hong were mocking Shi Qing. They believed that Mao He would definitely defeat Shi Qing. On the martial arts stage, Shi Qing, I'll give you a chance. Kneel on the ground and apologize to me. Then, I'll let this matter rest. Mao He was wearing a yellow shirt and exuded a domineering aura. Kneel and apologize? Dream on. Shi Qing snorted and said with disdain, since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. As soon as Mao He finished speaking, a vast amount of vital essence appeared around him. He suddenly waved his hand, and a sledgehammer appeared in his hand. Huh! Mao He roared, and the hammer in his hand slashed through the air toward Shi Qing. Swoosh! Seeing this, Shi Qing unleashed a fierce and domineering sword technique. However, to everyone's shock, the sword light in the sky was shattered by Mao He's sledgehammer. Rank 3 divine weapon. Everyone in the square exclaimed. Mao He was a junior commander of the Fengtian sect. However, he didn't specialize in sealing, but in hammering. His hammering was very powerful. His physical body was incomparably strong. Even the #1 junior commander of the Fengtian sect didn't dare to compete with Mao he in terms of pure strength. Now that Mao he had a rank 3 divine weapon, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. He destroyed Shi Qing's attack with ease. Under his control, the sledgehammer swooped down from the sky. Oh no! Shi Qing's expression changed drastically when he saw this. His figure flashed continuously. If it was someone else with a rank 3 divine weapon, Shi Qing wouldn't be afraid. However, Mao He's strength was on par with him. With a rank 3 divine weapon, his strength was greatly increased and he couldn't face him head-on. You can't escape. Seeing that Shi Qing was dodging, Mao He swung the hammer in his hand. Boom! Wherever the sledgehammer passed, the surrounding air dissipated in all directions. From this, it could be seen how powerful Mao He was. On the square, Feng Yu and Feng Hong laughed heartily. Mao He's strength is too strong. Shi Qing can't block it, Feng Yu said. Feng Hong nodded, his eyes filled with a sinister smile. Bang! No matter how hard Shi Qing tried to block, he was still hit by the hammer. Immediately, his body was sent flying. Blood sprayed out of his mouth and filled the sky. Dong! After sending Shi Qing flying, the level 3 divine weapon smashed onto the stage, causing the entire stage to shake violently. Mao He's aura shook the sky as he stared at Shi Qing, who was lying at the edge of the square. He said coldly, "I'll say it again. Kneel down and apologize to me, and this matter will end here. Otherwise, I'll break your arms." Hearing this, the Sword Firmament sect disciples were worried. Once Shi Qing's arms were broken, his strength would definitely drop. At that time, he wouldn't be able to keep his position as a junior commander. Mao He, when it's possible to make mistakes, you should be lenient. Mao He, let this matter end here. A few junior commanders of the Sword Firmament sect stood up for Shi Qing, hoping that Mao He would let this matter end here. After all, he had already defeated Shi Qing. Unless he kneels down and apologizes, it's impossible. Mao He's attitude was firm, and he wasn't afraid of the junior commanders of the Sword Firmament sect. Mao He, you've gone too far, a junior commander of the Sword Firmament sect said coldly. Shi Qing is also a junior commander. You'll be punished if you attack him like this, another junior commander threatened. A junior commander had a high status in the Sky Ceiling Palace. Ordinary people couldn't attack a junior commander, even if Mao He was a junior commander. If he broke Shi Qing's arms for no reason, the higher-ups would definitely be furious. Buzz! Mao He ignored the crowd and walked towards Shi Qing with the hammer in his hand. When Shi Qing saw this, his face turned pale and he smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that he would be defeated by Mao He today. He was speechless. He didn't expect Lin Yun to have a rank 3 divine weapon. Even some of the senior commanders didn't know that Mao He had a rank 3 divine weapon. In other words, Mao He had either obtained a few days ago or he had been hiding it all this time. But it was too late to say anything now. You can kill me if you want, but it's impossible for me to kneel down and apologize. Shi Qing stood up slowly, straightened his back, and said in a deep voice, even if he lost, he would lose while standing. The disciples of the Sword Firmament sect weren't cowards. You're still so stubborn. Mao He sneered when he saw this. He raised the hammer in his hand again and smashed it down. Boom! This time, the sledgehammer struck Shi Qing's body, sending him flying. Shi Qing fell to the ground, and the sound of his bones breaking could be heard. He was in a sorry state, and his aura was weak. It was obvious that he was heavily injured. Kneel down and apologize, or break your arms. Mao He pressed on. Shi Qing had already been sent flying off the stage, but Mao He was still pressuring him. This battle wasn't over yet. Impossible. Shi Qing, who was in a daze, said with difficulty. Even if he died, he wouldn't kneel down and apologize. Let's end this. Mao He jumped down from the stage and swung his sledgehammer at Shi Qing's arms. The commanders of the Sword Firmament sect stood in front of Shi Qing. Mao He, you've gone too far. Mao He, I've already subdued Lord He. He'll be here soon. Mao He's expression changed when he heard the words Lord He. Then he sped up the hammer in his hand and smashed it at Shi Qing. Lord He was the commander of the Sword Firmament sect. Once he arrived, he wouldn't have any chance to attack. He had to cripple Shi Qing before Lord He arrived. You, the commanders of the Sword Firmament sect, were furious when they saw this and attacked. Bang! However, before they could make a move, Maui's sledgehammer smashed down on top of their heads, forcing them to dodge. Maui took advantage of this opportunity and smashed his hammer at Shi-Ching. No! The Sword Firmament sect's junior commanders shouted loudly. But it was too late. They closed their eyes in pain when they saw Maui's hammer coming at Shi-Ching. Maui's heart was filled with excitement. But at this critical moment, Lord He arrived. Stop! Master, he shouted in a low voice and waved his hand. A burst of energy shot out and collided with the hammer, immediately changing the direction of the hammer's attack. Bang! The hammer smashed into the ground, and Shi-Ching dodged it. Lord He, the commanders of the Sword Firmament sect, were excited when they saw this. On the other hand, Maui gripped his hammer and looked at Lord He with a gloomy expression. We're both disciples of the Sky Sealing Palace. Why did you try to kill him? When Lord He saved Shi-Ching, Fang Chun had just returned to the Sky Sealing Palace and saw this scene. What's going on? Chapter 1074. As soon as he returned, he saw such a bloody scene. With Fang Chen's current soul power, he could tell that Shi-Ching was heavily injured with just a glance. They're both disciples of the Fengtian Palace, but they're so cruel, muttered Fang Chun. Then he looked at Maui. The Fengtian sect had always been hostile to him. Even the Sword Firmament sect's disciples were hated by the Fengtian sect. And Mao, he was one of the junior commanders of the Fengtian sect. Shi-Ching had a good relationship with Fang Chun and had repeatedly helped Fang Chun teach those who challenged Fang Chun a lesson. But now, Shi-Ching had been heavily injured by Mao He. If it wasn't for Lord He, Shi-Ching would have been crippled. Damn it! An inexplicable rage appeared in Fang Chen's heart. He clenched his fists tightly as he stared at Mao He. Everyone's attention was drawn to Lord He. No one noticed that Sanguinati had returned. Master He's pitch-black eyes stared at Mao He as he asked in a deep voice. Mao He remained calm in the face of Lord He's question, as if he had already thought of a countermeasure. He slowly said, Lord He, there's an irreconcilable conflict between Shi-Ching and I. We agreed to fight on the martial stage and won't stop until the victor is decided. Shi-Ching hasn't admitted defeat. I don't think I've broken the rules. Lord He frowned. Indeed, Mao He hadn't broken the rules. Shi-Ching hadn't admitted defeat, so their battle was still within reason. Shi-Ching isn't your match. He's already fallen off the martial stage, but you still want to fight, said Lord He unhappily. Mao He wanted to say something, but hesitated. At this moment, another armored commander arrived. This armored commander was Mao He's backer. Brother He, as a commander, there's no need for you to interfere in a battle between junior commanders. The arrival of this commander caused a commotion in the plaza. No wonder Mao He's expression didn't change when facing Lord He. He had already notified Lord Wang. Let's end this matter here. When Lord He heard this, his expression turned grave as he said in a deep voice, The battle isn't over yet. We still have to ask the person involved, said Lord Wang. He had come to support Mao He. Since Lord Wang was present, Lord He didn't have much to say. Master Wang, my battle with Shi-Ching isn't over yet. Unless he kneels down and apologizes, Mao He said bluntly. Mao He, don't go too far. Master He scolded. If it was any other time, Mao He would definitely be terrified after being reprimanded by the armored commander. However, with Lord Wang backing him up, he wasn't afraid at all. Today, his goal was to cripple Shi-Ching. Lord Wang and Lord He had always been at odds with one another. Shi-Ching was Lord He's subordinate, and Lord Wang was more than happy to have a chance to weaken Lord He's strength. Soon after, he chuckled and said, Old He, if you interfere in the battle between the junior commanders, I won't stand idly by. Lord Wang's intentions were clear. As long as Lord He made a move, he would surely make a move as well. For a moment, Master He was in a dilemma. In the end, he flung his sleeves and glared at Mao He before walking over to Shi-Ching's side. Shi-Ching, just admit defeat. Lord He's words were already a step back. A mocking smile appeared on Lord Wang's face when he heard Shi-Ching's words. Shi-Ching, for Lord He's sake, I won't make a move on you if you admit defeat today. However, one day, I'll definitely break your arms. This was a threat, a blatant threat. With Lord Wong's support, Mao He was as arrogant as the heavens. Lord He remained silent, and his face was ashen. Shi Qing, who was extremely weak, was helped up by a few junior commanders from the Sword Firmament sect. He staggered over to Mao He. Shi Qing, admit defeat. Shi Qing's voice was filled with frustration. However, he was no match for Mao He. There was nothing he could do. If you had admitted defeat earlier, you would have been fine. Mao He placed his hands on Shi Qing's shoulders and secretly used his vital essence to attack Shi Qing's body. Bang! Shi Qing's body staggered. He couldn't resist Mao He's attacks and fell to the ground. Mao He, you've gone too far. As soon as he finished speaking, Lord He suddenly attacked. However, before Lord He could get close to Mao He, Lord Wong stopped him. They were both armored commanders, and their strength was on par. Bang! Lord He's attack was blocked. He looked at Lord Wong angrily. Are you really going to stop me? Old He, Shi Qing's skills are inferior. He can't blame anyone for losing to Mao He. If a junior commander can defeat Mao He or even cripple him on the spot, I won't say anything. Lord Wong grinned. His eyes were filled with pride. He had gone too far. Lord He clenched his fists. He wanted to send Mao He flying with a punch. However, Lord Wong stopped him. The Sword Firmament sect's disciples glared at Mao He. If looks could kill, Mao He would have been killed many times over. Shi Qing, your body is too weak. Go back and cultivate. Ha ha ha. Mao He looked at Shi Qing with disdain and mocked him. Just you wait. Lord He snorted. He turned around and helped Shi Qing up. However, at that moment, Fong Chun walked out from the crowd. Lord He, Fong Chen's voice attracted everyone's attention. Only then did they realize that Sanguinati had returned. Even Lord Wong had a complicated look in his eyes when he saw Sanguinati. Bloodsword Saint. A smile appeared on Mr. He's face when he saw this. The weak Shi Qing greeted Fong Chun. Fong Chun patted him on the shoulder. Then, Fong Chun walked up to Mao He. Lord He, Mao He and I have an irreconcilable feud. Can I make a move against him? Fong Chun enunciated each word clearly. Everyone immediately understood what Sanguinati meant. He wanted to help Shi Qing get back at him. Brother Shui. Shi Qing's face was filled with worry. The others also shook their heads. Lord He didn't reply. He looked at Sanguinati in surprise. He didn't know what Sanguinati meant. Mao He laughed when he heard Lord He's words. Sanguinati, are you trying to help Shi Qing get back at him? Sanguinati might be a junior commander, but Mao He didn't fear him at all. Do you have the guts to agree? Fong Chen asked. Why wouldn't I? Mao He sneered. Lord Wong's eyes flickered. Then he nodded. Instantly, the square fell into silence. Lord He and Lord Wong stood at the sides to support the two of them. Sanguinati, swords don't have eyes. Don't blame me if I accidentally injure you, Mao He said. I was just about to say that. My sword hasn't tasted fresh blood in a long time, Fong Chen retorted. Instantly, the two of them were filled with the smell of gunpowder. Sanguinati, go ahead. I'll take care of everything, Lord He said. He seemed to be reminding Fong Chen not to worry about the consequences. In truth, Lord He was still worried about Sanguinati. However, when he saw the latter's confident expression, Lord He didn't think too much about it. Sanguinati, I hope you can still stand here safe and sound, Mao He said. Fong Chen was calm. One move is enough to deal with you. Arrogant. Arrogant. These two words couldn't describe Fong Chen's current attitude. Sanguinati, who usually kept a low profile, was angered by Mao He. When he said those words, his face was filled with arrogance. Mao He's face darkened when he heard those words. The 5 streams of vital essence in his sea of qi started to spin. The terrifying power of vital essence instantly poured into the stage 3 divine weapon. Whoosh! The air around them was filled with a terrifying aura. Mao He's aura was raised to the maximum. Kid, don't try to win with words. As soon as Mao He finished speaking, he attacked. He immediately used a fierce and domineering hammer technique. The hammer in his hand carried a violent force as it slashed through the air toward Fong Chun. Sky Demon Sword Art. The only stream of vital essence in his sea of qi started to spin rapidly. The terrifying power of vital essence poured into the hidden star sword. Fang Chun used all his strength to activate the sky demon sword art. He wanted to defeat his opponent in one move. Rumble. This was Fang Chen's first battle after reaching the Heaven Star border realm. It was also a battle where he went all out. Master He, who was standing at the side, was shocked when he saw this. Heaven Star border realm. On the other side, Lord Wong was also shocked. He didn't expect Sanguinati to reach the Heaven Star border realm. So what if you're in the Heaven Star border realm? You'll still lose. Mao He, who was attacking, shouted coldly. The power of the hammer instantly increased. Boom! The sky demon sword light and the hammer collided. Crack! Under everyone's gaze, the hammer was sent flying by the sky demon sword light. How is this possible? All the martial artists cried out involuntarily. The hammer was a stage 3 divine weapon. How could it be sent flying by the sword light so easily? One could imagine how powerful the sword light was. You want to compete with me in terms of strength? Fang Chen sneered. He waved the hidden star sword, and the sky demon sword light shot towards Mao He one after another. The perfect sword body was so powerful that Mao He's physical body couldn't be compared to it. Although the hidden star sword was a stage 2 divine weapon, there was still a gap between it and a stage 3 divine weapon. However, Fang Chun used his own strength to make up for the gap in this aspect. No! When the hammer was sent flying, Mao He felt that something was wrong. At this moment, facing Fang Chen's terrifying attack, he couldn't even say the word surrender. Swoosh! The terrifying sky demon sword light exploded in front of Mao He. Suddenly, a shockwave swept across the entire arena. Surrender! Lord Wong shouted with a serious face. He was trying to help Mao He surrender. However, it didn't help. Fang Chen couldn't care less. If Mao He didn't surrender, the battle wouldn't end. Damn it! Stop it! Lord Wong shouted angrily. He wanted to stop Lin Yan. However, he was stopped by Lord He. It's better for us, the armored commander, not to interfere in the battle between the junior commanders, Lord He said coldly. Lord Wong clenched his fists in anger. Crash! The explosion on the arena dissipated. Fang Chun stood there quietly. Chapter 1075. Sanguinati, I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? Seeing Mao He on the verge of death, Lord Wong bellowed furiously. Mao He didn't admit defeat, said Fang Chun. The battle isn't over yet. Fang Chun raised the hidden star sword and walked to Mao He's side. Poochie with a flick of his wrist, the hidden star sword landed on Mao He's arms. Mao He's arms had been severed by Fang Chun. He had severed Mao He's arms right in front of Lord Wong. Lord Wong was thoroughly enraged by this scene. You deserve to die. Lord Wong's eyes were bloodshot from anger. He suddenly threw a punch at Lord He, and then his figure flashed, and he arrived on the martial arts stage. Go to hell. Lord Wong attacked Fang Chun with all his might. Stop. Lord He leaped in front of Lord Wong and blocked his path. Get out of my way, said Lord Wong. Oomph. How dare you go back on your words? What a joke. Lord He said, who was the one who said that if a junior commander could defeat Mao He, you wouldn't be able to say anything even if he killed him? Lord Wong's face was twisted in the face of Lord He's questioning. We're both from the Sky Ceiling Palace. Sanguinati is trying to kill Mao He. You're twisting words and forcing logic. You're the one who's speaking black and white. Master He was very firm. As long as he was here, he wouldn't allow Lord Wong to harm Sanguinati. Good, very good. Since you want to stop me, don't blame me for being merciless. Lord Wong took out his jade pendant and sent a message. Lord Li owes me a favor. I'd like to see if you can still be so domineering when he's here, said Lord Wong. Lord Li's expression changed slightly when he heard that. The Lord Li that Lord Wong was referring to was the silver armored commander. Things went beyond Lord He's expectations. Rumble, in the blink of an eye, a silver-armored middle-aged cultivator appeared on the stage. Wong Kuan, why are you looking for me? Asked Li Daocheng. Sir Li, you owe me a favor. I would like to ask Sir Li to help me block He Yin. I want to kill this brat. Wong Kuan clasped his hands. All right, I'll help you block it. Li Daocheng's expression was indifferent. As the silver-armored commander, he disdained to ask about the matters of Wang Kuan and the others. Even if someone died, it had nothing to do with him. He just wanted to return the favor. Lord Li, he called out loudly, wanting to explain. However, Li Daoqing stopped him. I'm only here to return the favor. I don't care about anything else. After Li Daoqing finished speaking, he stood quietly and closed his eyes. Seeing this, He Yin's face turned solemn. However, with Li Daoqing around, he could not do anything. Wang Kuan walked in front of Fang Chun with a ferocious expression. As a junior commander of the Heavenly Sealing Palace, you actually dared to be so ruthless towards your fellow disciples. Today, I shall clean up the sect. Wang Kuan coldly said, a piece of trash like you deserves to be a commander? You're a disgrace to Fengtian Palace. At this moment, Fang Chun was filled with hatred for Wang Kuan. As a commander, this person was actually so narrow-minded. If he really provoked him, Fang Chun was not afraid of him. Wang Kuan's aura surged as he looked down at Fang Chun. Brat, I can kill you as easily as squashing an ant. As Wang Kuan spoke, he threw a punch at Fang Chun. The latter used the space-time true meaning to barely block it. At this moment, Greed and Li Jiu appeared. Lord Wang Kuan, please have mercy. Although Greed and Li Jiu were junior commanders, their status was very high. Under normal circumstances, even the commanders would have to give face. When they heard that Wang Kuan had attacked Sanguinati, they quickly rushed over. Today, no one can save him. Wang Kuan said in a deep voice. His vital essence surged, and his killing intent surged. Greed and Li Jiu's expressions changed slightly, and then they looked at each other. Whoosh! Greed and Li Jiu came to Fang Chun's side and stood side by side with Fang Chun. You guys want to go against me too? Wang Kuan asked angrily. We can't just watch you cripple Sanguinati, Greed said. Li Jiu also nodded. When Fang Chun heard this, he was slightly touched. Facing such a strong enemy, these two people could still stand up for him. He secretly remembered these favors in his heart. Thank you, both of you. Fang Chun cupped his hands. Brother Blood, it has been a long time since I last exercised my muscles. Let the three of us fight to our heart's content, Greed said with a chortle. Greed and Li Jiu were both Heaven Dipper Realm Level 6 martial artists. Fang Chen's combat power had also reached Heaven Dipper Realm Level 6. 3 Heaven Dipper Realm Level 6 martial artists stood together to fight against Wang Kuan. As a commander, Wang Kuan's cultivation was not bad, reaching Heaven Dipper Realm Level 7. You guys will regret it. Wang Kuan made his move. With his own strength, he fought against the 3 junior commanders. The entire square was dead silent. All the martial artists were staring at the martial arts stage. It had been a long time since a junior commander had attacked a steel armor commander. This was the first time in the last 100 years. Can the 3 of them defeat Wang Kuan? Someone wondered. Rumble, the battle on the martial arts stage was very intense. There was a huge gap between Heaven Dipper Realm Level 7 and Level 6. Wang Kuan had the absolute upper hand, suppressing the 3 of them with his own strength. Kill. However, the 3 of them were not easy to deal with. Greed roared and used his ultimate skill. His fists were wrapped in vital energy, and then a pair of iron fists punched out. On the other hand, Li Jiu's attack was fierce even though it was not as strong as Greed's. As for Fang Chun, his perfect sword body was fully activated, and the Sky Demon sword art was displayed to the fullest. He did not expect things to develop to this stage. Even Li Daoqing was a bit surprised. These 3 junior commanders were quite courageous. They actually dared to challenge the armored commander. However, they had no chance of winning. The battle in the Fengtian Palace had alerted the other silver commanders. These silver commanders quickly rushed to the square. At the same time, Bai Qingqing from the Bloodthirsty Palace was furious when she heard about this. A dignified commander actually dares to attack a junior commander? Bai Qingqing was furious and rushed to the square as fast as she could. The battle on the square was very intense. Li Daoqing stood there indifferently and had no intention of interfering. Fang Chun and the other 2 were retreating. Damn it, Greed could not help but curse. The 3 of them had already used all their strength, but they still could not block Wang Kuan's attack. Wang Kuin's face was very gloomy. He attacked the three of them at the same time, but his focus was on Sanguinati. Die! Wang Kuin roared and punched towards Fang Chen's head. 5 Lightning Tribulation Technique. At the crucial moment, Fang Chen used the 5 Lightning Tribulation Technique. Suddenly, the sky was filled with thunder. A thick bolt of lightning blasted towards Wang Kuin at lightning speed. Crack! Wang Kuin tried his best to dodge, but he was still hit by the 5 Lightning Tribulation Technique. Wang Kuin let out a miserable cry, and his body was on the verge of collapse. Kill! Fang Chen roared and took the lead, rushing towards Wang Kuin. Greed and Li Jiao were obviously shocked. After being awakened by Fang Chen's roar, they also attacked together. What a powerful secret technique. On the square, Li Daocheng was also shocked when he saw Fang Chen use the 5 Lightning Tribulation Technique. It seems to be a secret technique of the soul. Even I feel my heart palpitate. Li Daocheng thought to himself. Fortunately, Sanguinati's cultivation was not high. Otherwise, that attack would have been enough to kill Wang Kuin. However, Li Daocheng did not intend to take action. Wang Kuin only asked him to help stop Yin and did not ask him to take action. Damn it! Wang Kuin tried his best to resist the 5 Lightning Tribulation Technique and roared in anger. However, at this moment, the attacks of the 3 cultivators instantly arrived with whistling sounds. Wang Kuin's soul was severely injured, and his strength was greatly reduced. For a moment, he was suppressed by the 3. Little Mouse wanted to take action, but Fang Chen did not. After using the 5 Lightning Tribulation Technique, the 3 of them were able to suppress Wang Kuin, and there was no need for Little Mouse to take action. Pucci! Fang Chen found an opportunity to use the Sky Demon Sword technique and slashed at Wang Kuin's body. Suddenly, a sword mark appeared and blood splattered in the air. Wang Kuin was furious and went into a frenzy. However, his soul was severely injured, and his strength was not enough to suppress the 3. The continuous changes in the fighting ring shocked the crowd. Swoosh! 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 Several silver-armored commanders from Fengtian Palace arrived one after another. Bai Qingqing was the last to arrive at the square. As soon as she arrived, she saw a figure being blasted out of the square. She instinctively thought that it was Sanguinati. However, after taking a closer look, her pretty face was filled with shock. How is this possible? Bai Qingqing cried out. Wang Kuin was blasted out. Didn't they say that Wang Kuin was going to cripple Sanguinati? Why was what they saw different from what they heard? Even if the 3 junior commanders joined forces, they should not be strong enough to send Wang Kuin flying. What happened? One of the silver-armored commanders looked around and asked in a deep voice. When the silver-armored commander arrived, Fang Chen and the other 2 stopped fighting. As for Yin, he began to narrate what had happened in full detail. After listening, the silver-armored commander looked at Li Daocheng with a solemn face. As a commander, you actually lowered your status and attacked a junior commander. This is a disgrace, the silver-armored commander said coldly. Wang Kuin was stabbed by Fang Chen's sword and was severely injured. Coupled with the shock to his soul, he fell into a coma. Bai Qingqing, who was wearing a light yellow dress, jumped onto the fighting ring and went straight to Fang Chen's side. Are you all right? Fang Chen shook his head, indicating that he was fine. Since Fengtian Palace does not welcome you, follow me back to Bloodthirsty Palace, Bai Qingqing said with a frown. Seeing that Fang Chen did not reply, Bai Qingqing continued, You have already stepped into the Heaven Star border realm. As long as you come to my Bloodthirsty Palace, I will immediately appoint you as a silver-armored commander. Hearing this, the square was in an uproar. Bai Qingqing was openly poaching Wang Kuin. The silver-armored commanders' faces turned pale. Miss Qingqing, Sanguinati is a member of my Fengtian Palace. You can't poach him like this, right? The silver-armored commander attacked Sanguinati, and the silver-armored commander did nothing. This kind of thing will not happen in my Bloodthirsty Palace, Bai Qingqing sneered. Chapter 1076. For a moment, there was dead silence in the square. The silver-armored commanders were all looking at Sanguinati. They owed Sanguinati, for this matter. Even if Sanguinati joined the bloodthirsty palace, they wouldn't say anything. However, as commanders of the Fengtian Palace, they naturally had to make up for it. Sanguinati, what do you think? Bai Qingqing's beautiful eyes flickered. She didn't know why, but the more she interacted with Sanguinati, the more she found that this person had many secrets. Even she couldn't see through Sanguinati. Fang Chun slightly shook his head. Then he said, "This little setback is not enough to make me, Sanguinati, back off." Fang Chen's words were full of dominance. The path of martial arts was against the heavens. This setback was nothing. The outside world was even more dangerous. Good, I admire you for this. I respect your decision. However, if you think it through, you can come find me at any time. Bai Qingqing smiled at Fang Chun and turned to leave. If Sanguinati joined the bloodthirsty palace, it would be reasonable for her to stay here. However, Sanguinati didn't want to stay. This became a family matter of the bloodthirsty palace. As an outsider, she couldn't interfere. Bai Qingqing left, but the silver-armored commanders in the square didn't look too good. They glared fiercely at Li Daocheng before walking in front of Fang Chun. Sanguinati, Wang Kuan was at fault. The Fengtian Palace will definitely compensate you. One of the silver-armored commanders said. Fang Chun nodded slightly. Since the silver-armored commander said so, there was no need for him to pursue the matter. Moreover, Mao He and Wang Kuan were already seriously injured. Senior brother Shi Qing. Fang Chun wanted to say something, but stopped. How could the silver-armored commanders not know what Fang Chun meant? He hurriedly said, "Don't worry. Shi Qing is a junior commander of the Heaven-Sealing Palace. Since he's injured, we'll give him some resources." "Thank you, Lord Commanders." Fang Chun cupped his hands in thanks. "Sanguinati, you should go back first," one of the silver-armored commanders said. Fang Chun left the square with Shi Qing and the others. The onlookers also gradually left. In the end, only a few silver-armored commanders were left. "Look at what you did." One of the silver-armored commanders berated loudly. Then, he swung his sleeves and turned around to leave. One could tell from his tone that he was furious. As soon as Sanguinati returned, he cut off both of Mao He's arms. Furthermore, the three junior commanders joined forces and managed to severely injure Wang Kuan. This news instantly spread throughout the Black Heaven sect. Countless disciples were shocked. When did Sanguinati become so powerful? Some of the warriors who had wanted to challenge Sanguinati felt a lingering fear in their hearts. Fortunately, they did not challenge him. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. This battle caused Sanguinati's name to spread throughout the Black Heaven sect. Even some of the golden-armored commanders took notice of him. One day, Heen found Sanguinati. "Sanguinati, this is the token to enter the Hidden Shadow Pavilion," Heen said. Fang Chun was confused. The higher-ups of the Heaven-Sealing Palace have already punished Wang Kuan. This token is your compensation. When Fang Chun heard this, he immediately understood and took the token. Once again, Fang Chun headed to the Hidden Shadow Pavilion. This time, he chose a recording crystal ball in the cultivation area. After watching it, his understanding of the Sky Demon Sword art deepened. Because of this, he had cultivated the Sky Demon Sword art to the complete realm. His strength had become even more tyrannical. Since ancient times, all demon-like warriors had been able to cross realms to battle. However, Sanguinati's appearance had shamed some of the demon-like warriors in the Black Heaven sect. A Heaven Star Border Stage 1 had crippled the Heaven Star Border Stage 5 Mao He. Moreover, he had severely injured the Heaven Star Border Stage 7 Wang Kuan, although he had the help of Greed and Li Jiao. But it was also very shocking. From that day onwards, a new group had appeared in the Heaven-Sealing Palace. They were called the Three Swordsmen: Greed, Li Jiao, and Sanguinati. When the three of them worked together, the Heaven Star Border Stage 7 commander had nothing to fear. The trio's reputation spread throughout the Black Heaven sect. In the blink of an eye, it had been more than half a month since Fang Chun returned to the Black Heaven sect. On this day, Fang Chun received a piece of news. In half a month, the 8 palaces would jointly hold a battle between commanders. The junior commanders would be in one group, the iron commanders would be in one group, The silver armor commanders would be in one group, and the golden armor commanders would be in another group. The first place of each group would receive a generous reward. In Fang Chen's courtyard, Greed and Li Jiu were both present. Brother Shui, you will definitely get first place in the battle between the junior commanders in half a month's time. Greed grinned. If Sanguinati hadn't appeared out of nowhere, Greed might still be able to fight for first place. However, after witnessing Sanguinati's strength, Greed immediately gave up on this idea. He would be satisfied as long as he could get into the top 3. Finally, Li Jiu's goal was to get into the top 10. Brother Shui, you have to do your best this time. I heard that the reward for first place is very generous. Li Jiu said. Fang Chen asked, I wonder what the reward for first place is. The Black Heaven Sect's reward shouldn't be too bad, right? Brother Shui, do you know about the Poison Cloud's secret realm? Greed asked. Fang Chen shook his head. Seeing this, Li Jiu took over the topic and said, the Black Heaven Sect controls a lot of resources, and most of them come from secret realms. Some of these secret realms are cultivation caves left behind by our predecessors, and some are places where our predecessors have fallen. After the Black Heaven Sect controls them, they're used to mine resources. Of course, from time to time, we will send some talented geniuses in there to train. The Poison Cloud secret realm is one of them, Greed said. When they talked about the Poison Cloud secret realm, Greed and Li Jiu's eyes were filled with seriousness. What's so special about the Poison Cloud secret realm? Fang Chen asked. The Poison Cloud secret realm is filled with deadly poison, but it also has a lot of resources. It said that someone saw a gang-gathering pill in the Poison Cloud secret realm, Greed said. Hearing this, Fang Chen's expression changed slightly. The gang-gathering pill? The Poison Cloud secret realm actually had such a pill? As the name suggested, the gang-gathering pill was a pill that condensed vital essence. It was very difficult to refine such a pill. Even the Black Heaven Sect didn't have many of them. Moreover, they were very expensive. Ordinary martial artists couldn't buy them at all. Even some commanders weren't qualified to use them. The gang-gathering pill was too attractive to Heaven Star border martial artists. Consuming the gang-gathering pill could allow the terrifying vital essence in one's Qi to condense into a single strand of vital essence. In other words, as long as one had the gang-gathering pill, it meant that one's cultivation could increase by 1 level. Every level in the Heaven Star border realm was very difficult to increase. The appearance of the gang-gathering pill made many martial artists jealous. Of course, every pill was poisonous. The gang-gathering pill also had its drawbacks. Every martial artist could only use 3 gang-gathering pills in their lifetime. In other words, they could only increase their cultivation by 3 levels at most. After 3 gang-gathering pills, no matter how many gang-gathering pills one consumed, there would be no effect. Is there really a gang-gathering pill in the Poison Cloud secret realm? Fang Chen asked hurriedly. Greed and Li Jiu looked at each other and nodded at the same time. It's just a rumor. A golden armored commander of the Bloodthirsty Palace entered the Poison Cloud secret realm once, when he was a junior commander, and obtained a gang-gathering pill. Fang Chen was secretly delighted. This time, it was an opportunity. If he could obtain the gang-gathering pill, his cultivation would reach the 2nd level of the Heaven Star border realm. At that time, even if he had to fight one-on-one with Wang Kuan, he would have nothing to fear. Legend has it that the Poison Cloud secret realm is the place where a poison Dao expert fell. There seems to be a poison Dao inheritance in the secret realm. Li Jiu continued. However, no one has been able to obtain it until now. Brother Shui, don't underestimate the poison Dao inheritance. This poison Dao expert's poison can easily kill a Heaven Star border realm martial artist. Greed said, this poison was stored for a long time after his death. Fang Chen was shocked. The poison stored for so long after his death could easily kill a Heaven Star border realm martial artist. If this poison Dao expert personally used the poison, how powerful would it be? Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. Brother Shui, if you enter the Poison Cloud secret realm, your first task is to find the poison Dao inheritance. The gang-gathering pill is secondary. Greed reminded. At the same time, in the other 7 palaces, all the commanders were rubbing their hands in preparation. In the commander battle, half a month later, they swore to take first place. In the bloodthirsty palace, Poison Cloud, Secret Realm. Ha ha ha, this is my chance. One of the commanders laughed heartily. Heavenly Book Palace. The first place of the commander battle this time belongs to me, the Heaven's Wrath Scholar. The Heaven's Wrath Scholar, who was dressed in white and holding a folding fan, said with a smile. The Heaven's Wrath Scholar was very strong. He was recognized as the strongest among the commanders in the Heavenly Book Palace. He was also a strong contender for the first place of the commander battle. Apart from these 2 palaces, the other palaces were also nervously preparing. After all, it was every commander's dream to take first place. Not only would they be able to obtain a large amount of resources, but they would also be able to obtain the honor they deserved. Imagine how it felt to be the center of attention. During this period of time, Fang Chun had been cultivating the Heavenly Fiend Sword technique and the Heavenly Star technique. After his cultivation reached the Heaven Star Border realm, it became easier to cultivate the Star Sky skill. However, Fang Chun could not expose the Star Sky skill in front of everyone. Therefore, the Sky Demon Sword art was his greatest reliance. The facts proved that the Sky Demon Sword art was very powerful. After cultivating it to the complete realm, Fang Chun's combat strength had at least doubled. If outsiders knew about this, they would be shocked. Such a terrifying increase was very rare. However, Fang Chun was still not satisfied with the current situation. Although he was strong, his realm was still a little weak. After going through the Star Relic, he realized the vastness of the universe. With his little bit of strength, he couldn't even compare to an ant in the universe. He wanted to find his mother and wife. The only way was to increase his strength. The more he came into contact with the outside world, the more he felt the insignificance of human martial artists. Chapter 1077. In half a month, Fang Chun had cultivated the Star Sky skill to the Minute Subtlety realm. He was only 1 step away from the transformative realm. At this time, the commander competition was about to begin. First, it was the junior commander competition, followed by the Iron Armor Commander, Silver Armor Commander, and Gold Armor Commander. After half a month of preparation, all the junior commanders had finished their preparations. The commander competition was held at the Bloodthirsty Palace. Every year, one of the 8 palaces would be chosen as the venue for the commander competition. This year, it was the Bloodthirsty Palace's turn. Early in the morning, Heen led the junior commanders of the Fengtian Palace to the Bloodthirsty Palace. There were a total of 8 junior commanders in the Fengtian Palace. However, after Mao he was crippled by Fang Chun, there were only 7 junior commanders left. The 7 of you, follow me, Heen said loudly. Today was the junior commander competition. Some of the Iron Armor Commanders and Silver Armor Commanders would not go to the Bloodthirsty Palace. They would only go when it was their turn. Soon, they arrived at the Bloodthirsty Palace. As soon as they entered the Bloodthirsty Palace, Fang Chun felt a murderous aura. The Bloodthirsty Palace is indeed worthy of its name. Fang Chun could not help but exclaim in his heart. Among the 8 palaces, the martial artists of the Bloodthirsty Palace were known for their decisiveness in killing and battle. Now, feeling the terrifying murderous aura, Fang Chun's heart skipped a beat. However, this made Fang Chun even more curious. How could there be such a refreshing beauty like by Qing in the Bloodthirsty Palace? After pondering for a while, he decided not to think about it anymore. On the square of the Bloodthirsty Palace, a martial arts arena had already been prepared. There were many martial artists on the square. Ordinary disciples could only watch. They were not qualified to participate. Today was the junior commander competition. The junior commanders of the other palaces gradually came to the square of the Bloodthirsty Palace. Look, it's the Heaven's Fury Scholar. The Heaven's Fury Scholar is very popular in this junior commander competition. The commanders of the Fengtian Palace whispered. Greed and Li Jiu also stared at the Heaven's Fury Scholar. Greed, in particular, had a grudge with the Heaven's Wrath Scholar. They had even fought before. At that time, he was slightly weaker and was defeated by the Heaven's Fury Scholar. He had always held a grudge against him. I hope we can fight. Greed said solemnly. The Heaven's Fury scholar from the Heaven Book Palace seemed to have noticed the gazes of Greed, Li Jiu, and the others. He immediately turned his head and glanced at them. However, his eyes were filled with a disdainful smile. Then, the scholar of Heaven's Fury calmly walked to the area of the Heavenly Book Palace. Brother Blood, you have to be careful when you encounter Scholar Heaven's Fury in the competition, Li Jiu reminded. The Heaven's Wrath Scholar was the #1 junior commander of the Heavenly Book Palace. He was very powerful, and even Li Jiu had to be wary of him. Fang Chen nodded heavily. He would not underestimate any of his opponents, nor would he be afraid of any of them. Although Scholar Heaven's Wrath was strong, Fang Chen was no pushover either. The Heaven's Wrath Scholar's ultimate move is in his folding fan, Li Jiu said. Fang Chen was a little puzzled, but Li Jiu did not say much. He just reminded Fang Chen to be careful. After a while, the junior commanders of the other palaces arrived one after another. Fang Chen's gaze swept across each of the junior commanders of the other 7 palaces. The junior commanders standing at the front of the 7 palaces should be the strongest junior commanders. These people could become Fang Chen's opponents, so he wanted to know in advance. The person in charge of the battle of the junior commanders was the armored commander of the 8 palaces. He represented the Fengtian Palace and sat on the rostrum. The 8 of them discussed with each other and immediately began to announce. Everyone, this year's battle of the junior commanders of the 8 palaces officially begins. The rules of the battle of the junior commanders were the same every year. First, the 8 palaces would draw lots. After drawing lots, they would decide their opponents. In the first round, the 2 palaces would fight against each other. One victory would accumulate 1 point. After the first round, the person with the most points in each palace would advance to the next round. At this time, 8 people would advance to the next round. They would continue to draw lots and fight one-on-one. The loser would be eliminated directly, while the winner would advance to the next round. Just like that, the final winner would be the strongest person in this year's battle of the junior commanders. Similarly, the winner would also be awarded the title of Junior Commander King by the Black Heaven sect. In the past, the winner of the title of Junior Commander would receive a large amount of resources and eventually become a high-ranking decision-maker in the Black Heaven sect. Bai Qingqing, whom Fang Chen knew, was a prodigy who had once been awarded the title of Junior Commander King. Through her own efforts and the sect's strong nurturing, she finally became the Vice Palace Lord of the Bloodthirsty Palace. She was extremely powerful and had a lot of decision-making power in the Black Heaven sect. Therefore, the junior commanders this time, other than obtaining a slot to enter the Poison Cloud's secret realm, there was another important reason, and that was to obtain the title of Junior Commander King. After the official announcement from the Bloodthirsty Palace's person in charge, it was time to draw lots. After a while, the results of the draw were out. The opponent of the Fengtian Palace was the Heavenly Book Palace. This surprised Fang Chen a little. He did not expect to encounter the Heavenly Book Palace in the first round. Among the 8 palaces, the Heavenly Book Palace was considered one of the stronger palaces. Our opponent is the Heavenly Book Palace, Tan Sui said with a gloomy face. Our opponent is the Heavenly Book Palace in the first round, Li Jiu said in a low voice. The Fengtian Palace was helpless against the Heavenly Book Palace. However, there was no other way now that things had come to this. Soon, the first round of the competition began. The Fengtian Palace had 7 junior commanders, while the Heavenly Book Palace had 9. The first person from the Fengtian Palace to ascend was Shi Qing. The Fengtian Palace's Shi Qing challenges the Heavenly Book Palace. On the martial arts stage, Shi Qing cupped his fists and said to the crowd, "Let me." Suddenly, a junior commander from the Heavenly Book Palace leaped onto the martial arts stage. Rumble. The martial arts stage was instantly filled with a vast amount of energy. Apart from Fang Chen, the cultivation of the other junior commanders was basically at the 6th level of the Heaven Dipper realm. Their destructive power was very strong. However, the martial arts stage of the Bloodthirsty Palace was personally built by the Heavenly Body Tier powerhouse of the Black Heaven sect. With the strength of these junior commanders, it was impossible for them to destroy the martial arts stage. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, the battle on the martial arts stage reached its climax. Shi Qing became more and more courageous as he fought. Finally, he found an opportunity to defeat the junior commander of the Heavenly Book Palace. Shi Qing wins, the judge announced. At the same time, Shi Qing received a point. You have 15 minutes to recover, the judge said to Shi Qing. In order to show the fairness of the competition, it was decided that every cultivator would have 15 minutes to recover after a battle. However, this was only the second battle. Shi Qing didn't need it. Shi Qing shook his head. The judge left the martial arts stage. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, Shi Qing had already fought 8 battles. After the 8th battle, Shi Qing's record was 3 wins and 5 losses. On the rostrum, the 8 junior commanders nodded slightly, acknowledging Shi Qing's victory. It wasn't easy for him to win 3 battles against the junior commanders of the Heavenly Book Palace. Whoosh! The Heaven's Fury Scholar stepped onto the martial arts stage. His face was as calm as the wind and clouds. He waved the folding fan in his hand continuously. He looked at Shi Qing with his dark eyes and said, "Do you still want to fight?" This was the Heaven's Fury Scholar. He was very domineering. Others fought with their lives on the line, but he didn't need to fight at all. He only needed to stand on the martial arts stage to instill fear in everyone. Shi Qing's eyes flickered. His expression changed, and he gave up in the end. I admit defeat. Shi Qing knew his own limits. He couldn't even defeat Greed, Li Jiao, and the others, let alone the Heaven's Fury Scholar. Fighting with the Heaven's Fury Scholar was just asking for trouble. If the Heaven's Fury Scholar used too much strength in a battle, he would definitely be seriously injured. The loss outweighed the gain. The Heaven's Fury Scholar defeated his opponent without a battle. On the rostrum, the 8 junior commanders had a high opinion of the Heaven's Fury Scholar. The Heaven's Fury Scholar has a chance to become someone like Miss by Qing in the future. Yes, the Heaven's Fury Scholar has too much potential. The Heaven's Fury Scholar will definitely take first place in this battle. Some of the commanders even said that the Heaven's Fury Scholar would definitely take first place. In short, the Heaven's Fury Scholar had too many halos. He was extremely dazzling. He won 3 out of 9 battles and obtained 3 points. Next, it was time for the second junior commander to fight. In the following battles, there were a few junior commanders who were weaker than Shi Qing. Their battle records were even more dismal. However, the situation changed after Greed and Li Jiao entered the stage. In the blink of an eye, noon arrived. The scorching sun hung high in the sky. The scorching sun shone on the ground. Many warriors' foreheads were full of sweat. However, this didn't affect the battle of the junior commanders. Since the morning, 5 people from the Fontian Palace had finished their battles. Li Jiao's battle record was good. He won 7 out of 9 battles. After Li Jiao's battle, Fang Chun prepared to enter the stage. However, he was stopped by Greed. "Brother Shui, you'll be at the back." Greed took a step forward and entered the martial arts stage. From the beginning of the first battle, Greed had shown amazing combat strength. With a crushing speed, he defeated 8 people in a row in an extremely short period of time. Finally, his gaze stopped on the Heaven's Fury Scholar. "Heaven's Fury Scholar, come up and fight," Greed said in a deep voice. Many martial artists in the square were also shocked. Greed was too strong. He might have a chance to threaten the Heaven's Fury Scholar. In the Fontian Palace area, Li Jiao said, "Brother Shui, do you think Greed can fight the Heaven's Fury Scholar?" Fang Chen thought for a moment and shook his head. Although Brother Greed is strong, he's no match for the Heaven's Fury Scholar. At the same time, the junior commanders of the other palaces were not optimistic about Greed's chances. The Heaven's Fury Scholar is too strong. His strength seems to have improved a lot. If I were to fight the Heaven's Fury Scholar, I would admit defeat. On the martial arts stage, the Heaven's Fury Scholar gently waved the folding fan in his hand and looked at Greed with a smile. "There's no need for this battle," the Heaven's Fury Scholar said. "The result of our battle half a year ago was already decided." The Heaven's Fury Scholar's meaning was clear. Greed didn't know he would fight. "You want me to admit defeat? Impossible." Chapter 1078. The battle between Greed and Heaven's Wrath Scholar was earth-shattering. Greed's aura was strong, and his combat power was very strong. However, he couldn't defeat Heaven's Wrath Scholar. Kill. The battle entered a white-hot stage. Greed clenched his fists and suddenly used his ultimate skill. His fists were like iron armor and suddenly blasted towards Heaven's Wrath Scholar. Suddenly, in the sky, a dazzling and majestic fist light blasted towards Heaven's Wrath Scholar with thunderous power. Seeing this, Heaven's Wrath Scholar's expression changed slightly. Immediately, the folding fan in his hand suddenly opened. Whoosh! An unimaginable ray of light shot out from the folding fan. Then, there was a deafening sound in the sky. Boom! The battle was over. Greed's body flew out and fell below the martial arts arena. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and his face was slightly pale. This crushing defeat made Greed's heart full of unwillingness. Half a year ago, when he fought with Heaven's Wrath Scholar, the gap between them wasn't that big. In half a year, he thought that he had improved a lot. But he didn't expect that he still wasn't a match for Heaven's Wrath Scholar, especially the last blow. Even though he knew that Heaven's Wrath Scholar's trump card was in the folding fan, he still couldn't block it. As he slowly stood up, Avarice's face darkened. This battle was a huge blow to him. He shook his head slightly and left in disappointment. Heaven's Wrath Scholar wins. The referee's voice was heard by everyone. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were focused on Sanguinati. Greed's defeat to Heaven's Wrath Scholar was expected. What everyone was looking forward to the most was the battle between Heaven's Wrath Scholar and Sanguinati. Heaven's Wrath Scholar looked at Sanguinati thoughtfully and stood quietly on the martial arts arena. Under everyone's gaze, Fong Chun stepped onto the martial arts arena. Can't wait to fight with me. Fong Chun stared at Heaven's Wrath Scholar and said softly. You're no match for me, Heaven's Wrath Scholar said softly. In his opinion, Sanguinati's strength was probably not as good as Greed's. Are you going to admit defeat yourself, or do you want me to make a move? Asked Scholar Heaven's Rage. Fong Chen's face darkened, but he soon grinned and said, I would like to see what you, Heaven's Wrath Scholar, are capable of. Hearing this, the Heaven's Fury Scholar did not waste any more words and directly attacked. Rumble the Heaven's Fury Scholar's figure flickered as the vital spirit around him surged. Streams of vital essence blasted towards Fong Chun at an incredible speed. Fong Chun remained motionless as he watched the ferocious attack. On the rostrum, the 8 armor captains all had different expressions as they looked at Sanguinati. On the square, many warriors were discussing animatedly. Some were worried for Sanguinati, while others were mocking Sanguinati for overestimating himself. From the beginning to the end, Sanguinati's face showed no signs of fear. He calmly stood on a martial stage as if the Heaven's Fury Scholar's attack had nothing to do with him. Seeing Sanguinati's calm appearance, the Heaven's Fury Scholar was thoroughly enraged. Let's end this. The Heaven's Fury Scholar's attack whistled through the air. Just as everyone thought that the battle was about to end, a change occurred on the martial stage. Crash! The Heaven's Fury Scholar's attack directly struck Sanguinati's body. Immediately, Sanguinati's body shattered. The Heaven's Fury Scholar's expression changed. Only now did he realize that the Sanguinati in front of him was just an afterimage. Damn it! The Heaven's Fury Scholar's attack missed. He continuously retreated as he cursed. On the rostrum, the 8 armored captains were also shocked. Bloodsword Saint's actions were actually hidden from the eyes of the 8 iron armored commanders. Bloodsword Saint is not simple. One of the armored commanders said in a deep voice, This lad's speed is very fast. He actually deceived everyone's eyes. The other captains also nodded slightly. As for the people in the square, they were already shocked. This is the time. Fong Chun was taking advantage of the Heaven's Fury Scholar's unfamiliarity with him to catch him off guard. Just as the Heaven's Fury Scholar was retreating rapidly, Fong Chun suddenly appeared behind the Heaven's Fury Scholar. Then, the hidden star sword burst out. The Sky Demon sword technique was suddenly displayed. The vast Sky Demon sword chi pierced toward the Heaven's Fury Scholar in a terrifying manner. The latter didn't even think about it. He leaped and directly swept to the sky above the martial stage. Swoosh! The vast sky demon sword chi condensed into a terrifying sky demon sword light and pierced toward the Heaven's Fury Scholar. Crack! The Heaven's Fury Scholar was furious. He suddenly threw out a punch and hit the sky demon sword light. The sky demon sword emperor shattered instantly. His body was also forced to retreat a lot. The Heaven's Fury Scholar, who was floating in the sky, looked gloomy as he glared at Sanguinati. Sanguinati, you have successfully angered me, the Heaven's Fury Scholar said coldly. However, something unexpected happened. At this moment, Sanguinati actually put away the hidden star sword and turned to leave. Seeing this, everyone thought that Sanguinati had given up on the battle. Sanguinati, are you going to give up just like that? The Heaven's Fury Scholar said coldly in the sky. Fangchen paused for a moment. Soon after, he unhurriedly said, "Take a look at your own position before you speak." Hearing this, the 8 captains looked over. They suddenly realized that the Heaven's Fury Scholar was no longer within the range of the martial stage. Immediately, the expressions of the few people became extremely strange. The referee was also a little stunned. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. For a moment, the referee didn't know how to judge. The Heaven's Fury Scholar's face was extremely gloomy. The veins on his forehead were exposed, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. The referee quickly walked to the rostrum and communicated with the 8 captains. In fact, the battle of the captains had long been stipulated. If the body left the martial stage, it would be considered a loss. Even if it was standing in the air, it had to be above the martial stage. If there wasn't such a rule, any martial artist could fly in the sky. In this way, it was bound to be difficult to continue the battle, especially Fang Chun. If there wasn't such a restriction, he was almost in an invincible position. The Heaven's Fury Scholar also knew that he had been imperceptibly hit by Sanguinati's gloves. He flung his sleeves fiercely and landed on the ground. His dark eyes stared at Sanguinati. "I lost this battle, but Sanguinati, I will remember you. You'd better pray that you don't meet me in the finals." After saying that, the Heaven's Fury Scholar left the square in anger. In the square, everyone looked at each other. Who would have thought that Sanguinati would actually defeat the Heaven's Fury Scholar in such a way? Sanguinati wins. The referee nodded and announced. On the rostrum, the other 7 captains had smiles on their faces. Only the captains of the Heaven Book Palace were displeased. This time, his request for the Heaven's Fury Scholar was to win the first place of the captains with a complete victory. However, he had lost a battle. Damn it, the captains of the Heaven Book Palace muttered to themselves. Next, Fang Chun consecutively fought against the 8 captains of the Heaven Book Palace by himself. As expected, he won all of them. In this way, Fang Chun became the only captains of the 2 palaces to win all of their battles. At this point, the battle between the Heaven Book Palace and the Heaven Book Palace was completely over. The first place of the Heaven Book Palace was Fang Chun with a total of 9 points. The first place of the Heaven Book Palace was still the Heaven's Fury Scholar. Although he had lost a battle, he still had the highest score. However, the Heaven's Fury Scholar's resentment towards Sanguinati increased. If they met in the finals, he would not show mercy. Next, the Bloodthirsty Palace versus the Pearl Mountain Palace, the referee announced. The Bloodthirsty Palace had 9 captains, and the Pearl Mountain Palace had 10. The 2 captains of the 2 palaces fought against each other. After 6 hours, the battle between the 2 palaces ended. The first place of the Bloodthirsty Palace was Shui Zishuan. He had won all 10 battles and obtained 10 points. The first place of the Pearl Mountain Palace was Bai Liguan. Bai Liguan's strength was slightly inferior, and he lost to Shui Zishuan by 1 move. However, this did not affect his advancement to the finals. The remaining 4 palaces were the Cold Peak Palace versus the Windless Palace. The last 2 to advance to the finals were one Han Han of the Cold Peak Palace and Bai Chunfeng of the Windless Palace. However, when the final battle between the 2 palaces began, Fang Chun was slightly surprised. This was because he saw a familiar face. The Golden Sky Palace versus the Jade Floating Palace. In the Golden Sky Palace area, there was a man in golden clothes. There was a hint of hostility between his eyebrows. Jin Tianzhan was the young genius that he had met on the decapitation cliff outside the sealed sky city. When the legend of the demon's sword appeared, many of the younger generation went to the decapitation cliff. On the decapitation cliff, Fang Chun and Jin Tianzhan had some conflicts. He did not expect Jin Tianzhan to join the Black Sky sect and be a member of the Golden Sky Palace. However, after thinking for a while, Fang Chun understood. Most of the martial artists in the Golden Sky Palace came from the Golden Sky City. It was not surprising that Jin Tianzhan was from the Golden Sky City. The current Jin Tianzhan was no longer the same as before. When he first saw Jin Tianzhan, his cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the Heaven Dipper realm. However, Jin Tianzhan's cultivation had already reached the 6th level of the Heaven Dipper realm and even reached the peak. Jin Tianzhan was still very domineering and filled with hostility. Originally, Jin Tianzhan had been cultivating in seclusion in the Golden Sky Palace. Some time ago, Sanguinati's incident had caused a lot of commotion. He had also heard about it. However, he did not care about it all. When he saw Sanguinati in the junior commander battle today, his heart burned with anger. The guy who offended him before the decapitation cliff was actually Sanguinati, who was in the same sect as him. Before Jin Tianzhan went up the stage, he gave Fang Chun a fierce look. "If we meet in the finals, I will definitely let you know the consequences of offending me," Jin Tianzhan said to himself. After Jin Tianzhan went up the stage, a beautiful woman also went up the stage. This person was the junior commander of the Azure Floating Palace. Fang Chun also knew her. She was Fairy Pei, she who had spoken up for him before the decapitation cliff. Seeing this, Fang Chun's mouth parted into a smile. He did not expect to meet these two again after such a long time.